going to rehash it. I believe it should go to the jury, and if the jury believes that it was not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, they can return a verdict. But the state has objected all along, or has given its version all along. We stand by that version. I believe that this jury instruction, essentially statute, you've gone over that before. So I believe that if they raise the exception, then it should go to the jury. We would like the standard instruction. Clearly, the court's not going to do that.
Well, up to now, the motions were motions to dismiss the complaint. And you filed a very nice brief, which well explained what the law is. And of course, we were dealing with what the complaint stated, whether sufficient facts to bring the case to court. And the court is confined on that kind of a motion to what's in the complaint and whether it meets the law. And as you pointed out, these are matters of affirmative defenses, and the DA doesn't have to plead them. So that's why I ultimately denied the motion to dismiss, although I think it ought to have been mighty clear that I had big problems with this statute. I made no bones about that in the beginning. And there always was access to the Court of Appeals all along here. Well, I guess that's for me to say because I was sitting on it. But so shame on me. But I ultimately read the statute and have, when I ruled on the motion to dismiss, I was of the opinion that the statute was as interpreted by the defense, but there was not sufficient grounds to grant the dismiss. Is the firearm here now?
Yes.
We can either measure it, or you can stipulate that it does not meet what I've stated are the requirements. And if it is out of compliance, if the barrel length is less than 16 inches, or an overall length less than 20, then I'll deny the motion. If it does not meet those specifications, then this defense motion will be granted.
We are not disputing that the barrel length is appropriate.
Isn't legal?
It is not a short-barreled shotgun or a short-barreled rifle. Yes.
Either by barrel or by overall length?
Correct.
All right. And then count 6 is dismissed. What's next?
One other thing that I had filed on November 8th, we had addressed a motion to mistrial with prejudice. The court had taken that under advisement. What I had informed the court was, so I have filed something in writing on that. I know the court likely hasn't had an opportunity to review it. I don't know.
I haven't seen it.
Okay. I'm assuming that we're going to go obviously through closing arguments today, but I did want to make sure the court was aware that it had been filed, and at some point have the court make a final ruling on it, just for the record.
I will.
Okay.
If it's necessary. Okay. Came in this morning? Okay. Okay, anything else?
Were you ever able to get the defendant's interview link that we sent to the Washington Post story?
I did receive that. I did receive that.
It relates to the motion. That's the only reason I asked. The defense motion, it relates to that.
I'm not going to take up the motion now.
I understand now. I just know there were typical problems. I just wanted to make sure they were ironed out.
I did receive it.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else right now?
Sure. Are you done? I have a tip. The only thing, Judge, in our argument, we would like to indicate that pointing a loaded AR-15 at someone without reasonable justification would be a criminal act without citing, the statute, but that pointing under 941.20 is a crime. We would like to point that out, and we just wanted to preview that. So if there's objection, we can handle it now.
Do you want to respond?
We would object. This is once again relying on the exhibit that is so far out of focus, and there's been nothing in the record. When I specifically asked the Detective Howard, regarding the strong arm robbery, I asked about it. Strong arm robbery while masked. I asked about it. It's in the record.
The struggle I'm having with that is, and I will, well, I'll leave that. How do we know it was pointed at or toward Mr. Zeminski or Mrs. Zeminski or whomever? You have a theory that it was pointed in that direction. I agree with that, but the statute's prohibition is pretty explicit. And I'm not sure that the evidence that you have, especially because it's just not just especially, but in part because it's just a regular, not multidimensional. It doesn't show the exact area in which the firearm was aimed.
Good.
Even if you see the firearm.
Again, the photograph is perhaps the fifth or sixth piece of evidence on this topic.
The most what?
Fifth or sixth most relevant piece of evidence on this topic. We have testimony, we have videos. I'm not going to go over that again. The defense submitted their own exhibit of the FBI video. The Zeminskis denoted as being the only two that were on that side of the Duramax. Mr. Zeminski starts out by one of the windows of the Duramax. I guess it would be the rear passenger side window. And so there's no real dispute that they are in that area, and that is where we argue that he is pointing the weapon. It's for the jury to decide if he's pointing at Zeminski's or not.
For the jury to decide, it is not for the jury to speculate. I mean, let's look at the statute. That's a good place to start. Was it 941.20? Yeah. And that brings up, a separate issue, I suppose, that what is the role of Mr. Rosenbaum, assuming the defendant violated that statute? That's the very theory that the state has proceeded in the first place, is that the defendant was a vigilante who was getting himself involved in something that was not his concern. And now you're telling me that would justify Mr. Rosenbaum's actions? I'm kind of struck at too. How would that justify? I mean, what does the jury do with that?
I don't fully understand the court's question. I would also.
Pardon me?
He also pointed the weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum before the shooting. While he's being pursued, he turns and points it at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Well, there's no question about that.
Correct.
He's being chased by him.
Pardon me?
Chased by him.
Well, they've made it much more complicated. It used to be points or names of firearm and another. I'm not seeing that exactly anymore. I'm not seeing it here in the statute that there would be a broad enough sweep to capture some wrongfulness in just pointing the firearm towards the weapon without evidence that it was pointed specifically at or another? What am I missing?
1A is endangers another safety by the negligent operation or handling of a dangerous weapon.
Did you start that over?
Sure. 1A is endangers another safety by the negligent operation or handling of a dangerous weapon. We would argue that that is, if they feel otherwise, simply we'll talk about it and not call it a
Well,
crime.
where was the firearm aimed? You say at the Zabinskis. I didn't hear the Zabinskis come in here and say that. Who said it?
Except for looking at the video, and that's who's over there. That would be the only
I
other.
beg pardon?
Looking at videos and indicating that those are the ones who are over there, that would be the only evidence.
I can't say, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I don't think I can give an instruction to the jury telling them, something when I don't see the statutory.
We're asking for instruction. We, in our closing, in our argument one day, that it's.
I think it would be okay for you to state what the law says, but you have to be careful because the jury cannot be invited to speculate. So I don't want to, there's such a universe of possible statements that could be made that I don't want to try to, rule in advance. I've refrained from doing that. I always try to, because I can't read your mind, but, so I'm not going to say they can't mention that at all, that it's unlawful to point a gun at somebody. Jurors probably have a sense of that anyway. But as to what might be said, I can't tell you what's in and out of bounds. Okay, what's next?
All we have.
Okay, ready for the jury? I'll probably take a break after the lengthy instructions. And call from the outside. Let's see. Okay. Keep in mind, the information is nothing more than a written formal accusation against the defendant, accusing him of the commission of crimes. You are not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way, and it does not raise any inference of guilt. The information contains counts of charged unlawful behavior against the defendant, and to each of these he has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a demand that the state prove every element of each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, as to each of counts 1 through 5, and I might interject here, count 6 is no longer part of your consideration. That was the firearm charge. So that will not be something that you will need to address. You'll need to address only the first 5 counts. Self-defense is an issue in this case. As to each of counts 1 through 5, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawful self-defense. The law of self-defense allows the defendant to threaten or intentionally use force against another only if he believed that there was an actual or imminent unlawful interference with his own person, and he believed that the amount of force which he used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and his beliefs were reasonable. The defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if he reasonably believed that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to his own person. A belief may be reasonable, even though it is mistaken. Determining whether the defendant's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offenses. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of the defendant's acts and not from the standpoint of the jury now. There is no duty to retreat. However, in determining whether the defendant reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, you may consider whether the defendant had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether the defendant knew of the opportunity to retreat. You should also consider whether the defendant provoked the attack. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack, and who does provoke an attack, is not allowed to use or threaten force in self-defense against that attack. However, if the attack which follows causes the person reasonably to believe that he is in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, he may lawfully act in self-defense, but the person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes that he has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape from or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm. Counts 4 and 5 require intent to kill as part of the elements. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant have acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent to kill have existed for any particular length of time before the act was committed. The act need not have been brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not have been any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to have existed at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case which bear upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. Proof of motive is necessary. While proof of motive is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to establishing the guilt of the defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. The first count of the information charges that on or about Tuesday, the 25th of August of last year at the city of Kenosha in this county, the defendant recklessly caused the death of another being Joseph D. Rosenbaum under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. First-degree reckless homicide, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances of utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of reckless homicide of the first degree, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. The defendant caused the death of another. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, that the defendant caused the death by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and that the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and that the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial of death or great bodily harm. The circumstances and the circumstances of the defendant's conduct, utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why he was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious was the danger, whether the conduct showed any regard for human life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. If, as to the first count, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this crime have been proved, and that the defendant was not acting lawfully in self-defense, as I have instructed you on the law of self-defense, then you should find the defendant guilty of reckless homicide of the first degree as charged in the information. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty of this count. Counts 2 and 3 of the information accuse the defendant of the crimes of recklessly endangering safety. Although the elements of each of these charges are identical, the rules of self-defense which apply to them are not. The second count of the information charges that at the same time and place, the defendant recklessly the safety of Richard McGinnis under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. The third count of the information charges that at the same time and place, the defendant recklessly endangered the safety of an unknown male under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. First-degree reckless endangerment, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment of the first degree, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, that the defendant endangered the safety of another human being, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury. The third element is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Again, in determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why the defendant was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous was the conduct, how obvious was the danger, whether the conduct showed any regard for human life, and all other facts and circumstances related to the conduct. that he did so by criminally reckless conduct. And the third element, which I read as part of the side, I indicated there were two elements. There are actually three. I did read all of the ingredients, but I'm just going to reread a portion of that in crime. And I also used the word both of the elements, and it's actually three. So I apologize for that mistake. And let's just, we'll stop with the reckless endangerment for a moment and return to the reckless homicide. And the elements of reckless homicide are that the defendant caused the death of another, that he did so by criminally reckless conduct, and the third element, which I read as part of the second, is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. And what tipped me off is, other than causing death, the reckless endangerment, which I've been reading now, has those same three elements. So utter disregard for human life is one of the elements of both crimes. And in order to convict on the first count, you must find all three of the elements of first degree reckless homicide, and also find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not privileged under the law of self-defense. Is that clear? Thank you very much. Getting back to the reckless endangerment charge with respect to Mr. McGinnis, there is evidence in this case that the defendant was acting in self-defense as to Joseph Rosenbaum. The fact that the law may have allowed the defendant to use force in self-defense as to Joseph Rosenbaum does not necessarily mean that recklessly endangering the safety of Richard McGinnis is lawful. You must consider the law of self-defense in deciding whether the defendant's conduct as to Richard McGinnis was criminally reckless conduct, which showed utter disregard for human life, but the defendant does not have a privilege of self-defense with respect to Mr. McGinnis. So the defendant would enjoy a privilege of self-defense with respect to Mr. Rosenbaum if you find the factual ingredients of that. But that doesn't mean that the fact that if he endangered the safety of Mr. McGinnis was privileged under the law of self-defense, because Mr. McGinnis was not attacking him. However, you must consider the law of self-defense in deciding whether the defendant's conduct as to Richard McGinnis was criminally reckless conduct, showed utter disregard for human life, but he does not have a privilege of self-defense as to Richard McGinnis. The law of self-defense allows the defendant to threaten or intentionally use force against another only if the defendant believed that there was an actual or imminent interference with the defendant's person, that he believed that the amount of force he used or threatened to use was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and that his beliefs were reasonable. The defendant may intentionally use force which is intended to or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily injury to himself. A belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining the defendant's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances existing at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of his acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense along with all the other evidence in the case in deciding whether the defendant's conduct created an unreasonable risk of death or great bodily harm to Richard McGinnis. If the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense with respect to Joseph Rosenbaum, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. The burden is on the state to prove the burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in this case was unreasonable. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in this case that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. If, as these counts, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the elements have been proved and that the defendant was not acting lawfully in self-defense, you should find the defendant guilty of reckless homicide of the first degree. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty. The fourth count of the information charges that at the same time and place, the defendant caused the death of another human being, Anthony M. Huber, with intent to person. This is a charge of intentional homicide of the first degree, and you must consider first whether the defendant is guilty of that offense. If you are not satisfied the defendant is guilty of first degree intentional homicide, you may consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of second degree intentional homicide or first degree reckless homicide, which are less serious degrees of criminal homicide. The crimes referred to as first and second degree homicide and first degree reckless homicide are different degrees of homicide. Homicide is the taking of the life of another human being. The degree of homicide defined by law depends on the facts and circumstances of each particular case. While the law separates homicides into different types and degrees, there are certain elements which are common to each crime. Both intentional and reckless homicide require that the defendant have caused another. First and second degree intentional homicide require the state to prove the additional fact that the defendant have acted with the intent to kill. First degree reckless homicide requires that the defendant acted recklessly and that the circumstances of his conduct regard for human life. It will also be important for you to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding which crime, if any, the defendant has committed. Self-defense, the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, that a person is privileged to intentionally use force against another for the purpose of preventing or terminating what he reasonably believes to be an unlawful interference with his own person by the other person. However, he may intentionally use such force as he reasonably believes is necessary to prevent or terminate the interference. He may not intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent great bodily harm to himself. As applied to this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is the defendant is not guilty of any homicide offense if the defendant reasonably believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or reasonably believed the force used by him, and reasonably believed that the force used by him was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The defendant is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide if he caused the death of a human being with intent to kill and actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to him, but belief or the amount of force used was unreasonable. The defendant is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide if he intended to cause the death of another with the intent to kill and did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide if the defendant caused the death of another by criminally reckless conduct and the circumstances of the conduct show disregard for human life. You will be asked to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding whether the elements of first-degree reckless homicide are present. Because the law provides that it is the state's burden to prove all facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you will not be asked to make a separate finding on whether the defendant acted in self-defense. Instead, you will be asked to determine whether the state has established the necessary facts to justify a finding of guilty for first or second degree intentional homicide or for first degree reckless homicide. If the state does not by you that those facts are established by the evidence, you will be instructed to find the defendant not guilty. The facts necessary to constitute each crime will now be defined for you in greater detail. First degree intentional homicide is defined in the criminal code as committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. In this case, first degree intentional homicide also requires that the defendant did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, that the defendant caused the death of another. Cause means that his act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, that the defendant acted with the intent to kill the other. Third, that the defendant did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The third element of the first degree sexual homicide requires that the defendant did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires the state to prove either that the defendant did not actually believe he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, or that the defendant did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent danger of death or great bodily harm to himself. When first degree intentional homicide is considered, the reasonableness of the defendant's conduct, when first degree intentional homicide is considered, the reasonableness of the defendant's belief is not an issue. You are to be concerned only with what the defendant believed. Whether those beliefs are reasonable is important only if you later consider whether the defendant is guilty of second degree intentional homicide. If as to the fourth, satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of another with the intent to kill, that this is Mr. Huber, with the intent to kill, and that the defendant did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent or great bodily harm to himself, you should find the defendant guilty of first degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, then you must not find the defendant guilty of first degree intentional homicide and must consider whether the defendant is guilty of intentional homicide as defined in the criminal code, which is a lesser included offense of the first degree intentional homicide. There are hierarchies of cases in the law. Typically, first degree is the highest offense. Then lesser included are crimes that are of the same nature with many common elements, some differences. So there's a sequence of verdicts that are going to be submitted to you with respect to this count. And that's what we're going through at this time. So we'll take on now the, but let me advise you, you should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of intentional homicide of the first degree before considering the offense of second degree intentional homicide. However, if full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of second degree intentional homicide. Before you may find the defendant guilty of intentional homicide of the second degree, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements of this crime were present. First, that the defendant caused the death of another. Second, that he acted with kill another human being. And third, that he did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. You have already been instructed on the definitions of causing death and with intent to kill. These same definitions apply to your consideration of second-degree intentional homicide. The third element of second-degree intentional homicide requires that the defendant did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, reasonably believe that the force which was used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. This requires that the state have proved one of the following. First, a reasonable person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or that a reasonable person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed he was in danger of imminent death or great bodily harm, or that the reasonable person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great harm to himself. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of his acts and not from the standpoint of the viewpoint of the jury now. The state person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the position of the defendant under the circumstances existing at the time of the alleged offense. If, as to the fourth count, you are satisfied beyond a doubt that the defendant caused the death of another human being with intent to kill and did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find the defendant guilty of second-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, then you must not find the defendant guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, and you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as defined in the criminal code, which is also a lesser included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. Again, you should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree reckless homicide. However, if after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, which is a crime committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. Before the defendant may be found guilty of reckless homicide of the first degree, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. That the defendant caused the death of another human being. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, that the defendant caused the death by criminally reckless conduct, which means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and the defendant was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether the defendant's conduct created the unreasonable risk to another. If the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. The burden is on the state to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of us in this case that the risk was unreasonable. The third element is that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct show utter disregard for human life. Again, in determining whether the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life, you should consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why he was doing it, how dangerous the conduct was, the obviousness of the danger, whether it showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. The burden is on to prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in the case that the circumstances of the defendant showed utter disregard for human life. Consider also the defendant's conduct after the death consider also the defendant's conduct after the death to the extent that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life at the time that the death occurred. If, as to the fourth count, you were satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of another human being by criminally reckless conduct, and the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, and that the defendant's conduct was not privileged under the law of self-defense, then you should find the defendant guilty of reckless homicide of the first degree, as submitted. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant guilty on the fourth count. The fifth count of the information charges that at the same time and place, the defendant attempted to cause the death of Gage Grosskreutz with intent to kill that person, a crime of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. With respect to this charge, you must first consider whether the defendant is guilty of that offense. If you are not satisfied that the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree homicide, you must consider whether or not he is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide or first-degree reckless endangerment, which are less serious degrees of criminal homicide. The crimes referred to as attempted first and second-degree intentional homicide are different degrees of homicide, again, taking the life of a human being. The degree of attempted homicide is defined by law depending on the facts and circumstances of each case. While the law separates intentional homicides into degrees or certain elements to each, both attempted first and second degree intentional homicide require that the defendant have another, that he did acts towards the commission of that crime which indicate unequivocally, under all the circumstances, that he had formed that intent and would have caused the death of the other, except for the intervention of another person or some. It will also be important for you to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding which crime, if any, the defendant has committed. The Criminal Code of Wisconsin provides that a person is pledged to intentionally use force again under the following circumstances. Force is used for the purpose of preventing or terminating what the person reasonably believes to be an unlawful interference with his own person or by the other, and he uses only the amount of force which he reasonably believes is necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, and the person may not intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause unless he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or harm to himself. If find that the elements of attempted first or second intentional homicide have been proved in this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is as follows. The defendant is not guilty of either attempted first or second degree intentional homicide if he reasonably believed he was preventing or terminating unlawful interference with his own person, and he reasonably believed the force used was necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm to himself. He is attempted second degree intentional homicide if he actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The belief that if the defendant did not actually believe the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to him. Because the law provides that it is the state's burden to fact necessary to constitute guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you will not be asked to make a separate finding as to whether the defendant acted in self-defense. Instead, you will be asked to determine whether the state has proved necessary fact justify a finding of guilty for attempted first or second degree intentional homicide. state does not satisfy you that those facts are established by the evidence, you will be instructed to find the defendant not guilty. The elements of each crime will now be defined for you in greater detail. Before you may find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, that the defendant intended to kill another. Second, that he did acts which demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of another, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor. Unequivocally means that no other inference or conclusion can reasonably and fairly be drawn from the defendant's acts under the circumstances. Another person means anyone other than the defendant and may include the intended victim. An extraneous factor is something outside the knowledge of the defendant or outside of his control. The third element is that the defendant did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The third element of attempted first-degree intentional homicide requires that the defendant did not actually believe the amount of force was necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires the state to prove either that the defendant did not actually believe there is an imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, or that the defendant did not actually believe that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent danger of death or great bodily harm to himself. When attempted first-degree intentional homicide is considered, reasonableness of the defendant's belief is not issued. You are to be concerned only if the defendant actually believes. Whether these beliefs are reasonable is important only if you later consider whether the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. If, as to the fifth count, you were satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to kill another human being, and that his acts demonstrate unequivocally that the defendant intended to kill and would have killed the other, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor, and that he did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide and must consider whether the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree homicide intentional, which is a lesser included offense of intentional homicide of the first degree. Again, you should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of attempted first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. However, if after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in a unanimous agreement on the charge of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. Before you may find the defendant guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, that the defendant intended to kill another. Second, that he did acts which demonstrate unequivocally under all of the circumstances that he had formed that intent and may have caused the death of another human being, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor. The third element is that the defendant did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. You have already been instructed on the definitions of intent to kill, unequivocally, another person, and extraneous factor. The same definitions apply to your consideration of attempted second-degree homicide. The third element of attempted second-degree intentional homicide requires that the defendant did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or did not reasonably believe that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires that the state have proof any one of the following. First, that the reasonable person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or that a reasonable person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed that he was in danger of imminent death or great bodily harm, or that the reasonable person in the circumstances of the defendant would not have believed that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The reasonableness of the defendant's belief must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of his acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. The standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the position of the defendant under the circumstances existing at the time of the alleged conduct. If as to the fifth count you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to kill, and that the defendant's acts demonstrated unequivocally that the defendant intended to kill and would have killed another, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor, the defendant did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his own person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm himself, to find the defendant guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of attempted first or second-degree intentional homicide, determine whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser included offense of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, as defined in the criminal code, which is a lesser included offense of attempted first and second-degree intentional homicide. First-degree recklessly endangering safety, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find the defendant reckless endangerment, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, that the defendant endangered the safety of another human being. Second, that he did so by criminally reckless conduct, which means that his conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another, and that the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and that he was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement, or which causes a permanent loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury. Third, that the circumstances of the defendant's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard, you should consider these factors: what the defendant was doing, why he was doing it, how dangerous was the conduct, how obvious was the danger, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other factors relating to the conduct. If you are satisfied that all three elements of this offense have been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not acting lawfully in self-defense, then you should find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment of the first degree as submitted. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty. You are not in any of any sequence of offenses, so you can return only one verdict per count. You should consider the charged offense first. If you find unanimously that guilty of the highest degree of crime, you need not consider lesser included offenses. If you decide unanimously did not commit the greater crime and was acting lawfully in self-defense, I've got myself into a mid-sentence that I don't like.
What's up, son Claude? How you doing, bro? You want to jump in? Pass the $40 in the building. What's up, brother?
Peace,
Hey, I
peace.
caught that panel last night. What was that panel last night? I'm saying, y'all, I am sick as a dog. Everything is echoing. I thought I was gonna get better. I done got sicker. My back went out. I can't breathe. I'm wheezing. Hey, pass the $40. The man was on that panel. Who panel? Sir Abadou. Yo,
Yep.
I don't fuck with Sir Abadou. I don't fuck with Sir Abadou. Just for that, Sir Abadou did the same shit that Sheila E got checked for by Wacky. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm sick, y'all, so my vocabulary is not where it needs to be. But that disingenuous shit to get clicks, Sir Abadou should have shut that shit down. Whenever black men get to acting like that, shut that shit down. It's embarrassing, man. That shit was embarrassing as fuck. Let everybody bounce. Everybody bounced out. Start with searching.
Now, I was over there and I was watching, and it was good to see the man back to his manly self.
Right. It was good to see him. He's healthy. I need to give him a phone call, man. Tell him I love him, man. Say a prayer for the man and his family, y'all. God touch that brother and his family, man. Shout out, Pastor.
But you know what? I think maybe I should have gone up there, man.
You should have gone up there.
Yeah, maybe.
What was you gonna say? Yeah.
There was something that was being disingenuous.
What was it about? I didn't
It was when it was when one of the panelists was saying only 30% of single mothers have more than one child.
That's not true.
Oh, but that's the disingenuous part. They only 30% have more than one child. Well, that 30% can have more children than the remaining 70% put together. That's what he didn't talk about.
I don't get it. How can that 30% with one child have more than the other 70%?
No, the other way around. The 30% with more than one can have more children than the 70 put together.
And that's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. 17 babies, men having 30 babies. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. The Pookie ratio is not what people think. No. That was the numbers that BGS and Roger had brought out. The Pookie ratio is so small that these individuals have to go outside of the black male to find a Pookie, which is what you saw with that.
And that right
Ohio
there was one of the things that was being tamped down. They didn't want that message to come out. I think G had mentioned it. G mentioned it when he was on the panel.
I missed that part because when I came on, when you sent it to me, G was already gone. So G fell off because it was embarrassing. I know you can't be around that sucker shit, man. But that's how you got that white DJ that gave 1,000 black women AIDS, because the Pookies don't exist. The actual numbers are saying that 50% of black men, and Kevin Samuels the perfect every night, 50% of black men are unmarried without kids, 60% are unmarried without kids and make above $50,000. So when you hear angry men and all these people saying you need to make above $50,000, who is angry men really talking to? It's really Poe Pimpin.
And here's one more thing. Those ratios that they were talking about, they can be skewed in another way. One of the panelists was bringing out numbers as to how much the black community has really grown in the past 10 years. And it's only grown by 13, but not by 13, by 3 million, from 40 million to 43 million. So it only went up by 3 million. And if all these women are out here having all these children, then how is it that the population only grew by a certain percentage? Okay. Here's a way that it could have grown by that percentage. Of that 43 million, how many or what percentage of that 43 million is comprised by children versus adults? And what was that ratio 10 years ago of how many of that 43 million was comprised of children versus adults?
Sounds like China.
Because you can hide a lot of stuff in there. You can have 10%, 10 million of adults and 30 million children in that number. You could have 30 million adults and 10 million children. And the numbers really wouldn't have changed all that much. More likely than not, the latter is probably true. But there are probably more children in there than there are adults. And that can hide a whole lot of stuff in those numbers that he was talking about. Because he brought out some other numbers too. Or was it that crime statistic of the percentage of crimes, half of the crimes perpetrated by a certain percentage of black men? I think he received some pushback on that, but he was playing around with numbers. They're playing around with numbers because you have to get granular in what those population numbers really mean. What percentage of that population is children versus adults? On the adult side, it can change drastically because you can have a certain number of adults who die. But then again, you can have that number hide how many adults died because children can come around like that. Adults, not really.
How to lie with statistics.
Pretty much. If you're not
People
showing
always
the
say-
granularity of it, then you can hide a lot of stuff in there.
That's the beauty of debate. Being able to present these numbers in such a way to make your argument. Like I like how you said skew the data.
Yeah. And here's the other thing that can
and-
be
and-
skewed by that data. Men, not just black men, men on average die earlier than women, are more likely to die in some kind of an accident, job, risky behaviors, because men are not as risk averse as women.
That would be misogynistic to consider those factors. Those factors are never considered.
And I think one of the panelists mentioned only 50% of women are even having children.
I would say that number was probably dwindling now.
You also have to remember women have longer lifespan than men. Oh, that where he put those numbers, are those childbearing ages of women, or is that all women?
What was the goal of the conversation? Because that's what I missed.
I think Kwafi was the one who sent me a link to it, and I went over there. So I really didn't get to see the beginning. Hey, Pastor, are you still down there?
I think they had been up for 8 hours and it deteriorated into nonsense and arguing. But if anything, can we save it at all? Is there any saving we could do with the conversation? Because I don't want to do the same thing they did. What was the goal of the conversation? What were they trying to discuss? Because it deteriorated into personal attacks.
One person, I think it was China, was trying to say, well, why are the marriage rate such and such if men are responsible in this, that, and the other? But then there was another side that wanted to basically absolve any responsibility that women had for their own reproductive rights, saying, "Oh, it's the man's responsibility for wrapping up or getting a vasectomy or this, that, and the other shit." Now, how many forms of birth control does a man have versus the amount of birth control options that a woman has? A man basically only has two options: a vasectomy or a condom. And what happens if the condom breaks? The woman still has 20 some odd forms of birth control.
So with SunCloud, I get it now. They're not having a conversation. That's not what was happening. They're not having that conversation. This is very sad. So
because
shout out to Wacky.
I think one of the things, and Wacky was there.
So okay, great.
Wacky was there in that conversation.
They're not actually having that conversation.
But here's the problem.
You understand what I'm saying?
They're not having the conversation of families breaking down.
No. They're not actually having that conversation. See, this is what I mean by Sheila E. This is what Wacky was talking about with Sheila E. These conversations have been had already by 1.0, but this is why I created 5.0. This epitomizes what Angry Man said about 4.0 and 3.0. There was another conversation. There was DJ Kuda was on the panel, and I seen some 5.0 brothers over there. Man, y'all got to be careful where y'all pop up at. It was DJ, and then DJ Kuda ended up taking over the panel, and people let DJ Kuda do that, and DJ Kuda start giving that dry ass, stupid ass game about bitches, but he don't got no bitches, and it's obvious about what he was saying. I think he was on the panel, but then she dropped off. But it was like Joey panel or something. But what it is, what I've been seeing lately that Wacky identified is it's these 4.0 clowns trying to revitalize their version of the manosphere with these old talking points. What's sad about it is they're getting people in the chat. Oh, but Sir Obadiah never had that many people in the chat, but he puts a Sheila E type panel, a Sheila E type topic, which is really 4.0, 3.0 madness and nonsense. I mean, is they're not really having a real conversation that could bear any fuel, because we've actually had that. We've moved past that. What they're trying to do is generate popularity and views, and it's fucking sick and it's fucking sad. That conversation is old hat. That's a hero conversation. That's the conversation that 1.0 had when they first started, and they put all this shit to bed. My 20-year-old is not at that level. That's we 40 years old. It's fucking sad, bro. Sheila E. 50. All these, I almost said the wrong word. I don't want to call them out of their name because they remind me of my auntie. But these women are past the birthing age, past the marriage age. They anywhere from 50 to 65 years old. The man in these conversations is anywhere to 50 to 65 years old. That's when we lose the youth, and there's not any productivity in that. That's when Angry Man be roasting motherfuckers, because that's what it's not about. It's about these changes in crypto that's going on. It's about the fucking supply chain. The one thing that I heard on there is that the young lady brought up the shortage of fertilizer. And nobody, that's a topic that we could discuss here, and that we could illuminate on, and how that, she said, that affects your weed, that affects everything, because that affects your gasoline price, because they put corn and gasoline in the conversation. Did not be men. Why wouldn't men talk about that? This is a top. When I heard it, I'm like, man,
ethanol is mandated to be put in fuel in order to help boost up corn prices.
But we don't talk about that. So that's what I'm saying. This is 3.0, 4.0 bullshit. Because when a real topic came up on some 5.0 shit, men elevating men, that shit was poo-poo, and we went right back to talking about each other and stupid shit. But a real conversation that could have helped you plan for a Christmas in your 2022, if you're an investor, is that knowledge, that tidbit that she gave. That was bomb knowledge right there. I didn't know that, and I consider myself intelligent. And we've talked about this issue.
But you do know about that, Perfect. We talked about on one of your panels about that company over there in the UK, an American company that got a bailout by the British government, and they produced ammonia and fertilizer. We talked about it.
Correct.
But if it's happening there, it's not something. It's not necessarily something that might not be happening around the world. It is happening around the world.
That's what she's saying. There's a real shortage on fertilizer. And what are the downstream effects of a fertilizer shortage?
Does anybody remember all these disasters, like rivers catching on fire and towns being evacuated because the contamination was so high? And out there in Pennsylvania, there's a county where I think half of the county, if not more, is empty, because the underground coal mines caught on fire and are still on fire to this day. And holes in the ground could open up and swallow up your house. And they'll basically continue being on fire until all the coal that's underground finishes burning up.
Wow.
Oh, we don't remember that? What about those radium girls back in the 1920s and the 1910s who used to paint radium on face watches? And they were told to put the brush in their mouth in order to make the tip a little bit finer. They lost their teeth and they lost their jaws. All of this type of industry that used to go on here, some of it is not gone. Some of it just shifted overseas because the companies didn't want to put up with, oh, we have to follow all these environmental standards. Oh, we'll move to China, we'll move somewhere else, and we'll just import the chemicals into the United States. The labor is cheaper overseas anyway, and we don't have to follow regulations. But now that the shipping is fucked up, how are you going to move those chemicals now?
They show memory about NPR, the Indian dude, when the white man asked him, are we going to get our goods by Christmas? And the Indian dude wouldn't answer the question directly. He said, I'm sorry to tell you, but this problem has nothing to do with the pandemic. And this problem started 10 years ago. So it won't be an overnight fix. He didn't say yes or no. He basically said that it's going to cost more money. Past $40 in the building. What's up, good brother?
What up?
How you doing, bro?
What up? How y'all
What's
doing,
up, man?
Hey, what's up, Pastor?
Good.
What's up, son, Claude?
Chopping up that bitch ass panel last night. Man, I don't fuck with Sorabba. It's a bunch of niggas I don't fuck with. It's so much so when I come on a certain panel, these niggas are skedaddle. You know what I'm saying? If I come on wacky panel, Sorabba do a leave, him and Lulu, all these niggas in there give these niggas hella invitation to come on my panel. But it's good though. What I do notice though, and what I noticed with that panel last night, a lot of panels like my numbers be low. That's why, you know what gives me a lot of fuel for me, like roasting niggas like Angry Man. I'm not gonna start roasting niggas as bitches, and niggas be acting like bitches. There was 30 niggas over there, niggas that be over here don't come over here. And then I seen another panel with like 13 niggas. I'm like, niggas is really bitches, but it's that I challenge niggas to be better. You know what I'm saying? If I was talking some other shit, niggas would be all the time I roasted Rogers, niggas show up. Like, niggas is really bitches. That's why niggas quit YouTube. I understand why niggas be mad be quitting YouTube, because niggas is really bitches, man. You hear what I said? That panel was not about nothing. That was about these 4.0, 3.0 bitch-ass niggas trying to revitalize. And I've been seeing Kuda bounce around on new panels. Sir Abadu ain't never had that many people in the chat, and he don't even discuss shit like that. So to find out it started from a bitch asking a stupid question that's been answered before, y'all should see the bones of this. When I created 5.0, I really know what the fuck I was doing. I really understood. I might play stupid, but I really understood these bitch ass niggas and how the mechanics, how they believed, how to grow their fame. I see that they have friendships in the back, how they support each other, how they've grown each other's channels, and how they've used these bitches and how the bitches manipulated them. The Bomb Cherries, the Sheila E's, they all came through the niggas. They all have more fame, more views than these niggas. And it's sad. That's the one thing that you could surmise from this situation, how they got sucked up in 3.0 and 4.0. And that's what they don't hate about what Angry Man called out and I created 5.0. I had to separate myself from them. And those women, let me say that, those women and those men don't come in this sector. They don't come over a whole different thing that they did in 3.0 and 4.0. They took it way away from what Wacky and them and Angry Man was trying to do. They bring women on the panel to have salacious arguments and topics. It's like Hot Bench. It's like the court shows that don't have no legal, I don't know the word I'm trying to use. It's like those court shows in the daytime that got nothing to do with the law. That's what 3.0 and 4.0 is.
You say like legality? Man.
Yeah. It's like Hot Bench. They don't say nothing. They don't say nothing related to the law on them court shows. It's all salacious.
But they did have a heated discussion last night. It got real heated. It got real. It did get real
silly,
heated,
man. It was silly. It was silly. You could see it, but when the 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds see that, that's what turned them off. That's why they don't want to listen to us and don't want to believe us.
Now,
don't want to follow us.
There were some interesting comments down there in the chat yesterday, because there were some people saying, y'all can't be Pookie shaming. because they ain't really all that many Pookies.
It's true.
And
Shouldn't even
I
use the term
think
anymore.
the man was saying, y'all need to stop messing around with these single mothers.
Yeah, so him and Cerulean got into it about it was really it was kind of semantics, honestly. I think it was a good it was a good conversation. Him and Cerulean, they got into an
But
argument
Pastor,
over.
that's the reason the conversation was going into circles, because they were playing too much into semantics.
I think at the end of the day, the man and Cerulean was almost saying the same thing. But it was like, because at the end of the day, the argument kind of slowed down, and then it was like, okay, we saying the same thing, but I'm hung up on it. On you said this, and you shouldn't have
Now
said
you see
that.
how that could be a turnoff. You see how that could be a turnoff. And then like I was
Yeah,
watching, like what I sent you, that could be a turnoff. I was watching Billy Carson. Son Claus sent it to you, and Billy Carson is a global traveler and a millionaire. He said, "We clowns." This is what I'll be trying to get across. He said, "We clowns, man." He said, not just in America, but to the whole world. He said, we just want to be beefing on here on YouTube. He said, everybody is looking at this. And when we travel, he said, I got to have armed guards in some places because they'll kidnap me and take me to Libya into slavery because I'm not worth nothing. He said, we are clowns. And when we do this shit online, everybody is looking, because he said, this is a global app that you are on. And you are creating your reputation throughout the world. He said, we need to have more unity. It's the same shit I'll be saying all the time. He said, I have the passport. He said, I got the receipts, like the American blacks like to say. He said, I'm going to talk about it more. Some Billy Carson be doing, hitting the bowls and be doing meditation. But last night, it's funny, at the same time Son Claus sent me that, I'm watching him, and he's talking about how black men are ruining black men and our reputation globally. And then I got to go to a panel, and it epitomizes what Billy Carson is saying. Just epitomizes his points.
But I do have to say that there were some people on the panel who were trying to protect the reputation of black men, like saying that only 50%, there are 50% of us that don't have children. And of the remaining 50%, 30% of them are married.
and honestly, I fall under the we're married part. I did not just get the mother of my. I need to quit saying baby mama, because
You know
I
what,
was married to
Pastor?
her.
You
I
can
was
say
married
this:
to
your
her.
children are not bastards.
They're not, I mean, because she can pick up that phone like yesterday. Matter of fact, yesterday she was able to pick up. She can call me at any time. My son knows when I'm calling my baby daddy and da 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 da. And she knows she can call me, and I'm not. I don't really get caught up on simp and you run away from your kids. Nah, none of that. I mean, I just have to live my life, and
Pastor, quick
she
question:
knows. Yeah,
did she change her last name back?
it's her not. She's weird. She's a weirdo. She's a weirdo. She changed it legally back to her name, but she uses it in application of real life.
That ain't weird. That's my mama. That's your mama. That's everybody. My mama got 3-4 credit cards. Nigga, what you talking about? Shit, nigga, depending on what we were trying to pay for, my mama will be a different person. Women been
So
doing that, and they need to
technically,
put a law.
she has a connection with you that's just more than just a child.
Yeah, her
Forever.
mm-hmm.
Forever. Like
Yeah,
Cardi
it's
B.
like
Forever.
yeah, she bank. Honestly, it goes past me. It actually goes on even into my father. Like USAA, it's actually it's a military banking, insurance, and all of that. Well, she has USA. She can bank through. She doesn't have to bank through the credit union anymore because she can bank through the government based off being married to me and my father being my father. So she can use she technically she can use her father's last name Morales, or she can use Atkins at any given point she wants. It's literally, and there's really nothing. There's really nothing. I
No, you
technically
can't do
could do.
shit.
I could push it to the furthest, but if I push it to the furthest, who am I really hurting?
You and your child. And this to me,
Mm-hmm.
could sue her for your name back. And people did that in the 80s and the 90s, but it would be a waste of money because people would still allow her. It would come down to her at the desk with another woman. And you're not going to be there. So it's to make the application to buy a new car or it is. And if the car lot wants to sell her the car, they'll sell her the car under that name. You won't be in the room. And it's been going on for a long time. This is the gynocracy. Our society is set up like this.
And here's the other problem that I saw with the conversation. There were some people on the panel going on about deadbeat fathers and uninvolved fathers. Hey,
What?
there's a difference. There's a difference between a deadbeat father, an uninvolved father, and a father that is being alienated from his children. A deadbeat dad and a father who's being alienated from his children are not the same thing. And a father that's being alienated from his children and an unengaged father are not the same thing. One of them wants to be involved, but is not being allowed to be involved.
Wait, this again, it's not even about the topic if we got the right people having the conversation. So it was a woman on there. It was a woman on there when I was talking about that?
Yeah, China.
No, China white. I said next. She got up there with that thick ass tongue, talking slow as hell.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
they quickly drowned her out. She got up there and tried to create conflict of this alpha beta situation.
Exactly.
Whether you alpha or whether you beta, we all are having these situations. So they drowned her out quickly. They did. She said, and then she wanted to, and then some other chick was in the chat trying to get mad at me, saying don't address
Lisa something, right?
some Lisa chick. And I'm like, excuse me. Not cussing up. I don't even know you. I don't know you. Like, you are internet bride to me. I don't know you. Stop talking to me, period. And don't tell me what to do with my cellular device.
Y'all see my point though? It's not really, because I was going to try to save the conversation and see what we can glean and see as intelligent man 5.0 build a sphere, what we could get and what action items we could take out of it. But there's nothing to take out of it. It's not really to rehash the conversation. Like Sunclaw, you make a good point. Pastor, you make a good point. But it is not that. They not those people. My point I keep bringing back is, do y'all see what this bones, this is the mechanics. This is what I saw when I first came into the space. This is how that sector works. And this is what I kept saying to people in the back chat of Roger's show, and people kept telling me to calm down. Don't worry about it. Don't say nothing about it. And then Angry Man, who was more empowered than me, because I'll be honest, I was a punk about the shit. If I'll be honest, I was being a bitch because I should have, but I wasn't perfect time. I hadn't stepped into myself. So I took the advice of these people who I trusted in the beginning, and I kept my mouth shut. And I let Angry Man say it first. But when Angry Man made his video about 4.0, that night I made a point on the song, and I've been running ever since. Because I always understood this shit from the beginning. I'm like, do y'all see this shit? And Angry Man said, he named names, DJ Kuda, all these Abadu, all these guys, in 4.0 and 3.0, they created a different type of manosphere where they allowed these women on their panels purposely, made friendships with these women, and created these conversation topics to make views, clicks, and popularity. And what ended up happening, Angry Man could speak to it so intelligently because he did the same thing. He had the women on the panel. Him and if you guys watched faithfully, him and who's this nigga from Sacramento too. The other nigga, the doctor nigga, him and that nigga both shared panels with Cynthia G. Both of them niggas both said the words Dusty. And then both of them niggas got burnt by the women. So Angry Man used to have female moderators. I remember because they used to fuck with me in the chat. Angry Man used to have female moderators back in 3.0, 4.0 days. And what happened was they took him down. And all of the women bit everybody in the back. And everybody was sitting there laying what happened because they brought these women in and they all were picking on black men together, saying y'all broke, y'all dusty, and y'all need to do this and y'all can get a black woman like this. And then that all shifted That's when I had the male progressive. But and the angry man changed. And I remember the angry man watched my show back then. But angry man changed, and he said, "I'm not doing the women." And then the drag thing came out of that, and he was watching my show at that time. But even then, I was checking man because angry man had women on his panel, and then he changed to what he is now. People don't even remember that. He stopped having women on his panel, and then he got to that 4.0 conversation when he talked about how these guys empowered these women. Now they have more subscribers and more influence in something called the manosphere. It's supposed to be the manosphere, but the Sheila E's, the Bomb Cherries, all of these women have more subscribers and get more Jessica X and get more donations than the men of the manosphere. That's the perversion that I kept saying. Like, oh, it's cool. Jessica X is cool. Oh, she part of the manosphere. Oh, Sheila E part. That's what everybody was telling me. Oh, perfect. Don't say stare manosphere. They've been here. You just got here. And I was just surprised. I'm surprised that niggas was defending these women who, to me, were disingenuous with their panels, with their topics, picking on black men, laugh about shit, because there was a lot of punks in the YouTube area, a lot of broke niggas. And these women was just having fun with these niggas. And Angry Man got fed up about the shit. And that's when he did his 4.0 video and called names. My point about the panel last night, the rating, is that it's that again. And I seen DJ Kuda floating around. Now, Sir Abadu, who don't do those kind of panels, we need to be vigilant. This is watch your taco time. It's not about what they talked about. That shit is below our pay grade. I can't talk about shit like that with no 50-year-old. If your son is murdered or in the penitentiary, you wouldn't want me on the panel with no China or no or no Bomb Cherry, because I'm going to go at their head. I'm that nephew that they don't want to have a conversation with, because I'm going to ask you, is your son dead? Who was murdered? Is your son in prison? Do you have a son like me? I know you don't. That's why I love Pastor, because me and Pastor is rare. We anomalies. I know. I've been in healthcare IT for 15, 20 years. The black nurses that see me from Africa and from Louisiana ain't never seen a black man like me. The way I talk to doctors, pastor, black, male, heterosexual nurses with balls is a rarity.
Oh,
yeah, it is. Oh man,
I've
I
got to
gotta
address one last thing.
Okay.
One of the panelists addressed G and the man, because G and the man said they have been all around the country and they have seen the problems that they were talking about all over the country. One of the panelists said, well, that's just low class problem and y'all are talking on yourselves.
Called us Walmart niggas.
Hey,
I had to pull up.
And here's the thing. This country is like a pyramid. There are more people in the lower rungs of this ladder than there are further up on the ladder. There are more people below a certain income than there are above a certain income. So for him to say, oh, that's just a problem of the lower class people, you mean that's just a problem of the majority of the people and not the minority?
Yeah, because I mean that's sometimes when I think the military and moving up ranks sometimes gives some guys this superior complex. It does. And if you look at this space, we have a lot of military guys like the general, even fantastic to a certain extent. Their military their military experience does somewhat give them a form of supremacy amongst the men, because they're like, okay, we have order, we have structure, we have this, we have that. What do you niggas have? So I don't agree, but I see the deployment of the training in these spaces.
And next time you have a conversation with them, you need to bring up Jody. All men in the military know who Jody is.
Who is Jody? I don't know who that is. Tell me more.
Oh, you're going to like this. Jody. The mythical Jody refers to a civilian who remains at home instead of joining the military for service. But that's not really the thing. Jody is that dude who be romancing that military guy's wife while he's deployed.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
it comes from an old blues song, I think, from back in the day. That's where it really comes from. So they know that women are trifling and they acting like, oh no, that's a Walmart people's problem. Hell no, that's a big problem in the military, to the point that y'all even have a damn slang word to explain it. All you have to do is say Jody and they immediately know what you're talking about. That's how common that problem is for them.
They have something called the red light, blue light special too. Whenever you on deployment, and your wife's base on the barracks. That she'll change the floodlight she changed the front light to a clear light rather than the floodlight rather than the basic yellow light. The yellow light is he's home, slow up. When he's gone, it's that green light, the clear light, the floodlight.
That's sick. These people fighting for our country. That's sick. That's
Well,
sick. I know somebody that happened to.
well, the sad thing about it
Broke his
is,
heart.
you can't. See,
She was
the
pregnant.
sad thing, mm, that's bad.
Yeah, came home. She was pregnant.
I think Deep 300 had something very important they were saying. They were saying that where a man's heart was at, he will fight. And our military has to be getting weaker and weaker based on the simple fact that if their hearts are at home and they can't trust their heart at home, how hard can they fight in war? So we're going to lose every war if we keep this shit up. Like we lost Vietnam because of the shit that was going on in Vietnam. We lost. We've been losing these wars, man. We don't have nothing because they don't have nothing to fight for at home. They're being called like they're being called all kinds of names, baby killers, fascists. They're calling all kinds of names for men in the military. So they have no love, and they have no reason. We need to I don't want brothers to get in these fights that they can't win because I mean they're just not winning these fights.
That's an excellent point. Why would you die? That makes me think about my perfect man concept, Pastor, because think about when we won. Because sometimes people can't get our points because of our intellect, right? So what about when we did win? Why did we win? When we did World War I and II, what was the difference then now? We did have those type of women and families and structured communities. Everyone went to church on Sunday. And when all the men went to war, what did the women do? They went to the factories and they worked. And then you had Rosie the Riveter. Y'all know,
Mm-hmm.
I know that story so intimately because I'm a Kaiser kid and I worked at Kaiser for 15 years, but I grew up on Kaiser. But Kaiser was built off those shipyards. Rosie
Mm-hmm.
the Riveter, and when we went away to World War II, and Kaiser had to build these plants, and they had to have hospitals for the people that he worked for. That's what Kaiser came from, because he built his own hospitals and health plans for his employees. And those women who worked on those shipyards, who made the bombs, who did all of that stuff, that's where all this shit came from. And that woman with that strong arm, she wasn't a feminist, she was a mother. And they held up the country while their sons and fathers went to war. And men died for that.
That is very
That's an excellent
true.
point.
Very. They went
That's
to
an
war.
excellent point.
They went to war with us, but we changed that narrative to put the women and children
This part's hard.
away. The men are going to war, so we changed that narrative, and that's not really what is true. The narrative is not put the women and children away. The men are going to war. It's the family is going to war.
But Pastor,
Yes.
that's just a Walmart problem. It has nothing to do with people of a certain social class.
I
Motherfuckers
get
even
him,
have
son.
a word for it, man. All the armed forces use that word Jody. All of them. It's a common problem for them to be deployed and come home. They've been gone for 12 months and they chick got a baby already in her arms. Or she 9 months pregnant. I've been away for 13 damn months. How the fuck did this happen?
She didn't join the war. The army tried to help with this by putting the women on the barracks, and it's gotten so bad because the
Shoot,
army,
some of the dudes in the barracks are the ones who be
are
knocking up these broads.
Yep,
exactly, and
yep,
it's
yep,
gotten so bad,
yep.
man. You can
I
get
know.
court-martialed. You can get. That's just why they try to
Yep.
force them to get married. They try to force them to get married, so when something like that happens, they can court-martial the guy. They won't kick her off the
But what are we
barracks, but
talking
they'll.
about? What are we talking about? We talk about the, the and what's happened is the military has been forced to mitigate these things because we don't have the personnel. That's another truth. Just like we don't have the nurses, we don't have the souls. So they're not kicking these people and they're allowing women to break hearts. If you one of the things about the Afghan and Iraq war is this thing that we're talking about. It's not like, I don't know how if some Claude, when you were, how much you know, but 90 percentile right now. And they couldn't do anything about it because they would lose the regiments. So they just been having to mitigate the shit. I know 6 guys, and the bitch got everything, and the guy couldn't do nothing because the higher ups was like, this the way it got to go right now, because typically we would have did something in the 80s, but the women are just raping and robbing these men. They taking money. These guys is getting like 30 grand when they go away. Do y'all know they was getting a lot of money to go over there to Iraq and Afghanistan, and
this is the
these
thing.
guys, 6
The
guys I
women
knew,
love men
they
in the
was just
military.
giving them money.
Perfect. Women love men in the military. They can go
These
to
women
his
with
CO.
$16,000 checks.
Yeah, they can go to his CO, or they can go to the base commander and say, he's not giving me enough money to live on. Yep. And you know what the CO can do? He can go into your savings without your permission and give her the amount of money he sees fit. Even though you might have her on a budget to keep her from overspending and spending all the money that y'all saving up.
You know what they spend the money on? They spend the money on the brand new private. Their new boyfriend is just now military, and they spend the money on him.
Well,
it's some perverted stuff, but really,
it's gotten even worse.
Go ahead, Pastor.
It's gotten even worse. Perfect, because what people feel. A lot of military bases have a federal prison on them, or have a prison on them, and that's because the privates have so much to lose. They're smartening up, but those prisoners
but what was
don't.
happening? This the thing. Nobody was getting corrected because we need the personnel. Just like they lowered the requirements for women, that argument that was on Rogers' panel, where the general wouldn't admit that they've changed the requirements for women. He wanted to say it's equal. It's not equal. They've lowered the requirements for the 18-year-old. The guy on Joe Rogan was saying, we don't have special forces. We are very stretched in special forces. It's the same thing with SunClaw. We was about to get into the trucking. That's what I was going to say about the trucking. I watched this expose about the same thing happening in Germany. The thing is happening in Germany is the same thing happening here, where the guy said it's a 10-year problem. Same thing with the special forces. This is the same thing you talked about with the children. With there being all of the special forces, all the truck drivers are old. And we're not training new, and the 18-year-olds are not healthy enough to qualify to do special forces. And the problem is there's no incentive, like Pastor said. There's no incentive to be in the special forces. Bitch gonna cheat, and there's no incentive to be a truck driver if Jeff Bezos makes all the money. So we don't have kids becoming truck drivers, and we don't have kids going into the special forces.
So at this point,
It's
we have drones and the UN.
that's it. And we got kids learning how to play video games, and it's like the Ender's Game with Harrison. And we thought the kids was learning how to play video games as a pastime. It's funny how the movies be telling you, go watch Ender's Game, great movie, Harrison Ford. It's about a little white boy and these kids playing video games. The military hunted down the best kids in the world, put them in a special program, trained them in the military style, and then gave them a special video game. And they told them it was a video game, but it was actually a drone. And they went to war and they killed the whole nother population of people on a whole nother planet from a video game console. And what did they say they was doing in Iraq? The first thing, what you hear about? They put down cement pallets, air conditioners, and gave all the kids Xboxes. Mama, we over here playing Xbox. And then the next thing you heard was what? Some people was flying drones, killing people. So they put the Xboxes over there to find out who had was best acclimated for this type of new warfare. And they found the Ender's Game, right? And then they put them niggas in a special program, and now you fly drones and you kill people like we watched you play Xbox. Well, nigga, we actually watched you play Xbox before you got into the army, nigga, which is why we picked you to come over here, but you didn't know that. We actually designed the Xbox. We actually designed the Xbox. We, at the military, just like we designed a cell phone, it's like we designed a car, we actually helped Bill Gates. And it makes sense now because Bill Gates is doing the stabby wabby. It would make sense that we were actually working with these companies, the military working together.
Do you mind if I say something about a movie?
Please.
The Last Starfighter.
Oh, one of my favorite movies.
1984. Remember,
80s kids in the building.
1984. There's also a book called
1984 and Animal House.
So here's the plot of The Last Starfighter.
Don't forget Animal House too, bro. That was tied to 84.
Alex Rogan is a teenager living in a trailer park with his mother and younger brother. After being rejected for a scholarship, Alex becomes angry at his go-nowhere existence. Alex becomes angry at his go-nowhere existence. The only entertainment in the trailer park comes from an arcade game called Starfighter, in which the player defends the frontier against the Zerg forces in a space battle. After Alex becomes the player's greatest high-scoring player, he is approached by the game's inventor, who invites him to take a ride in his fancy car as a prize for winning the game. The inventor of the game is actually an alien, and his car a spacecraft. So they train him basically on that game. He becomes the best player of that game, training him to become the best fighter. They only invented the game to find who was the best player of that game, because he'd be the best one for piloting that fighter.
Yep, and we have done something very diabolical because we don't know what to do with the women, but we're trying to get them back in the war. We know that guys are better in video games than girls, but we went back and told the girls that they're better at tasks like pressing buttons. So therefore, like typing. So now you have more girls playing video games. How they got girls in the video games, especially shooting games, is the modern day girl is into shooting games to this game called Apex. All the guys are into shooting through Call of Duty, but they've got a separate side called Apex, and that's for the women. and that's how they're training the girls into modern warfare through.
And Pastor, I knew there was something weird about Apex because didn't they have like a live concert inside of the Apex game
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
during the pandemic?
I mean, some of the sexiest girls I've ever met in my life are turning around and asking me if I want to play Apex with them. To the point where my simp ass downloaded the shit. Oh God, forgive me, Lord, forgive me.
I'm about to get it now. What you talking about? Shit. I like beautiful women. Hey, but hey, see how a conversation is supposed to go when it's 5.0 build a sphere? Men are being men and like being logical and have like an end goal to the conversation and beyond like, you know, how big is your dick? You know what I'm saying? You know, it has to be that, man. Like we just got to the point where we illuminated the conversation to the point where we talking about how these companies work hand in hand with the military, and it should be already known. But this, if we were having this conversation 10 years ago, people would be like, oh, no, doing a conspiracy theory. But not once you see Bill Gates moving in the way he's moving in 2021. Now that you see Bill Gates moving the way he's moving in 2021, and now you see drone warfare, and Pastor $40 is highly intelligent. I love how he said, get them back into the war. This is the language that they speak with. But this is not the language I'm hearing on panels. He said they're trying to get women back into the war. That's what Rosie the Riveter, that's Kaiser, that's World War One, World War. Pastor $40 also said we went to war together as a family.
Mm-hmm.
Very intelligent commentary, bro. That's exactly what happened. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to get them. I think they're leaving. They want them to lead. If you look at all of the Marvel cinema, and now that I didn't even know about Apex, but look at the name, Pastor Sunclaw. Look at the name, Apex. They don't want them to get in the war, son. They want them to lead the war. Apex is the lead. Apex predator. The women are Apex.
And you know what?
Come on,
check
man.
this. The women are Apex and the guys are called to duty. Damn. Why?
Duty. Grunts. Soldiers. And who are the women playing Apex? The most beautiful women in the world. Of course, those women need grunts and soldiers to protect their beauty. And so I bet you Apex dealing with different parts of the brain, stimulating different parts of the brain that makes them better leaders and problem solvers versus just the kill and that visceral ejaculation that men want. Ha 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 ha. I bet you Apex is stimulating different parts of the brain with those colors, right?
Mm-hmm.
It looks different, right?
Mm-hmm. And
you know what they're doing.
Well, everyone has special powers, and all the girls like this one in particular character. And it's a girl. She runs around twirling knives, and this bitch is bad. Yo. I forgot her name, but I can find her name. But she is bad, yo. She runs around twirling knives, and it teaches you how to You have Apex is not about ambush. It's not even about guerrilla warfare. It's about you got to know what you're doing. You got to know what you're doing playing Apex.
So what it really is, it's a hack. We've talked about on this panel before about the human hack. And that's what Bill Gates and those guys are perfecting. So women and thought have brought into this lexicon and on the panel, female nature. We're reading the 2 new books from Robert Greene, Human Nature and the Daily Laws, which deals with this nature, our innate animalistic nature. So if we want to bring women into the apex leadership and into the war, into the fight, and women and have a certain way of thinking, right? We need to hack them. So how do we hack them? We hack them the same way we hacked the black man and turned them into this self-hating gorilla killing monkey. So they're using the game so to hack the psyche of the woman and to change female nature. Y'all understand what I'm saying? But what you're describing, the way the game works is triggering means, which is changing thought patterns. They're changing, they're hacking human beings, you guys. It's beyond just saying that women are going to lead and be in control. They understand that limitations with the way their brain synapses fire on certain things. This is why we argue. Men are from Venus, women are from Mars, men are from Mars, whatever the fuck the book was. So the video game, the Cardi B's, the Meg Thee Stallion, it's a hack.
Look up Apex.
And that's why women.
Can you look up Apex and share the screen so you can, so you can like? Have you looked at it before?
Nah,
Look
this
at
is my first time hearing of it.
It's a really popular streaming game.
Look at Ape and guess what
It's my first time.
it is, and guess what it is. Perfect. It's free.
Oh, but you can
free.
pay and get different outfits and have different colored weapons. And
Yeah,
It's free.
it's
you can
free.
have accessories for your character. A different color shoe, different color shirt, different color pants, different skins that you got to pay for.
Yeah, they're pushing it under the
Women love that
under
type
the guise that it's free. They're telling all these little girls that love to play this game that it's free. And what ends up happening is the girls start playing it and they really like it. And then, like SunCloud say, they want to look good killing. So then that's when they start buying all the skins. It's like It's like
come on back.
Brick
a 19, brick a woman, then find board to come on back one time.
Oh, can you hear me now?
You're back, baby.
Can you
Go
hear me
ahead.
now? Oh yeah.
You
But
back.
they made it seem free as a download, but the girls want to look very pretty killing. So that's how they make their money and get the girls even more engaged because they have some of the most it's not just pink. They have like mauve or like you know how Jay-Z say this suit ain't pink, nigga, it's mauve. Nigga, they got colors like that. And it is just it's so intriguing. Even if it's enough to get it's pulling guys out of Call of Duty onto Apex. Grown ass men are leaving Call of Duty and going to Apex because it's more. I mean, you should really look into this video game. And girls are light years ahead of guys in this video game because we've been playing basic ass Call of Duty, call it airstrike, camp out, snipe that nigga. And they are playing futuristic. You see, like Call of Duty is modern. Apex is completely futuristic.
Streamlab has been tripping. And I was with another content creator last night. I thought it was my laptop, but Streamlab has been tripping. So it's moving real slow. Past the $40.
Yeah, I noticed you were borging a little bit.
Me too. Oh shit.
From my Apex Legends. Since its launch in 2019, Apex has grown and evolved in exciting ways, adding even more fresh new ideas to a genre that too frequently feels derivative. Unparalleled mobility, versatility, and class-based teamwork combined for a thrilling and rewarding feeling you can't get in any other battle royale. Obviously, these fast-paced matches never fail to get my heart racing as I jump, slide, and dodge bullets while hip-firing a rifle. While the Battle Royale structure here is familiar, it's the 16 playable characters called Legends that keep Apex feeling run-of-the-mill. Each legend has their own abilities, strengths, and playstyle, as well as a compelling backstory built off the sci-fi universe that the Respawn created for its excellent Titanfall series. I especially love how different team combinations can let you get more out of their individual abilities, like pairing the smoke-tossing Bangalore with Bloodhound's ability to see through smoke and tag enemies. And even though some do feel strong others in certain situations, Apex makes sure personal skill is more important than the specific moves of a given legend. There's a lot of extremely satisfying futuristic weapons to pick across Apex's 3 maps, all of which test your aim more than your luck. From hard-hitting SMGs, I really appreciate that every feels viable, even if you don't luck into the best attachments to go with them. Attachments are more customizing guns to your personal preference rather than providing a pure power boost, and there's less of an emphasis on the strength of loot rarity than there is in something like Fortnite or Hyperscape. So you've always got a decent chance to win fights all alone. On top of that, season updates arrive every few months to tweak and rebalance weapons, keeping gunplay fresh. Apex's armor system also pushes a unique concept forward with the introduction of Evo shields. There are 4 tiers of increasingly powerful shields, but instead of just being random loot drops, you can also level your shield by dealing damage, and you can only get the best shield this way. I love that this means you're encouraged to fight even if you don't find a shield on your initial drop, and makes taking fights feel rewarding rather than an unnecessary risk. Also, the sound effect that plays when your armor levels up is really just the best. With its Titanfall, it makes that Apex is the best movement in any battle royale I've played. While you can't wall run, the wide range of other running, sliding, and climbing techniques you do have can be combined to make moving around the map feel magnificent. The entire mountainside before jumping at the end to is one of the best feelings in all of Apex. Respawn's FPS movement systems are still unmatched.
It's turning girls into boys. It's turning girls into boys. The girls don't think like
it's rewarding. You play it,
fights feel
and you
rewarding.
get something. You get something
Fights,
out of it.
that's men. That's like if you have a dick, they don't have a phallus. It's a hack. Fights feel rewarding. Nothing like sliding down a mountain with my gun in my hand. That's not what girls want. They got breasts, wombs. Their psyches are set up. The chemicals are endorphins. They're changing the dopamines and the endorphins. It's a hack. It's a hack. Turning them into Amazonians. Now you know why the name of the company is Amazon. We're going to get in trouble, son. Claw. We're going to get in trouble. Now you know why the name of the company is Amazon.
These games are no different than social media. They want you to be more engaged. The more engaged, the rarer the stuff that you can find. The more points that you can accrue. The longer you play, the more you get. The longer you're on Facebook, maybe the more likes you'll get. How is it any different? It's not. It's almost the same thing. The only difference is one is a little bit more interactive and entertaining than the other. And they can make money off of you too. I remember playing a game way back in the day on a tablet. And you could get the weapons. It's free to play. You can get the weapons. You can play forever in 3 days. Not just forever. Forever plus 3 days.
3 days.
Yeah.
Forever.
The forever plus 3 days. In order to get a weapon in the game. Or you could just pay real money and get it. Play forever in 3 days to get it. Or just pay real money. It's free.
You mean like the microwave? You mean like my pizza pockets that my mama buy me? You mean I could just like put it in the microwave with my meal? You mean I could just have it right now instantly?
Yes.
Like everything else in my life is instant. Like my macaroni, like my oatmeal, everything that says instant on it.
Yeah.
So I'm fixated on instantly.
You can go and plant the wheat, buy the piglets, buy the calf, plant the field with grass so that the calves can eat, and then go and plant some corn and some other stuff so that you can feed the pigs, so that you can make ham out of the pigs, and you need the milk in order to make the cheese that you're going to put in the hot pocket, but you also need to plant that wheat and get the fertilizer. So you can do all of that, or you can just go to the store, buy some Hot Pockets.
And use the radiation, but it's good radiation. There's good radiation, there's bad radiation. But this radiation is good radiation. Don't worry about it. Just put this in the microwave and cook it with radiation, and then you eat it and put it in your body, and you won't get cancer. It won't harm you. You know what I mean? Instant gratification. Pastor Paul is back in the building. Instant gratification, man. Good point, son, Carl.
My bad, bro. My internet is. I think it's my internet. I'm in this cheap ass hotel in Amarillo, Texas. I'm not even in Dallas right now. I'm in Amarillo, and I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Amarillo. They looking like out there. I know there's some mamacitas out there, man.
Oh, bro, believe it or not, all the
Get it?
mamacitas left their tradition and ran to Dallas like some dummies. And now there's some of the prettiest Asian girls live out here in North. I never
Get
would have
out of
thought this
here.
in
Get out of here.
Northwest Texas. And there's another place called Lubbock, Texas. Lubbock, Texas, is where Texas Tech is at. When the school that my homes went to, man, there are some of the prettiest. I'm like they're like the Cambodian and all these. Oh my
Oh, the
gosh, bro,
brown
they got
ones. That's what's in the Bay Area. That's the
yes.
Pacific Islanders. The Pacific
Oh
Islanders,
my
them brown ones.
god.
Ooh. That's
Woo.
that slippery when wet, boy. That's that slippery when wet, boy.
My
You know that, boy. You don't want none of that, boy. Shit.
man,
I tell you. And they probably got an accent too. They got a country accent, an Asian chick with a country accent.
it's
America is a
ridiculous.
wonderful place, man. It's a
It
wonderful
is
place.
ridiculous. And check with these Asian chicks. These Asian chicks are trying to get ranches with they dudes. They don't want big ass house. I mean, I don't want to even get on that, man. You know,
Hey, perfect. You know that conversation we were having yesterday. Isn't it eerily familiar?
About what? We're talking about a ranch with an Asian woman.
Land.
That sounds land. They want land. They
There are
want
people
land.
who are out here flossing cars and jewels and diamonds and bullshit
Land.
when they could be flossing some land. Calling people dusty.
Man.
Oh yeah, your man got this many cars and he has a job this way that makes this much money. How much land does he own? He don't own no land.
man. And these Asian girls. They're not going to school for. They're not even getting associate's degrees. They're getting certificates in embroidery, and they're getting these embroidering machines, and they're going on these ranches with their white husbands, black husbands, even Asian husbands, and they started an embroidering business in the basement. I mean, not in the basement, the garage. And they're these Asian girls. I've only been there for a little bit, but I'm really peeping their game. They got these embroidering businesses and these staining businesses. They love to stain stuff. Like they love to stain wood. They really like staining wood and staining antique
'Cause
furniture and reselling it.
And guess what?
they
That
lied
is
to us
custom.
about
That's custom, handmade, artisanal stuff. They can set their prices. This isn't machine made, mass produced stuff. This is custom. When you come to me, you're going to have something bespoke that not everybody else can have. And that's why people will do business with them. Because it ain't like you're going to show up somewhere and somebody's going to have that same embroidered outfit or drapes or shirt that you have, or that they're going to have a piece of furniture that's exactly the same as yours. They can try, but they ain't going to find it.
So if you want to meet a bad chick, well, I mean, and they in these bad Asian girls. Because I've been talking to one. She's a CNA or whatever. She real chill, and like she has her own like, and all the little Mexican girls and white girls or running around there laughing at her and all that other stuff. And I just sat down and was talking to her because like it all started over a conversation about Wingstop. I want some damn wings. This started about some wings. All the Asian and all the Mexican and white girls wanted to buy wings, and the Asian girls was like, I don't want to buy no. And the Asian girls were like, we're not going to buy wings. They ate cuties, the little tangerines. They were able to, so I went over there and I was eating cuties with the little Asian girls, little tangerines with the little Asian girls. And then I started listening. Then they started talking in English and tell me what they do. And they all got embroidery businesses, and they go to antique shops and they get all this stuff and they sand it down and they restain it and they just sell it again. Then they start out with 5 acre ranches because there's levels to this shit. You don't have to go out and buy a 150 acre ranch. I'm a black man. I ain't never bought a ranch, so I'm just listening to these damn little Asian girls talk about buying ranches. I want to venture get some land, right? So they get up with guys and they eventually buy a 5 acre ranch is where they start at. And then from the 5 acre ranch, they sell the 5 acre ranch or they keep the 5 acre ranch. They don't build a home on it. They buy a single wide or a double wide and they put brick under it so they can have some stability to it. So then they can move it. Then they move their double wide or they single wide or they leave it on the ranch. They rent the ranch out and then they use half of it. Then they can start doing chickens. They move into different industry off embroidery. Then they move into chickens. Then they move into goats. They're staying away from cows because cows take too much to keep. Plus, there's health hazards with cows because there's another place in North Texas called they call it in Northwest Texas. I'm learning a lot out here, man. And perfect. I'm even learning how I can deploy my worms. Check this. There's a place in North Texas where they have so much cow shit, and cow shit dries and turns into manure. Then it blows in the air. I'm gonna find that in particular name of that city and give it and take the direct name on it. But what happens is the cow manure hits the air and it causes this city has the highest level of asthma because cow manure is high in ammonia and it irritates the lungs when you breathe it. So what do earthworms like? Cow shit. So if I can get enough worms, I can maybe talk to their city about deploying my worms into their fields to eat their shit away for the health of their people. That's something that I'm thinking
I have to
about.
touch on something else. When we did that podcast on that company in the UK that was making fertilizer, in order to make their fertilizer, they were fixing nitrogen. And as a byproduct, they were making ammonia. So basically,
Ammonium nitrate, which is
exactly.
a bomb.
And what they're doing, or what Pastor is going to be doing with his worms, is doing the process in reverse. They're
Reverse.
taking that ammonia and just turning it back into ordinary fertilizer.
Exactly. It won't be a see,
A
this stuff
pollutant anymore.
it won't be a pollutant anymore and it won't be combustible anymore because not only is it irritable to the lungs if enough of it packs together, just like if you live in a country, you know where they store corn at. Have you ever seen one of those things implode? They
Yeah,
don't
because of the
they don't
dust in the silo.
they don't explode, they implode. And them things are dangerous. So what we're dealing with is a very dangerous material that comes out the ass of a cow. And black men, we can get on this shit. We can get on this shit. We come together and get some worms. We can start taking down that shit. That's a natural resource. And no one is doing it, man. No one is doing it. No one is taking earthworms and attacking cow shit. And if we attack cow shit, then that's how we get rid of the carbon footprint as well. Cows have a high carbon footprint. So all this fourth industrial wave stuff we can get into. We can attack the carbon footprint, attack the ammonium nitrate, help the people healthcare, help the people with their lungs. That we can really do this shit, man, off a basic ass worm, bro. I'm just saying.
And here's the other thing. The byproducts that the worms produce, those castings, can be sold to people who have poor topsoil to improve the quality of their topsoil.
The
And you
hydroponics
have
worm
you
cast.
have true fertilizer that is not cancerous, that's not full of ammonia, and it's not because it's God knows this shit. When I just my brain just started like just I love sitting down with them Asian girls having them well because my
But
brain.
look. That's what the sister. But look, this is what happens. That as y'all was talking, I was just praying, thinking about God and what men are and God are and the gods that we are. The sister brought up last night. The sister brought this up last night. You could have shared this with them niggas last night, but them niggas didn't want to do it. Man. It's just like the perfect man to challenge. She brought up the shortage of fertilizer. And this great, intelligent opportunity, the genius idea you had could have been shared with them, but it's like we don't want it. But look how a conversation with God did with conversation. This is what it could be. This is what it should be. This is the thing why I'm creating this contrast and this difference. That's why I said 5.0. So people see it as a difference because you can listen to this podcast conversation where it got to, how it got the action items, knowledge and benefit for anybody listening, and how that conversation you only benefited from the dopamines that you would receive from the excitement you got like a little girl from people calling each name. No real action items that you could use in your life. But that shit does manifest in your life. That's the part that really bothers me because we're not being honest about how those panels manifest in our lives. And when you stray away from panels like this, how these ideas don't manifest in our community. And what does manifest is another gunshot wound, another argument, another baby mama. And that is derivative of those type of conversations, those circular conversations. We talked about the worm thing, and now God is inspiring your mind to grow even more. I say do it. I want to invest in. I told you about the worm castings and hydroponics out here in the Bay Area and anywhere in Colorado that got legalized growing the weed.
I'm
And that's just one.
quadrupling. I'm quad perfect. When I tell you that I'm quadrupling on my worm operation, I don't even think quadrupling is the term for it. I'm not gonna say I'm going all in, but I'm about to. It's about to be my number. It's about to be my number one business investment that
It's
I
a
was.
fertilizer shortage. It's a fertilizer shortage. Oh, God is
But
telling
I'm
you to do it. She said last night it's a fertilizer global, and Sunclaw brought it up again with that company was bought out by the European government. People be saying they support us, Sunclaw. They don't be watching, but that's okay. God gonna do what God gonna do. What does it mean when a private industry is bought out by the government because people would go hungry? 80% of their food. This is what you're talking about, Pastor. 80% of their food would affect it. They would basically starve and die without this company. You could create and make yourself a king
Oh,
by
and it was a
putting your
foreign
idea
company
into
on
it.
top of that.
Oh, that's just unheard of by a company from another country, a competing country, and your people could depend on dying if this company don't sell. What if America said no? Just like China and Jack Ma. What if America said no, you can't sell the company? They can do that. They could take the motherfucker. It's like they making you get the stabby wabby. Everybody thought they couldn't do that. Remember Jay Sean said they can't do that. hey, that's like melancholy, right? That was like it was 20 years ago, but it was 2 weeks ago. How do we were when we did that story, man? Man, we sister take your leg up, man. We've been doing this shit. And I said, and Jay Sean is intelligent. Even last night, Jay Sean got props. And he was like, perfect. I know I work in government. You can't. And me and Sunclaw was just quiet. Because
hey,
we already had the receipts.
so perfect. Hey, perfect. I learned a new word last night. I didn't know it. So um, a lot of times in the Black manosphere, we talk about organization. Well, organization is an old word. There's another word called
Mm.
organize. It's called organization, Please help me because I can't talk. I'm not that. I'll be messing up on it. Or it's called
I'm
organization.
dyslexic. I didn't even know what the fuck you talking. Sound like you said the same thing to me, son. Clark, will
It
you help
it
out?
is. So
What
look
was
at
it? Community versus organization, or
so if you Google organization verse, I can spell it better than I can say it. Rather than it be organization with a Z, they take the Z out and they put an S in there. So it's organization with an S. Where the Z is at, it's an S. Organization is for an independent person or independent government. Organization, if I can say it right, it's more global. Like I look, check this prime example.
it's
The
the same
NBA,
word with the alternate spelling. You can
yes,
spell it either way, either with the S or with the Z.
with
Same
the
word.
S or a Z, it's the same word, but its application is different though. Look at the application of how they use it. Like NBA is an organization, but when it wants to be an organization, it starts having games in China. They start having games in China. Like the NFL is an organization, but when they want to become an organization, they start having games in Europe. You know what I'm saying? And they had a game. Also had a game in Mexico. Organizations are more they reach farther than an organization. An organization is just a couple of niggas in line. An organization is actually like a whole lot more niggas in line. So it's the same thing. It is, you're right. It's the same thing. Just the application of it is different.
Are you finding that? I'm not finding that.
Well, organization has multiple meanings in and of itself. It's not just one meaning. But from what I'm finding, the two words are basically the same exact word, same meaning or meanings, but just
True,
a difference in spelling.
true. But
Yeah,
I
one
wish
is
I could. I'm
Bruce.
a matter of fact. I'm a
Sound
perfect.
good. I like it though.
No, I'm a share this article that I because I think this is just somebody that was thinking, but I'm gonna share this article. How do I share an article from my Facebook to your to you? It's on my Facebook, bro. I'm gonna
Shit,
see.
I don't know.
You can share your screen.
Try to shit.
I'm I'm on my
Yeah,
phone,
share.
bro. I'm on my phone, so ain't that I'm on my phone. I don't know how to
Do you
work my.
have the link?
Hold up. I'll go get the link. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get the link and I'll be right back. Okay.
I got a good little graphic. Can y'all see that?
I see it. Yep, that's pretty much what I came across. And Pastor put a link down there in the chat.
I think that's what he was getting at. You see the difference at the bottom, son Paul? It says the person, and then it says the group. The persons or a committee or departments who make body or purpose of administering something. He claims that the present administration is corrupt. The governance of an association is responsible to its members. He quickly became recognized as a member of the establishment. And then it says organization countable, a group of people or other legal entities with an explicit purpose, written rules. In response to the crisis, the nations in the region form an organization. See, our new pastor was right. That boy's smart. So in case you guys missed, everything pastor just said was absolutely correct. He said the organist with the S is referring to one person, and then with the Z is referring to like a government like the
Hold up
UN,
now, because with
like
the S, it says persons, committees, or
true.
departments.
I guess I was
A
jumping to the
committee and a
example.
department could also be a group of people. So
Correct,
to
but
me,
not a nation. Not a
it's a
nation.
lot of how do you say it? It's
Not a nation, though.
semantics to a point.
Correct. But I guess where he talks about what Pastor said, the application, and that's where you see the real differences in the example, where it says he claims, or it says he recognized as a member of the establishment, versus in this example, it says in response to the crisis, the nations in the region formed the organization. You feel what I'm saying? That's what Pastor was saying. Like, you wouldn't refer to a name in this way when spelling literally. You wouldn't refer to a nation in this term here. You would refer to a nation with a Z, and you
But it
refer
could
to an
also
individual.
be the difference between British English and American English. There's certain differences in spelling.
Correct, and they
That is
point
that
that
is
out here.
true. That is true. It's a difference in the spelling. That is very true. But I'm actually talking about the actual. If you stroll to the bottom when they talk about the one with the S, they start explaining it. They say, well, America and Turkey decided to come together, and that's what they call the organization. When America just did it as a nation itself, when America as a nation, that's just why I brought up the NFL and the NBA. When the NBA is just in America, it's an organization to protect the shield, right? But when the NBA but when they like LeVar Ball, like what happened in the NCAA tournament with his son, when his son was in America cutting a fool, that's just the NCAA basketball players cutting a fool. But what happened when that young man went to China and there was an organization? He was more than a basketball player. He was a diplomat for our country. That's the difference in the deployment of the two words above just the one change in the spelling. I get exactly what you're saying, but they're actually using the difference in the spelling they're actually using the difference in the spelling, not just literally, not just far as literature anymore. They're actually applying these words differently. Organization means a country, and organization means, I guess, countries. If I'm comprehending my reading right, I may be wrong. Can y'all read it and tell me what y'all think?
I'm following you. That's what I got out of it too. Even here, he was bought into surprise organization of new. It's referring to a singular person. He. So I get it. And organization is never referred to a singular person. So whenever they got a singular person, his organization of the workforce was very efficient. Activity or result disturbing the disposal person methodically. So I see it, and then
But then
in
again, you could
application,
probably substitute it with administration, his administration.
Yes,
His
that's the reason why they
this
call it a
comes
global A. They call it global HR. If you keep reading, they refer to it as a global. They refer to organization as a global HR. That's I know. I saw global HR. I was
mm,
like, what the fuck is global HR?
mm. So Sunclaw is right. Both you guys are right, and this is the thing about the English that Sunclaw brought up once before when we were talking about Latin or Spanish, is that they use these semantics to their benefit. So that's what it sounds like to me, that they use these semantics to their benefit, and that they're going to be implying this term going forward in this new era to accomplish certain goals. Which is fucked up, and I'm glad that you caught that, bro. They use these semantics to their benefit, especially in court cases like we watching today. Y'all was listening? Let's get into that. We talked a lot of stuff today about that goofy ass conversation, and God blessed us to get some like a hella good action items, like with the worms. We folk honed in on the one good thing. From my opinion, not to disregard the things you guys brought up, but from my opinion, when the sister brought up the shortage of fertilizer, you know what I mean? We expounded on that. But when we get into terms and complaining terminology, like with Travis Scott, I'm gonna talk about later. But did you see the way? And shout out to Felix the Fixer, who in my chat trolling. But how this judge has created this narrow pathway conviction and how he's defined. See, a lot of in the aftermath of the OJ trial, the Trayvon Martin trial, what we heard was jury instructions. We never got to actually hear the jury instructions of the Cosby trial, but what we heard from jurors were, and remember the one black female juror on the Trayvon Martin trial? She said, I couldn't vote the way I wanted to because of what? The jury instruction. And what's so amazing about this conversation, about the way God has built this podcast, and about why I've chosen the show is that we've been allowed into the courtroom to see the contrast that Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Farrakhan, everybody has talked to you about the two Americas and the two systems of government, the two judicial systems. And it's always been chalked up to a nigga complaining. But we see it now. We get to see how he's defining and said, you cannot convict if you don't find them guilty of this. And it's not about whether or not what's going to happen. The most biggest coffin nails when he said was the burden is on the state. And it's not about you finding whether or not he did this or lesser. It's only about if the state can prove this. And if the state does not prove that he intendedly and he had to be nowhere did he think he was protecting people, nowhere in his mind did he think he was doing a good thing, nowhere in his mind. That's the only way you could come to first degree murder conviction. And if you do not believe that he was some malicious, already don't call these people victims. So I don't see how they can cut that conviction because they're not calling them victims. They would have to be victims for you to find them guilty of first degree. And then he's just defining it so clearly, a very narrow pathway. You could knock this boy on these charges of this and predicating each charge, bringing it down, and those semantics coming up. Even him, who was, Pastor, was you watching? When he got caught in a sentence, he stopped. He said, I'm in a sentence and I don't like it. Because what I heard is him repeating the same thing more than once to convolute the instructions. The people on the jury are not lawyers. They even have the intellect of the people on this panel. I don't think they could take away just in that one summation what it is they're supposed to do. It's a hell of a job on a murder trial. We haven't even done, it's been 20 minutes. He's reading instructions on how and what you vote. These might be high school graduates. I'm not even making a joke. This is somebody like 3 people dead. This might be high school graduates. Now look what I said to myself. This is my first time coming on the, but what I was saying to myself and what I was saying to Sabrina before she work is, and what I said to Sunclaw, with that 10th person dying in Astro World, and that 10th person being a 9-year-old child, that solidified the King Kong Kung Fu. Travis Scott will be crucified in the court opinion. I saw already, and I said to Sunclaw, that it will be black men and women leading the charge. Last night, there was a panel with a black woman, 50 years old, leading the charge against Travis, saying he needs to pay some type of penance. After that, I saw a panel with a black man, MREG TV, with a devil as a thumbnail, laughing and joking about Travis Scott, devil worshiper, and he's saying Travis Scott has to pay some penance. And it was eerily familiar of the same Negro logic when it came to Bill Cosby and R. Kelly. And I remember being in barbershops and niggas saying to me, do you want your daughter raped? And I can hear a nigga right now saying, would you want your 9-year-old trampled over? He need to go to, I'm saying to myself, why is it, where is our judge? Where is our understanding of the law and why you can't convict an innocent until proven guilty? And how this judge is basically eliminating first degree murder. Travis Scott will be convicted and go to jail. And in my prediction, this white boy ain't gonna do no time. But we already are setting up the arena for Travis Scott to do some time for some shit that he had nothing to do with. That 10th death, we already saw the little girl die and the mama cry. That started the King Kong Kung Fu. Now the little 9-year-old black boy's dead. Now all the niggas who want views can serve him up. Think about Jesus. We've been crucifying since the beginning. The crucifixion has begun. And this is what I'm gonna talk about later. Compare this trial that I'm showing now. Benjamin Crump is leading the way. Like I think God be possessing me. Benjamin Crump has 200 people ready to sue Travis Scott. A black lawyer, and what does she say? A black lawyer who ain't been successful in nothing. But this black man is representing the 9-year-old child and 200 people, and he's leading the campaign. This is how they did it with R. Kelly. This is how they did it with Bill Cosby, because the King Kong Kung Fu. Surviving R. Kelly was produced by black people, black women, all of them lying.
Man, sorry about that, perfect man. My internet sucked, bro. You see where I'm at, bro. It's kind of ratchet, man.
Amarillo.
Yeah, man.
Amarillo.
Yeah, it's kind of ratchet out here, bro. You know what I mean? But the women the other day, my next door neighbor, when he come out, he in there knocked out right now. But when he come out, the women done flooded the damn the hotel system. Flooded it, bro. They been stuffing tampons in the damn tampons in the toilet.
About that. People
They
get mad when I bring up how nasty.
Now you ain't gonna say nothing perfect to pastor about him over here filling up that frame. He over there filling up that door frame, man.
I like standing in the door. Is that bad luck to stand in the door?
No, it ain't bad luck.
He said that Texas barbecue.
No,
right?
That's not even what I'm talking about. He over there letting them ladies know they messing with the tall brother right there.
I stand right in the doorway. I stand right in the doorway and like, you know what I'm saying? And I stand in the doorway. I like this place. You stand in the doorway, you know how it is. Everybody pass through. You standing in your doorway chilling, and you just talking to everybody that's passing through.
Yeah, and the ladies can see that your head is almost hitting the sill of that door frame too. Look how tall he is.
I'm only like 5. I'm on like 5'10", bro. I ain't that. I'm on like 5'10", bro. I ain't really that tall. I really ain't.
All the better, because them door frames are kind of short, ain't they?
Oh yeah. It's on like a 6'2" door, 6'6", about 6'6".
Yeah, but it makes yourself feel taller. Because they normally they almost 7, 6.5, 7. But you over there with one that's probably about 6'2", 6'3". It makes you it makes you look taller. As the ladies are walking by, they look at how tall this dude is. He almost hitting his head up against the frame.
And I'm leaning over too. So they're like, oh, he a little bit taller when he's standing on up. I'm like, okay, yeah. But man, so I met my next door neighbor. I had to go get him, bro. He ain't out right now. Well, I got another neighbor down here. Police always running, man, because we on Marijuana Road. Cause this is the perfect Amarillo, the perfect midpoint between Dallas and Denver. So they always running dope through this bitch. But anyway,
wow.
It's like that.
So much.
My next door neighbor, he Iranian. He used to be a backup dancer for DMX. He showed me the pictures and everything. And I'm gonna get him on the live stream because he had to escape his country, and his daddy had to send him to the mountains while the regiment was taking over because they had war in their country, and come to find out, when these countries have war, the first thing they steal is the kids. They don't steal the money. They steal the one of the major thing they
those are fighters.
They're fighters. If I can get him to come outside, I wonder if he out here, man. I forgot what door his is though.
Yeah, fighters, and if they really, really shady, organs.
Yeah, organs, all that. Man, he can't. Man, yo. He might come out. He hear my voice. He'll come out, and then when he come out, man, he'll talk to you about that shit. He got the podcast called 300 Warriors, because his dad took him through. His dad and his mom took him through the desert. They had camels with the water strapped to the camel's side. I want him to come out, bro, so he usually out smoking a cigarette or something. And he ain't out right now. He probably been out this morning. I just missed him. But yo, he legit, yo. Then he started bebopping when he got to America. But that's how they dang, I wish he would come out here, bro. Dude, I'm gonna do an interview with him. And because he over here now, because he had to leave California because he started a clothes. He went from bebopping to urban clothing because he got arthritis and gout from dancing. Man, where he at, bro? When you want somebody to come outside, they ain't never outside.
That's Murphy. And it's a Monday too. That's Murphy's law,
Yeah.
man. It's Monday too. That's Murphy.
I'm about to ooh, yo. Matter of fact, yo, I'm about to call him real quick. Hold on, I'm about to call him. I'll be right back, yo. I'll be right back.
All right. I want to get back into Kyle Rittenhouse. I know a lot of people have been sharing the video. I see people coming and going. They disappointed. They like, I thought this is Kyle Rittenhouse, but everybody as you come in, nobody ain't said get well soon. Nobody don't love me. I don't nobody love me. Everybody as y'all come in.
That would be us admitting that you sick. You don't know how we as men operate perfect. If a doctor don't tell you that you dying, you ain't dying. So I ain't going to go see that doctor.
But did you not? All right, let's get back into Mr. Kyle Rittenhouse.
The concern that I have, and I worked with the instructions all weekend, and we just
It's perfect timing. Perfect timing.
There he is, perfect.
Just text it to me.
I'm gonna text it to you so you can watch it.
Yeah. What is he talking about?
Everything.
I was just talking to a friend of mine. He lives in Turkey, and they don't have eBay, right? And I was telling him, go get you a solar generator and stuff that you really need when the shit hit the fan.
I was telling him about the break dancing and the urban clothing and the surviving. But tell him about how your family escaped and shit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
What's up, bro? Thank you for joining the channel, man. Yeah, we could hear you, man, loud and clear, man.
Hey, okay. Can you text me his thing? I go live on. You go on your computer? On my computer, and then you can see me there too.
Okay, well, I'm gonna text you. I'm gonna text you his podcast.
Yeah, just text me the name of it.
Yeah.
I'll subscribe to yours
in
too.
5 minutes.
All
So
right.
you find a link to his podcast? Perfect.
Yeah. I'm about to send it to him, yo. Yeah, I'm about to drop down.
I was just gonna say, whenever you subscribe to me, I can subscribe back. All right.
Yeah, because I was looking for his podcast.
No, I was just saying whenever he subscribed to me, I can subscribe back to him because it'll pop up. But I don't know the name of his podcast.
I think he said 300 Warrior.
Yeah, he did say 300 Warrior.
And I couldn't find it.
The spelling might be unique, underscore or something like that.
Yeah, because on certain podcast names, when you look for them, if you're not exact with it, it won't even come up.
Yeah, like somebody.
So we'll get it when he comes back.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get back in the video. Kyle Rittenhouse, jury instructions.
But the jurors are never told to actually discuss self-defense except in the context of charged offenses. And what I was about to say to the bench said, I better talk to people beforehand. is if the jury gets into a discussion of a charged offense, any charged offense, but let's use this one as an example. And they decide that the elements are there and he wasn't acting lawfully in self-defense, they're done. They never discuss the lessers. What?
Was or was not acting lawfully in self-defense.
Well, let's say if they decide the elements are there, he was not acting lawfully in self-defense, they're done. Then they find him guilty of the charged crime. What if they discuss count 1 or count 5, I should say, and decide that the elements are there, but they all decide it was privileged under the law of self-defense? They're not. Is there anywhere told? Are they being told you're done? See, under the old law, we did do that. Is that in here? Where is it saying that? Yeah, that's what I used to construct these from scratch. And I hope, which I'm just doing now, that, once you have exhausted this, you're done. As opposed to having them needlessly go through these lessers if they've already concluded that, and this is a case where it could happen. I'm not saying it should or would. I'm saying it could, that they would decide, well, yeah, the elements are there. And then they make a decision. And if all of them say, well, they all vote not guilty on the basis of valid self-defense, then they.
I put the link in the chat, homie. I put the link in the chat, so you click on the link, you could join the panel. I could pause the video. We just showing the video. We can always return back to that. We welcome the guests. Pastor, you pull back up too, so you can invite your.
Yeah,
give
I
a
see him
proper
now.
introduction. Oh, how you see him before me?
I was looking over there in the chat, 300 Warriors.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, welcome, fam. Welcome.
Thank you. How you doing?
I'll go get the
All
link
right.
to 300 Warriors channel now, and put it down there in the chat.
I appreciate that.
We appreciate you for joining, man.
There we go. His link is down there in the chat for anybody who's interested.
So what's going
Please
on,
continue,
everybody?
man. We was just showing the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
We going in.
Yeah,
Spirit 5.0. We going international
to
baby.
show a contrast of American justice in the two different judicial systems. And up until now, that was conjecture, conspiracy. But now, as a black man in America, I'm showing this for one time. People can actually see it in action, that there's actually two different justice systems, and there's different ways that justice is dealt out in America. And there's a way that it's and appropriately for everybody. I'm not to say that this boy is not getting justice. I think what's happening is what should happen in every case. And it should not be easy for the prosecution to find you guilty, and it should be a narrow path to conviction, and burden should be on the state. But I just don't find that happening for most black men. So that's my interest in showing the case. It's not really to show whether or not I believe Kyle is guilty or not. I don't care. He didn't kill anyone black. He killed 3 white men. But I want to show how the court system is treating this young man. And today we see jury instructions and how he's defined for the jury a very narrow pathway to find him guilty of first-degree murder. And if they don't find him guilty of first-degree murder, they don't have a lot of options of finding guilt after that. Did you guys hear that? Because that's what I heard. If they not able to find him guilty of first-degree murder, which means that he had to come there with malicious intent to kill, and they have not, and this judge from the beginning said you can't call the people who were killed victims, and they have already said in the jury instructions that Kyle is proof defense in one of the deaths. He's trying to define now. They stopped the case to say he's privy to self-defense in one of the deaths, but not privy to self-defense in the other death. But if you find that he's not guilty. Did y'all catch that? Did y'all,
Yep.
Pastor Sunclaw, did y'all catch the way he said that? He was trying, and that's why he stopped himself. And it was, what I heard is that he is privy to self-defense in one of the deaths because that person grabbed his gun. And they is not calling the person's victims because he came there in the capacity to protect individuals. And he said on the stand that he put out a fire, that he helped somebody. Anybody on that jury on his side is going to argue that you cannot convict them of first degree because the judge said they're not victims. He put out a fire. He came there to protect people. He actually did that. So I just wanted to show the two systems of justice, but that's what we're doing today. Then Pastor brought you up, and I want to give you an opportunity to give your testimony, share your story, and if you want to comment on any of the topics today, you're welcome to do that. But if you just want to give your testimony, I welcome that too, and I thank you for joining.
I'm over here watching one of your dance videos.
I would like to say this. First of all, I am Persian, and I am married to a black woman. I do have a half Persian and half black child. I call her Blursion, but a love for humanity. I see more love for race. You have a love for a white person, you have a love for a black person, you have a love for a brown person. And it shouldn't be like that. Love should be just for all kinds of human. It doesn't matter what fucking color you are. That's my opinion. You guys can hear me?
We agree.
We agree,
mixed race.
and the reason that we're posting
race.
that trial is, it seems like some people get a little bit more love, understanding, and compassion than others, and we just want to highlight that in hopes that maybe in the future, this love is spread out a little bit more uniformly.
Hmm.
Yo, bro, I was telling them about your story about your father. I want you to tell them about, cause we talk about so much stuff. Perfect, you mind if he tell you about his father and what his father did for him, and about sending him into the mountains and all that?
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Please.
I do have
I just want to say I agree with what the sentiments you said. Like, Pastor, my wife is Sicilian, and I got two. If you watch my show, you see my two biracial, beautiful kids. So I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area. I got best friends that's Persian. So you probably been to San Francisco before. So I got, that's like intimate to me in the San Francisco Bay Area, the food and the people. So I'm familiar with Persians. You know what I'm saying? So I can see how
you're my brother right there. I'm from California too.
Yeah, I can see how your wife is black because I grew up in San Francisco Bay Area. We fuck with Persians, so I already know that's like you. So yeah, man, my kids is biracial. My family is black and brown. In San Francisco, you already know the blacks and the Mexicans get along. It's unique to that in San Francisco Bay Area. So we grew up with that mix of culture in the San Francisco. You see some beautiful, beautiful women, mixed races of all cultures in San Francisco Bay Area. So I love that Pastor brought you on. That's probably why, Pastor's children, he has mixed race children. So that's one of the things that we share, and I support him in that effort. And it is about love at the end of the day. So I just wanted to commend you on that above all things. You know what I mean? So that is that this podcast, the Perfect Timing Podcast, my show, it's the spiritual based show. One of the terminologies that I've coined is father power. This podcast is not about race, or it's about men, and those men being inspired and led by God and understand and empowering men and father power. Elevating men. We say 5.0 builder sphere. We don't get caught up. I deal with black men as a black man. I know there's issues with young black men, but this is about power. Empowering them to be the best men, so they could be the best fathers, brothers, uncles, cousins. That's what this is all about, man. And love is key to that. So I'll
Right.
give you your props from that.
Yeah, it is about humanity. We are all the same. Doesn't matter what color you are. But unfortunately, they have put us in different kind of categories. Like a class A and a class B and a class C. And there shouldn't be no class. There should be only one class only. We are all the same. When they started this bullshit long time ago, separating different races and different people. That's when all this crap started, actually, and they should have stopped this right back then, But now we are sitting in a big mess where you have different kind of categories. I mean, I have lived in different countries, so I have not seen this so extreme like I have seen it in the United States. Like, for example, you don't have all kind of races living together. They're being separated. Black people live in one neighborhood. Spanish people live in one neighborhood. Middle Eastern people live in one neighborhood. White people live in one neighborhood. Well, that's when conflict starts because of separated races, in my opinion. Now I have lived with all kinds of races together in the same neighborhood. We never had this kind of problems, racism and all that. Hey, I have a Russian neighborhood, I have a Chinese neighborhood, I have a black neighborhood neighbor. We all live together. We are friends with each other. Hey, if you need something, I'll be there for you and stuff like that. But in this kind of society that we live right now, things like that does not exist anymore.
Hey,
And
bro.
that's really sad.
Hey, bro, can you get? I hate. I know you want to. I want you to tell him about the father power. Can you please tell Perfect in the panel and the chat about that father power that your daddy showed when your original country was the story you were telling me about how your dad got you
Oh,
up out there.
how I came here. All right, okay. Let me say first about my channel. My channel is about prepping and surviving, about survival. So a lot of people talking about, when the shit hit the fan, what they should do and blah, blah, blah. And I was telling them my story in 1979 when the revolution started. My parents were scared of me, that the government take me away, because they needed back then soldiers. So my dad actually hid me on the mountains with my uncle. So, and when the revolution started, the airport was shut down. 20 million Iranian citizens could not leave the country, including other citizens. Back then, it was a tourist country. We had Americans living in Iran, uh, Indians, Chinese, all kinds of races lived there. And when the airport was shut down, we had no other choice than hitting the desert. So my parents decided to walk through the desert for 3-4 weeks to make it to the Turkish border, and that's how we escaped from there. And um, when it comes to survival, a lot of people say, oh, I have an AR, I'm ready to rock and all this. I kind of laugh about that, because you're not going to make it. Point blank, you're not going to make it by yourself. You do need a community. You do need people, and I'm talking about smart people. You need to have people who got skills. One person might be an electrician, the other one is a hunter, the other one is a welder, the other one is a nurse or whatever. You can only survive when you have a small group with different kind of skills. You can't survive on your own. You don't know everything, because in the normal life that we live in right now, when your electricity shuts down, what do? You call the electrician. When your toilet don't work, you call the plumber, right? When your car don't breaks down, you call a mechanic. So in the real world, when all this goes down, you can't survive on your own because you are dependent on other people's skill. And that's what I've been trying to say to people. But this lone wolf crap, you're not going to make it too far with it, you know. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
How'd your dad store water, and how did your dad feed y'all in the middle of the desert for 3 weeks?
Well, my dad, we had like 4 or 5 camels and a couple of donkeys. They were all packed with water and some food supplies. And in the meantime, they used to go hunt as well just in case that we don't run out of it, you know. That's how we made it in 3 weeks long. And we were not eating like regular people, you know, like not like you go in a restaurant and you have a full meal or so. Just the bare minimum, you know, just to survive. And I'm pretty sure we are not far away from there. The way everything is going right now, you might get to that point.
Thank you so much,
one other
man.
thing,
Man, we so blessed to have that, man. That's crazy, man. Do you hear that? Woo! I feel like you talking to
I have a
America.
question that
Yeah.
I know the answer to. So, 300 warriors.
Right.
What was Iran like before the revolution?
Oh, it was beautiful.
It was almost like the United States, wasn't it?
Right. Yes. I was born in an American hospital in Iran, Georgetown Hospital in Tehran. Back in the 70s, we had a lot of American companies and American citizens living in Iran. But when the revolution started, that's when everybody went back to their own country. Because Shah made in the 50s and 60s a contract with the United States that America can come to Iran and create companies, and because of the oil contract that we had back then. But then after that, it turned really ugly. I mean, I have lost my brother in war in Iran when they attacked our country. So I've been in war. I'm not a soldier. I've been in war. I have learned how to survive, and I know how to kick ass as well. But it's not how people think it is, you know. Because I've been on my channel, a lot of young people come there and say, "Oh, I got an AR-15. I'm ready to rock." Dude, you have never seen a person blowing up in 1,000 pieces. So just to see that, you're gonna shit in your pants. So this crap, this is not a movie. This is not a game. This is reality. This is about your life, and people don't realize that. You know, unfortunately, that's how it is.
But also the other mindset that people have, oh, that happens over there. That can't happen over here. And the reality is, if it can happen over there, it can happen over here too.
This can happen anywhere. I mean, you know, people say, you know, oh, this cannot happen here. Why not? Why can't it happen here? What's so special about this country that it could never happen here? I mean, this is about the people. It's not about the country.
Yeah, and I wanted to point that out because, you know, during this last 2 years, during this whole situation that's been happening in this country, I've been overseas, and these American supermarkets are seeming really, really like the supermarkets in third world countries. where they're not as well supplied as they used to be, where you're seeing some empty shelves. Certain things that you were able to get, you're not finding on the shelves anymore.
Do you see that 300 Warrior? It sounds like you see the writing on the wall, and it seems like you trying to send out a warning. Oh, we lost him. He might come back up. Come back. There you go, bro.
Yeah, sorry, I got disconnected. The Wi-Fi is really sucks here over here.
So do you see the same thing? Sunclaw and I have had a conversation about seeing the writing on the wall. And I think that we've been blessed to have your insight. So it sounds like you've been through this before, and we've
Right.
been blessed enough for you to share with us. Sunclaw's not from America either. So he said he's basically said he see the insides of the supermarkets look similar to that of a third world country. I said that to Sunclaw. I honestly I wanted Sunclaw to say something different. I've noticed a change in America, but to see people who haven't grown up in America see similarities to these times and to say that, hey, Americans need to be prepared that it's going to be a community to survive because you guys don't know what's coming. Can you speak to the writing on the wall?
See, like it was in 2020 when this crap started. It reminded me straight to where I came from, and my instinct was telling me it's time to get prepared. And at that time, nobody was even preparing, unless you are a prepper or so, you know. But I was telling people, you know, it's gonna get worse, and what are you gonna do in this case, and what are you gonna do in that case, you know? People were laughing at me, but I'm pretty sure they're not laughing anymore because I warned them. I said it will happen here too, and see what the Americans think. You know, this could never happen here. Well, so far a lot of shit happened, and what kind of reaction or answer do you have for that? I'm pretty sure you don't have an answer for that, but all you can do is getting prepared. And if you don't, then you're gonna be in deep shit. You're gonna have a lot of problems, and that's why I always um, encourage other people to get prepared. You know, save your money. Don't spend your money on stupid stuff. You know, buy your extra food. Um, get armed. Buy stuff that you need to survive. And I have really, to be honest, I have hard time with the people on my channel because some of them uh, still drinking the Kool-Aid. They're not understanding, or they don't want to, or whatever. Some people say, "Oh, everything is fine, everything is normal." Well, I don't know what's normal to you, but when I go to the grocery store and see half of the aisle there is no food, that doesn't sound normal to me. So,
And I'm in California. Y'all in Texas, and Sunclaw's on the East Coast. And we
mhm,
all seeing the same thing in grocery stores across the country. And this is
right.
not today. It's been like this. I've been noticing this. Me and Sunclaw have been having this conversation for several months now.
Mhm,
Before the issues with the supply chain, I talked about how they remodeled the Safeway, remodeled the Target to make my wife think that it's the same store, but it's actually half of the goods in the store. And they've put up partitions, and no one else is talking about it.
mhm. And you know what? Um, we are living in paradise compared to my country right now, and I tell you why. 6, 7 months ago, I had a conversation with my cousin, which she lives in in Tehran, right? And she was telling me that 1 pound of ground beef cost $50, right? And I was telling that on some of these channels, like,
That's today.
this is
That's
America.
today.
This
That's
would
today.
never happen here.
That's today, right now, right? That's today.
Yeah.
That's
And
not
now,
like 10 years ago. That's right now, today, right?
mhm.
Okay.
And now look what happened. Food prices are rising. You know, when you ignore somebody who have experienced something, well, you're not doing me any favor. You kicking your own ass because for not listening. You know, I'm not pulling any of these stories out of my ass. I have lived it. That is the reason why I share these stories with everybody. You know, why would I do that? I mean, I'm not gaining anything out of it. You know, I'm just trying to help you. You know, and you can't help anybody who don't seek help. Period.
Now, here's another thing that's a third world thing: rolling blackouts. In the early 2000s, you had them in California. In the summertime, you had these rolling blackouts. Every now and then, you'll still have rolling blackouts. And then what happened in Texas during the winter with that damage to the electrical system? You had rolling blackouts there too. That's not America. But you know what that is like? It's just like what happens in third world countries. They don't have the electrical production capacity to provide power to everybody. So what happens? Well, not everybody can have electricity at the same time. So somebody's going to have to go without for a certain portion of the day. And we'll just roll the electricity.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, they call them brownouts. They call them brownouts out here. And that's exactly what they do. And they claim that they don't prioritize communities. But PG&E have been sued and they've been caught allegedly, but so much so that they have an independent agency to deal with us instead of PG&E because they've been caught prioritizing communities. So it's I think we're really blessed to have both of you guys on the panel. Pastor, man, that just lets you know that we're doing the right things in our lives because it gives us opportunity as fathers to prepare, because I know you love your child like I love my children. And having God bless us with individuals like this can have us be prepared in ways and tell the fathers that we know to be prepared. You know what I'm saying? That's all I've tried to do. Not try, because my father said don't say try, but that's what I've done with this platform, is to empower men and to prepare men. And 300 Warrior, the problem is that what I was chopping up last night's conversation is that, and what Sunclaw said many times before, we rather talk about women. We rather complain about the women. Here it is, a Persian brother. He got him a black woman married to him, submitting. We want to complain about the women. That's why we not prepared. That's why we not focused and we can't see these things. Like Roger said, we have a blind spot. But these are blaring truths. Like I said one time, 300 Warrior, I said to Sunclaw, I haven't seen green lettuce in 6 months. I'm a pescatarian. I grow food. Because of the things we're talking about. When this shit first started, I started growing food. I'm in my second, third cycles of growing food. And I grow my own weed. And I haven't seen green lettuce in the store in over 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see nobody don't bring it up.
It's gonna get worse than that. This is just the beginning. I do have 43 acres of land in East Texas, and I am planning to.
Let's go. I'm on my way.
I am. You haven't even let me finish talking.
Let's go. I'm on my way.
So I am planning to. I'm looking for people with skills. You know, gardeners, electricians, welders, hunters, anything that would help. You know, I'm trying to build my own community on my 43 acres and show the middle finger to the rest of the world, because I don't need nobody. They need us. These are facts. You know, I don't need to work for anybody. I'm self-employed. I got a clothing company. I design my own shit and create my own shit and sell my stuff. So I don't need to be other people's put my hand out to other people to earn something. And you know, when you do have these kind of people together, you know, your survival chances are really high than you being by yourself. You know? And that's what I'm trying to do. So that's my plan, you know, because it is getting bad, and people don't realize how bad it's gonna get. You know, but you better get ready. You know, you are not ready because you got a tent and a shotgun and a flashlight. You need more than that.
You hear that laugh, Pastor?
Yeah, I heard that laugh, and
You hear that laugh? That's a
Mhm.
cold laugh. That's a cold laugh, boy. You Americans, man, y'all Americans ain't ready, man. He laughing at us Americans, man, because we fucking babies, man. Fucking clown
me and
ass
him,
babies.
me and him been kicking it up. We kick it up. We kicking it up for a minute. And we were talking about different things and survival. So this survival, and like one of the biggest things that we came to the conclusion of outside of supplies and about everything is your spirit. You got to keep your spirit tight,
Right.
tight. And that's one thing we both came to the conclusion of. When your spirit is tight, then you can start moving outward.
I mean, I asked this question one time, and their response was, "This would never happen." Okay, and I give you a little scenario. You are on your land. You have 500 bullets, and suddenly you get attacked by over 150 to 200 people. What are you going to do by yourself there? You think you're going to survive that?
I know how to respond to that situation.
Go ahead.
You bend over, right? And you put your head between your legs and you kiss your ass goodbye. That's what you do.
Right. But you can avoid that. You don't have to say goodbye if you get prepared. If you have enough people on your land, build yourself a little army, then your survival chances are higher than you being by yourself.
You know
Right.
what? We shouldn't use that word. We should use the word a friend coalition.
My bad.
You should have a group of friends together on the
I
land
was thinking
so that you can
like-minded.
watch each other's backs.
Well, nobody said anything about that you have to watch your words, because on my channel I say whatever I want and you say whatever you want.
No, bro.
I call
Please, no, you didn't do nothing wrong.
freedom of speech.
You didn't do nothing wrong,
No,
bro.
you didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's just as a black man in this country, you have
Right. You gotta be this low. We call
Well,
it
and I'm brown,
right. We call it,
so I ain't white either.
we call it watch your taco. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
you gotta watch your taco around here, man. But we agree with you. We are in
Right.
agreement with you. Complete agreement with you, brother. Complete agreement. And I feel blessed that you've enlightened us with your perspective here today. Cause I have Sunclaw, I get compliments from Sunclaw, but God bless me with Sunclaw and his perspective. But I feel like I'm in an echo chamber a lot. I'm trying to help men and the men are not listening. I'm trying to empower fathers, and a lot of times
I want to highlight something that the 300 Warrior said. A lone wolf is limited in what they can do. Guess who else is limited in what they can do? Bill Gates is limited in what he can do. Bill Gates did not become who he is today, a household name, by himself. He had a group of people behind him who supported him and helped him accomplish his goal. He did not do that by himself. The same can be said of Mark Zuckerberg. The same can be said of Elon Musk. Elon Musk did not become who he is today by himself. He had people behind him supporting him.
Hell yeah, cause look, on some real shit. Like I only been living here like maybe like a week or so, but if you know what I'm saying, he knock on my door, I knock on his door, somebody gonna come to the door and we're gonna see what each other might need. Cause look, he from Cali, I'm from Dallas. We not from Amarillo, right? And
Hell
Amarillo
no,
got
I'm not from here.
now we not friends. They got Amarillo got his own problems. We don't want them problems. So to shelter each other from them problems, there you go. It started out two around here. Then you know we got the dudes next door. It's two turning to four. So we good now. We got like a little coalition where I ain't worried about nothing. I ain't worried about nobody trying to jump through my window or butt kick down my door because my next door neighbor, we 100. And then my next door neighbor, which is 300, we 100. So it's like I'm good. Plus, I got my own little personal protection stuff here. So I ain't gotta worry about the meth heads, the drug runners. I ain't gotta worry about none of that shit because they know. I mean, I know I got a coalition. This
Oh,
what's
you
up.
mean the two upstairs?
Yeah. Not them. Not them. Not them. We got two Fruit Loops upstairs, man. They might be running behind. They might be hiding behind us, but hey, they cool people. We got some Fruit Loops upstairs, man. We do got some Fruit Loops upstairs, but they all they wanted to see. That's the thing about it, yo. They want to be Fruit Loops and Kids and stuff like that. Where me 300 and the other men are like, look, I like so. Prime example: the two white boys next door are fixing the plumbing. Like 300, he know if she hit the fan, how we gonna have to initially react. And me and I'm on the health side. So we got plumbing, our first defense, and first aid right now. Or right this second right now, something were to happen.
Yeah, I mean it is important to everybody should have that a tactical first aid kit backpack. I mean when I hope it's not going to happen, but when you do get shot, you need to have some first aid kit to make it somehow, because there's no 911 coming for you. There are a lot of stuff. I mean, prepping, I say it like this, prepping is not cheap. It's really, really expensive, and you have to sacrifice a lot of stuff. Yeah, I would like to have things I really want, but I have to think of my family and I have to think of what they really need right now, which is you need to have food, you need to have certain equipment. It's important to have all that to protect your family.
And here's one more thing that sometimes people lack: antibiotics.
Yeah.
You think, oh, I can just get that at the pharmacy. If supplies dry up and the pharmacy can't get antibiotics and you get an infection, what are you supposed to do?
Right. I mean, if there is a pharmacy with supplies, there might be a pharmacy, but it would be butt naked.
In your country, when things went down, what's the first place that people in Iran, what's the first place they raided? Did they raid the banks or did they raid the grocery stores or the pharmacy? What did they raid
Oh,
first?
oh! It was a nightmare over there. The first thing they did is they burned all police stations, banks, government facilities, um, all kinds of embassies, grocery stores, malls, and even they invaded even in people's homes. So
Now, he said that they were burning down mosques. I understand what part of the world they were in, and that's how wild they were that they were burning down mosques.
Damn.
And you know what's inside a mosque at times. There might be some Korans in there. So they were burning mosques with the Korans and everything.
And he's saying that
That's how wild the people were getting.
And he's saying and seeing similar signs of that type of thing happening now. That you need to be prepared for that happening here now.
I mean, I'm not saying, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying what happened over there will happen exactly here, but
I think it's going to be worse.
The scenario between Iran and the U.S. is pretty much very similar.
It's going to be worse. It's going to be worse.
Yeah.
You don't got to be nice. It's going to be worse because y'all was, how do they say, y'all as a race, y'all was monolithic or homogeneous. Y'all was one race, even though, you know what I mean? So it wasn't like this separation of races. And I don't know about how the classes broke down, but it's going to be worse in America. If you look at the Purge movie, what will happen before it gets to that is going to be, we will deteriorate much worse, much faster as far as on these black and white lines and male and female lines before we get to the religious stuff. You know what I mean? It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad, man. And I'm not trying to, I think we're beyond the conspiracy spooky stuff. I think finally we get into a point where, like, I lost friends in the beginning of the pandemic when I first started growing food and I tried to warn people because it was still like when you were talking before and you said the term prepper, like when we were talking about mental hacks earlier, that term right there is like a mental hack because up until now it's been something you can make a joke about. Oh, he's a prepper. He's a doomsday prepper. Now that person's not funny anymore. Anybody who owns a bomb shelter or anything like that, that guy's a genius now. He has all the friends in the neighborhood.
Right.
Bro, I saw in that Texas freeze, I saw stuff as simple as firewood. Bro, there was no lighter fluid. There was no lighter fluid.
I was staying negative 21 degree in my car.
Wow.
Cause that was because we couldn't find a place first. I moved here last year. November, December, right in the winter time. I arrived here and I couldn't find a place first. And me and my wife, we were staying in the car by negative 21 degrees. But it might get even worse this year. We don't know. I mean, the La Nina stream is still, it came back, so it's gonna get real cold. I mean, in some areas they have already snowstorms. I think in the North Dakota area and Minnesota area, but it will by the 25th, November 20th and November 25th, we supposed to see some cold storms over here in Texas too.
People better get prepared.
Yeah,
hey, yo, we right here. See, perfect. We're in a panhandle of Texas, and a lot of people don't talk. Really, Texas really kind of cut the panhandle off, really, because the panhandle is on its own. It's on its own grid right there, honey. The West, they don't count the West. The northwest of Texas, it don't really count. And like that's when you come to Amarillo, they tell you it's going to snow. They tell you it's going to snow.
Yeah.
Like they tell you that. The people around here tell you that. Like I don't rely on I'm new here. So rather than like talk to like these, like watch the TVs and stuff, I get out boots on the ground. I start talking to the people. And the people have been telling me it's going to snow here. Get thick wool socks, cotton socks. Don't get the little ones that separate your toes. Get the real sock.
Don't get them from Walmart.
Yeah, you need your toes to actually.
Yeah, go get. I got me some from Academy, and those are pretty warm.
Mm-hmm. Good socks. You'd be
Yeah.
surprised how far good socks go. And then they say, and also, I keep a shovel in my car. Keep a shovel because a shovel can get your car out of being stuck. A shovel can give one tire some traction to get you out. You can shovel enough snow, believe it or not, to make you an igloo. They like these people have been talking. These people around here be talking about that kind of shit, and I'm like, I ain't never been in over 6 inches of snow before.
I mean, I have seen snow in my country, but that's a long time ago. But as long as I live here, I have never seen snow. That was my first time when I moved from LA to here. I'm like, what the fuck? I have only shorts and t-shirts. I'm like, oh shit, I need to get me some hoodies and warm pants and jackets and stuff like that.
This is why, brothers, remember, if you recall, Pastor Sunclaw, why I did, like, I have a reason behind my method, behind my badness, like with the Kyle. I was, when we brought out the $5 trillion spending that Biden proposed, and so far he has only got this infrastructure bill passed, and the infrastructure bill was a lot smaller than initially he wanted. And what I said when we first broke down what was in the infrastructure bill is that I gave an example of the Mississippi water being as bad as the Flint water and them needing $1 billion to fix the Mississippi water. And then we talked about the Texas grid the other day. Sunclaw brought up Enron. You got ERCOT in Texas. And basically the $1 trillion that they got is not enough money to fix the grid, but they just got it. So by the time this wintertime come, the problems and issues that existed with the grids in California and Texas will still be the same problems. So the grids haven't been touched. We haven't hired more people. The problems here in California after the storm was not so much that it was anything abnormal, is that you don't have as many of the employees at PG&E anymore. I noticed it. With the COVID layoffs and with the people not going to work, quitting because of depression and death, you had less employees everywhere. It's not just the power companies. You got less employees across the board. That's what's going on with the supply chain. The supply chain is being affected at every level by less employees at every level. So the same thing has been happening with the water and the power. So when I say people need to prepare, it's not to scare people, just to remind people that the same issues with the power grids that existed last year have not been corrected yet because we just got the money and it's not enough money. That's why I talked about the $5 trillion spending that Biden proposed. I wasn't trying to get view. Again, it was father power. You need to understand the infrastructure bill. And then we talked about, brother, you said you got 43 acres. The other day we talked about on the farmers, we talked about, me and Sunclaw, we talked about how much land is an acre, because Sunclaw was teaching me about what a square mile is. And then when we talked about the black farmer settlement, we learned about how little $1 billion is and how little $1 trillion is. And when you get excited about these spending packages, like, people forget that they passed a couple trillion in the beginning of this. That's how you got your EDD. But when they were talking about this infrastructure shit, they start hemming and hawing on the bill. And they hemming and hawing so long that now it's winter. It's so funny that y'all talking about this, because everybody kept saying, don't say winter is coming no more. They wanted to distract you. All this shit on the news. So now winter is here, and they never fixed the issues with ERCOT. So in the brownouts in California, so the only way to mitigate the power grids is to brown out. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna do rolling brownouts. They've already. Do you know, Sunclaw? That's why I bought my inverter, because PG&E is telling Californians to buy shit. This shit is not even a joke or like up for conjecture. When this 300 is talking about prepare, PG&E is saying it. PG&E is telling you to get a blanket, get an inverter, because we're going to have to cut off your power. I'm sure y'all hearing that in Texas. I'm sure they got that on the radio. I'm sure they're telling people to go buy these things.
I mean, China is warning their own people. The government of China is telling the people, you need to get prepared, because It's something big is coming. So, and the sad thing is, this country don't give a damn about nobody. They don't say anything to anybody. But
I said they gonna block us in. My wife the other day, she was asking me about the barriers on the freeway. I said, I think when the power go off and the internet go off, they're gonna put the barriers up and people won't be able to leave the interior of the city.
right.
Yeah.
I said,
And I
why
have a
is there
question for
freeway
you.
construction everywhere? Why is there freeway construction everywhere? Why is there freeway construction across the whole country? They gonna be able to barrier. Y'all don't even. We're not even.
Let me ask you a question. How long do you think? How long do you have till the entire economy collapses?
I really want to give it. I really. This is me. This is hopeful wishing. I'm looking at 6 months. Hopefully.
6 months.
Hopefully.
This is the thing. This is the thing. When Biden came in, Biden was not elected. Biden was given a job. I said when I first started my podcast that Biden was not elected. Biden was given a job. So when the answer to that question is Biden is handling the fire sale. Y'all don't see that by everything he doing?
Yeah, he's
That's what's
unfortunately.
happening. Yeah.
Yeah.
I say, I give it to you. I give it to maximum. Um, the beginning or mid 2023, and there will be nobody, and I mean nobody, will be working anymore. You're not going to have a job anymore, because right now, from 2020 to 2022, we have over 100,450,000 people without a job. So that's just 1/3 of the country. So I give it maximum 1.5 to 2 years, and this bitch is gonna shut down completely. None of us gonna have a job. A job has no value anymore because there is no point of working when you have no supplies. Uh, you don't go work for some silver coins or some paper that has no value. You wanna go and buy something for what you have worked. And when there is no supplies, what you working for?
Nothing. And you can buy that was real.
So
And
I'm
the
and
one thing that is
just
one
one
thing that is
second. I
okay,
wanna
you got it, bro.
just say one more thing. And I would recommend everybody, as far as you can buy stuff that you might need in 6 months or so, whatever you need in your household or whatever you do, if you are a mechanic or I don't know, I just say you are a mechanic, okay? Go get you all the tools that you do need because the tools are gonna be your best friend. When the shit hit the fan, the tools are gonna help you to build things that you need,
Mm-hmm.
because that's what I'm doing. I have spent most of my stimulus checks that I have received only buying tools because you do need them. When you are on land, how are you gonna cut a tree? You can't do it with your bare hands. You need a handsaw. You need a hammer. You know, you need a lot of different kind of tools for
You
doing
know,
that
I
stuff.
was just talking about the shovel and how important a shovel is. And one thing they're not selling at Walmart. They're not selling at Walmart. You can buy Walmart. They trick you into buying heated blankets, but you need electricity for heated blankets. But check this: Walgreens and Eckerd's are selling weighted blankets. They're not heat. They don't hook up to no electrical source. That is weighted enough to hold heat. So I'm thinking, why are they selling weighted blankets and Walmart has no weighted blankets?
So now let me ask you about this blanket. What is that blanket gonna do when you have no electricity?
That's why I'm saying Walmart's selling the electrical blanket that has no
Right.
point. And Walgreens is selling the weighted blanket. It doesn't run on electricity. It insulates you on its weight. Its weight is enough to insulate the
Right.
heat.
Let me give you a good advice. Okay. Don't don't go and spend $60 on a damn blanket. You know, if you have two blankets, right? Go buy those plastic folios and put them between your two blankets, and you're gonna be all right.
Thanks, bro. That'll add that weight to it. Thanks, man.
Because
That's a good
that
idea.
plastic, air don't go through plastic. So, and that's, you're gonna sweat your ass off. Believe me. When I was sleeping in my car with my wife, we didn't have blankets, but we had those. I had those plastic folios, like in the size of a king size blanket, and we were covering ourselves with that, and it was keeping us warm. You know.
And 300
And
Warrior, aren't those emergency blankets that the EMTs carry around? It's like foil on both sides.
right, yeah. So, you know, I mean, these electrical blankets, you know, I mean, one and one makes two. You really need to think of that, you know. Yeah, when there is no electricity, what is that blanket gonna do without electricity? You know, just you have to think like old school, you know. Everything that does not require any electricity or any other device, you know. So that's what I would do.
Thank you, bro. This is awesome. This conversation. Yeah, man. Yeah,
You're
I've
welcome.
heard PG&E has a warning out now, preparing people for the brownouts that Sunclaw talked about, because they haven't had the time and the money to update the power grids.
Hmm.
And when the power surge comes, the only way to mitigate the power surge in order not to destroy the power grid is to cut off power to certain individuals.
Right.
And what happens is when they cut power off, because the power system is so antiquated, the things blow up, and then it takes a minute to get the power. That's what they don't tell us. It's not as easy to get the power back up with these antiquated systems. It's not like your cell phone.
Mm.
The generator's got to fire back up, and you can't just do that when it's freezing.
Mhm.
That's what happened in Texas. So it's true. The only way they have to mitigate the problems with the antiquated power grid is to brown out, cut off power to certain areas. They say they don't prioritize certain communities, but that's the only way to keep the power grid from literally exploding. This is what
And,
they have it
Mm.
literally exploding.
and
Just in
Pupper, they're doing
case.
something even more than that. They're tricking people into these NFTs and putting all their money in this cryptocurrency on the internet. And then when all this shit go down, we're not even gonna have access to that fucking money, man.
Yeah, say goodbye to those numbers.
I want to point out something real quick. Thomas Edison founded his company in 1882. By 1925, only half of American homes were electrified. Half
Mhm.
by 1925. So from 1882 to 1925, only half of American homes were electrified. And remember, there were less people in the country back then. So it took them that long just to roll out electricity.
Yeah, you remember the Carrington event
Now, I do.
in 1864 when there was a solar flare hit Canada. They did not have electricity for 6 months to a year. And you have to realize back then there was no satellites, there was no GPS, there was no internet, there were no cell phones, none of that. Now, if we would get a strong solar flare like that in these days, man, we are going back to the stone time. because everything, you're not going to have no gas station because gas station runs by electricity. You can't even pump your gas. You're not going to have food. All the food is going to get bad. No refrigerators, no computers, no cell phones. What? You're going to be in a big mess then.
That's why canning is so important. I'm gonna actually do
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a water-based canning live stream where you can cut, you get your mason jars. Get your mason jars, you boil them sterile, you get lemon juice, not alcohol, lemon juice. You get some lemons, you clean your jars and your rims. You put you put your fruit and vegetables inside the mason jars. You seal them tight. You put them under. You put them in a You put them on a fire on the stove, and you submerge them for 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you pull them, and what it does is it creates a seal, like a pop. Like when you go to the store and you buy canned food, this is the cheaper version of it, like but the actual real version of it.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore you have canned, no need for refrigerated food. And I'm gonna start, and I'm gonna do a live stream on that one too, because I'm gonna start I'm learning the skill of water based canning and
Mm-hmm.
pressure canning. That's a major thing we need to learn as well.
Yeah, if you do have electricity shut down, there's a way how you still can have. Well, you cannot cook, but you can have lights in your house. Just grab a cup, put water in there, and then you do need a strong magnet. Then you put sea salt in there, and you drop your bulb in that cup, and your bulb is gonna start glowing.
You think that's the reason why that's the reason why they selling that pink
Wow.
salt or that sea salt for so much money in these stores now?
Yeah. And when you do go to the grocery store, make sure you buy flour and yeast so you can make yourself bread. That's really important.
This is old stuff. People scared to learn this stuff, man. It don't have a www.com to it. They scared to learn this stuff.
You need to go on you go on YouTube and download it and save it for later.
But what about when there's no YouTube anymore because there's no electricity?
Right. You better start learning it now.
Why you think I'd be in the house playing with? Because I know about, because salt has a positive ion to it, and that positive ion put in that water, which is a neutralizer, gives you ability to charge those positive ions to yeah. So I get what you're saying about, but see, this is things that we don't talk about in the man. We don't talk about. That's too scientific, bro. Like, God, that look perfect. We on some shit now, bro. We really on some shit right now, bro.
I love it, man. It's the blessing, man. This is what'll happen, man. If you focus and you ask for it, you shall receive, man. And this gonna stay up, man. Anybody that listen and follow, you know what I'm saying, they'll get the blessing, man. And the goal is that fathers get this, that the men who are concerned about being godly men and leading their families and communities get the message, because that's what God put me out here for, to empower fathers to be these guys, because that's what's going to take to get us to the next side. It's going to take these men who are concerned about families, because those family men are be concerned about community. And then we'll get back to the real reason church was even started. This is church right here, when you have these like-minded men together talking about how do we protect and preserve what we have gathered so far. That's what it was all about. What's up, chump? Last time I seen you, you ran off. You ran. Oh no. What's up?
Oh man, how y'all feeling,
man? What Texas at, man? You didn't even say goodbye to your big brother, man. I always
Hey
feel
man,
like
it was hectic, baby. It was hectic.
Peace to the guys, bro. How you doing?
Peace to the guys. How the brothers feeling, man? Son had texted me, let me know what was going on. I had to handle a little bit of business before I could come up.
Yeah, we were talking about some things that are right up your alley, G.
Oh, y'all ready to go to South America with me?
Actually, we were talking about getting prepared, having some shit ready.
Oh yeah, man. I hope everybody got it. What was the gist of it? What's going on, man? We got our rice and beans stacked up.
I thought about you because my brother was saying what he did with his stimulus check is he bought tools. And
Yeah.
so I was like, damn, that made me think about you. And that just was like very illuminating on a different perspective, on a different spectrum. I don't think people be talking about that. The way he felt like to invest this money, he said, if you was a mechanic, you better get these tools. And he said, how you going? He said, get a saw to cut firewood and the same shit you was talking about, like a T-square and shit like that. But I'll be honest, little brother, when you was saying it went in one ear and not the other, because I didn't have a frame of mind I was raised by my mama, I sell dope, so the T-square shit, I remember exactly the things that you said, because I love you, but I didn't buy the shit. So like when he was saying that, it hit me in a different way. Like, this is a wise man, not born in America, and he said, what I did with my money is I bought tools. Cause it kind of like checked me, like little things, like certain things like a pull my collar. So that kind of checked me, like, why would a man like this do that? You know what I mean? So that's what made me think about you.
And which one of the brothers bought tools?
G, it's my boy 300. I met him when I got out here to Amarillo, and then we started kicking it up. He from Iran, and he survived the Revolutionary War in Iran.
He came over here when the Ayatollah took over.
Yeah, very good. You know what's up.
Oh yeah, no, my pops.
Nice to meet you, G.
Nice to meet you too, brother. A lot of people don't know the difference. You know, a lot of people say Muslim and they don't know. You know, there's Shia, Muslim, Sunni, different. You know, they don't know the different. You know, sects of Islam.
Right.
Are you Shia or?
No, I am not Muslim. I am Zoroastrian.
Okay, you're okay.
I practice the oldest faith on this planet.
Yeah, man. My name is Kaveh, man. So my name is direct lineage from Iran.
Oh, you have a Persian name.
My name is Persian.
What's up, my brother?
What's up, my brother? I be trying to tell the brothers they don't have no reference for my name. I always tell them like, yeah, my name actually means something. He was a great blacksmith, but they don't.
Right. Yeah. You know, when we were talking about tools, I want to actually show you something. This is a really, really good tool that you should have when you are in the woods or whatever. You know, this is like a drill, right? So, and then on the top, you got the same diameter like here, and then you can put this on the piece of the wood, and then hammer it down, right? And it's gonna split it, and you're gonna have the same diameter like here, and you can connect two pieces together if you want to build a house or whatever, you know. So if I was you, I would get me one of these. These are really, really good. You can find them on eBay. I don't know the name of it, but I can look them up and
I have a whole drill. Hold on, I have a whole drill bit set. So, like, I have like hand drills and stuff like that already.
Right.
I had got those at like a thrift store for nothing. I got them for like $40, a whole set of hand drills.
Oh, okay.
But you can't find drills, hand saws, and none of that at pawn shops no more. And if you do, they're pretty much selling them at regular price.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
The other day, I couldn't even find the axe. I went to Home Depot and Lowe's. They were completely out, so I had to wait and see where I can get them from now.
Yeah, see what you got to do. You got to go to these smaller stores, like not
Or to an
necessarily a
antique store.
hardware store. You got to go to like a camping store, or
Right.
like a Cabela's, or Shields, or I don't know what they got down south. Especially, I know, were you looking for a full size axe or a hatchet?
Oh, I was looking for a full-size axe.
Try Harbor Freight.
Harbor
They
Freight.
were
I like
out
Harbor
too.
Freight.
This is like a, you need to understand, this is like a fucking village over here. This is not even a city. I mean, they call it city, but it ain't city. I'm from LA.
But you know, you could get
Moving
on
from a
Amazon.
6 million population town to a 100,000 population town. That's a huge downgrade.
Yeah, it's a big difference. Just try to get on harborfreight.com or get on Amazon. Like I
Yeah.
know. Hold on, let me look at my tools. Hold on, let me turn.
It is a good conversation, man. I really like this shit.
Yeah, I keep my stuff out on the balcony. Hold on.
Yeah, that's why I had to send G that link. I know he would be interested in the conversation.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, that's the name of it. I just copied it. You know.
See,
Now, I was going to mention something else.
I got all my stuff out here. I got my pig axe, my shovels, my hard rakes, my post puncher. Hold on. My axe is in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
I got my battery operated saws out here. This is my generator pack, straight saw, my irrigation hoses. This is my hand hoe. So let me see. All right, so
Yeah,
can
this
you guys
video
see?
screws up for a second.
Can you guys see?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see now.
So I got all my pickaxe and stuff. But I wasn't doing nothing. I got some of my power saws, my hoes, my
Nice.
post punchers. Yeah, I got my irrigation hoses over here for my garden. Here go another one of my small hand saws. And then I got a whole nother storage too. I got a whole nother storage full of tools too. So
Now, 300 Warrior was talking about those that tool that allows him to make basically wooden poles with that tool.
Yeah.
There's also another tool called the bottle cutter, where you can cut bottles and make long bands of plastic, and you can use that for lashing things together. You can use that for making seats of chairs, chair backs. You can weave it together. You can heat shrink it, and it's very strong. So it's something that you can use for lashing things together.
Yeah, I think that tool that I showed you, that's awesome. If you want to build you a shelter or whatever, you can connect two pieces together without using nails or screws or whatever. You know, it's like a puzzle. You know, you connect stuff together. You know, and I don't have a shovel like that, but I use like a tactical shovel, which are foldable. You know, they like little small. They're not like big, the ones that you buy in Home Depot or whatever. You know, you can use them as a shovel. You can even use them as a spare. You know, they do have like a blade that you can screw in there. You know. Those are really, really good, you know, and you can fold them. They fit you in your bag, in your car, wherever, you know.
this just in one of my closets. I keep, if I gotta get going on the fast, I got my machete. You know what I'm saying? I got my level. I got my good hatchet and hammer combination. I got a good drill. You know, just in case I gotta move. I got all the books that I need for like edible plants. I got a full bore screwdriver set. Like I told you, hey, Bird, man, I don't just be talking, baby. I'm ready.
We ready. We ready.
But I can help you get an Axe 300, man. Just get my email. I can get you an Axe down there, bro.
All right.
Yeah. Then you know, I can get you an axe down there. I got a couple. I got 2 axes and a hatchet. So I can't give you my hatchet, but I could probably get you another axe.
See, this is the one I have. See,
Oh yeah, you got a tactical shovel. Yeah.
You can even use it as a saw.
And I think you can use that other edge as an axe or
Yeah.
a hatchet if you had to.
And then it does come with 2 different pieces.
Yeah. See, I got a couple big shovels and I got a tactical fold out shovel.
It does come with like a screw. You can like a Phillips or screwdriver. Looks like, see right there. So and then you can screw this in here, and this one comes even with the blade. See, it comes with this blade, and then you can put them actually inside in here and use them even as a spare. So that's the one that I got, and it's pretty cool, and it's not that big. You know, you can fold them and put them back on, or tie them up like this. You know, I'm gonna untie them right now, and then you can fold them like this down. And
what site? Where did you get that one from?
Oh, I ordered this online, but I can send you the link if that's
Yeah, what you like? It's like a bushcraft shovel, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I got my bushcraft stuff. Like I got this little pop-up canvas tent that I had got. I need to get a big canvas tent in a wood stove. I got one, but it's cracked. The one I had got a crack in it, so I had to get rid of it.
What size you got?
I had like a 12 by 16.
Oh, that's small.
Yeah, so but that would be enough. That would be enough to
19 by 29.
Okay, yeah, see, that would be enough to heat like a small single canvas.
Right.
You know, so that's what I was thinking. Like, okay, if it was just a small single canvas, I would be able to go out and get enough wood. I could always get a bigger one. I'm thinking about what I can move. So like right now, I don't have a cabin or nothing, so I don't have nowhere to keep the big stuff.
Right.
So now, I'm going to make a quick point about that shovel. People asking, what do you use a shovel for? Digging holes? Yes, for digging holes. If you want to be sanitary, and you do not want diseases to spread in your camp, you have to dig a hole. And how do you dig a hole? You use a shovel.
Well, that's why you see I got the whole combo. So I got the shovel, the pickaxe, and the post puncher.
That way, when you have to make a boo-boo, you go and you dig a sufficiently deep hole so that you have a spot to go boo-boo.
Or when you building defense trenches. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You building trenches around your encampment so nobody could just walk in there. Are you building a gate or anything? You know, you could use a shovel and a pickaxe for damn near anything. You know, so.
And also, let's say you wanted to build a Dakota fire pit. It's a type of fire pit that doesn't smoke as much as a regular fire pit.
I don't know how to do that. I was looking at that. A smokeless fire. That's like you got like a tunnel, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you got to build a tunnel, like a hole from one side to the other, and then you heat it up. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. Hey, it's nice to meet. What's your name? 300.
My name is Pete. Pete.
Okay, nice to meet you, Pete. Yeah, I'm Vay, man. We all be chopping it up. I know I'm the resident weirdo. Bird be telling me they think I'm crazy, man. I be trying to get everybody to get on this stuff.
He got
I put his link in the chat.
Yeah.
So the link to 300 channels down there in the chat.
He got 43 acres. He trying to recruit some people. So he trying to build a community, man. So it's like-minded men coming together on these same things we've talked about many times before. This all generated from the contrast I was showing the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and the judge was giving jury instructions. And I've said the judge has created a very narrow pathway to conviction for this young man. And I'm not saying that that's a wrong thing or a bad thing. I'm just pointing out how that doesn't happen for people like you and people like me, how they use creative prosecution like the Mann Act and the RICO Act and to get us convicted. And later on, I'm gonna talk about Travis Scott now. The 10th murder, the 10th dead person is this 9-year-old little boy. And
Damn.
Hey, and G,
yeah,
I'm gonna put the link down there to 300's Warriors channel in
Hey,
the
bro.
chat.
Hey,
Thank
brothers, I
you.
gotta get ready to get some sleep. I gotta go in there and try to get a little bit of bread so I can get prepared my damn self. But hey, perfect. Keep it
money, get
pushing.
that money.
Sun clock, keep it going. G, you already know what it is. 300. I'll see you later, bro. I'll see you
All
later, bro.
right.
All
If
right,
you go
Bell.
for a smoke, let me know later on.
All right,
Salute.
Bell.
Well, yeah, no, this stuff is important, man. When we talk about independence and trying to be able to be in control, man, you got to be willing to walk away from the mainstream constructs. And if you got to have the knowledge that you need to survive and actually flourish. You know, a lot of people can't flourish because they lack knowledge. And not only do they lack knowledge, it's like you could have got the resources that you needed, but you were chasing illusions. What did my man say? What old girl say on the song Perfect? Don't go chasing waterfalls. You know what I'm saying? She told him,
Yeah.
like, stop chasing that pussy getting wet. You better get your mind right and get you a real nigga. You know what I'm saying? She told him, don't go chasing waterfalls. People don't even understand the point of that song. What she telling them girls? You know what I mean? That's how base of a level most people think on. When you think about an independent man, you think about a man that don't need nobody to shelter him, feed him, defend him, nothing. He's fully capable. This is why I try to encourage brothers to even read the sutras and not just the Kama Sutra, but read like the Veda Sutra and the Artha Sutra. And it talks about your place in society. You know, a lot of people haven't read this stuff, you know, because we come from a very young civilization. And you know, it was crazy. It was interesting about me in 300. That's what got me into other civilizations was reading where my name came from.
Mm,
You know, just I was born with the name of a king, and I never knew it because I'm from the projects in fucking Omaha. You get what I mean?
right.
But
Where
when
you
I
from?
found out, huh?
Where you from? What state?
I'm from Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh, Nebraska. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I used to always be telling people like, yeah, my name Kaveh, man. They be like, man, where that's from? Where that's from? And I would tell them like it's Persian, man. You know, they be like, no, 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 man. Woo. And I'm like, well, what do you actually know about these places on Earth? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And nobody ever actually knew anything about certain places. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And me and son, we always talk about how our grandfathers came over here with nothing, man. They worked hard in fields and freaking plowing, you know, slaughtering cattle and
Mm,
plowing fields and and harvesting vegetables, man. You know how hard that stuff is, perfect. You ever seen a watermelon field, man? You ever had to walk through that watermelon field and throw them watermelons?
Yeah, man. My people did the same thing, man. You know,
mm,
my mama always talk about her big mama making her pick cotton till her fingers bled. And that's why we didn't spend as much time in Mississippi as I would have wanted to. I got to go there a couple summers and I always would complain about not spending more time with my cousins in Mississippi. But my mother, she was San Francisco black and she hated going back to Mississippi because of what she was taught and the character it gave her, which made her more successful in the big city. But she didn't want us growing up like that. She didn't want us raised by a big mama. She didn't want us to be in the cotton fields. Yeah,
mm.
Well, look how much them fields would have helped us, man. Them
So,
fields would have taught people work.
so
man.
how you feel about this paying the Afghans $450,000?
The Afghans or the Mexicans, the Afghans gonna get it too?
Yeah, I mean, I heard that they received $450,000 to immigrate over here.
Oh, what did happen with the Mexicans?
They was gonna get the 450,000.
Oh, the Mexicans received that.
Yeah,
For what?
it was part of the Biden plan for being I don't know, for being an immigrant or being captive while you was an immigrant. Yeah, some shit. But the black immigrants not gonna get it. The people from Haiti and shit like that, they're not gonna get it.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
why would you expect them to get it? It's America, man. We in America, man. We know what's going on.
What I would say to that 300 is what I say to a lot of stuff that's happening now that you guys have noticed is that people with a country or people that have a nationality and everything that the black people, the black man used to say all 20, 30 years ago, that people say, oh, it's a conspiracy, all that shit is coming true. So if you got a flag, if you have a home country, like that's why the Asians got the Asian crime bill, because they're connected to a homeland, to China, and those people are negotiating. And Biden, like I said, is the guy that came to manage the fire sale, and he making deals with everybody to sell off the rest of the country. Bill Gates told you, that's what I've been saying on my podcast since January. Bill Gates told you that America will no longer be a superpower by 2030. I said, if you're going to wait till December 31st of 2029, then you sadly mistaken. The rich white people are moving their money now. They're moving their money in their businesses now. Bill Gates is emblematic of that with his businesses with the WHO. It's him divesting out of America, and everybody is following suit. They already admitted we're no longer going to be a global world power, but Americans don't know what that means. What does that mean? That means your money not safe in the bank no more. That means you might have to bribe the police officer not to get your wife raped. It's like living in a third world country. We already there now, but we think we have certain protections. But the last thing protecting you is the FDIC. And when the FDIC is gone and close up their doors, I talked about whiteness the other day and how this is happening. I said this is happening because whiteness is eroded and the white male has been eroded. When whiteness and the white male became eroded, then this whole thing of America collapses because the only thing that kept people in check was the white male. And without that image, then nobody in America, nobody is staying in the lanes on the freeway. Nobody is doing nothing. Nobody is doing nothing. It's free for all in America right now. And people don't want to connect those things and those truths about what America was built on. America, it's like all week people been saying, nah, perfect. Everything is working as designed. And I had to be honest. The men are right. Everything is working as designed. It was designed by white men for a white man for a certain purpose. And when it stops being that, it stops being America.
And it's not just in the United States. It's
good
everywhere.
point.
It's in every country. I have I have lived in several countries, and I have not seen the difference. The white people always get a better job. They always get paid more than any other race. And it doesn't matter if you as a black person or a color person got the same degree, you still get underpaid. You still don't make what the white man makes. That's just a fact. And in every country I have lived, I have experienced that myself, and I understand that, what you're saying.
So a new system is coming is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If that is no longer the case, then something else will be the system of organization, because that is gone. And that's what the men, that's what you and Son Claw are saying. That's what I've been trying to say. You've seen it not only here in America, but other countries. That what we knew, what we grew up with our grandparents and that thing is gone. And what I was saying earlier about Apex and how they're turning women into the Apex and how they're hacking the women's brain to think that killing is something to be rewarded and fighting is something to be rewarded, is they're preparing for this next thing. We've been caught up in the battle of the sexes. We've been caught up on the wrong thing. They preparing for this next thing.
Yeah, it's gonna get really, really ugly. Because, I don't know if you heard about this social credit in China.
Yeah.
Yeah. When that shit comes over here, you're gonna see a bunch of traders here. They're gonna snitch on everybody's gonna snitch on everybody just to become a better socialized person or whatever, because you're gonna get rewards from the government because you're doing all that stuff. Oh yeah, this person just dropped a cigarette on the ground, or he didn't pick up the trash or stuff like that. That's how it's gonna be.
Karen.
Yeah.
We already been set up for it now with cancel culture, Dave Chappelle. Karen already existed. Now, what if Karen gets a motherfucking gold star? You get a gold star, extra credit. I want extra credit. Like my son watches Captain Underpants, and the enemy is the little boy in class who be fucking up everything just to get a gold star, brown noser, just to get extra credit. And we showed that here at 300, where it was an Asian lady in a poor neighborhood, and she walked around all day with her little notepad. And before the system came, she was just a poor little old lady in a poor little neighborhood. But now that this new system, she has power and influence. That's communism. That's socialism. Yeah, she's going to be empowered to walk around with her notepad. And yes, she's going to like the system, because before this thing came, all she was just an old lady. And now she has power. Yeah.
That's the issue with that, Perfect. As I always said, that type of stuff only keeps up as long as the construct is kept up. When it comes down to some real fighting, these women is going to be in for a rude awakening. Just like every other group of women in the world is going to ever be in. We don't even have to concern ourselves with the women, because the women only do what the men allow them to do. So we don't. If America's not going to be a superpower, that's okay. Most countries in the world is not a superpower, and people survive okay. We just have to admit, like my family from South America, man. This shit ain't nothing over here is poor, man. There's nothing over here that's poor. The highway system alone is worth billions and trillions of dollars. So the way we're thinking about it is, okay, if we're not going to be the top superpower, that doesn't mean anything. This country is still always, for the next 200 to 500 years, it's always going to be on the forefront. The infrastructure is too big. The military is too big. We don't have to run everything no more. If China or Russia or Singapore or any of these places could be the focal point, or London again, it doesn't make a difference. We live in a place with access to education. And if you don't know, most of the world doesn't have access to education, bro. That's what separates the top countries from the bottom countries, is the freedom of information. Inside this place, the freedom of information is so great. Like, we can right now get on the internet and figure out how to build a satellite, a freaking rifle, a bomb, how to grow crops, anything. You get what I mean? So long as we have access to that, we don't have to worry about a lot of the big stuff that's going on, because we're rubes. We're not part of the big part of the government. We're not controlling any policies until we fraternalize each other. You get what I'm saying? Right now, we don't have the wherewithal to fraternize. So we're not going to have any power anyway, because the groups of men that control power are in fraternities with each other. You get what I'm saying? Like, the groups of men who run the world are all inside fraternal orders of each other. And they keep the power inside order. Huh?
The conversation we started is on organization versus organization, the Z versus the S. And that's when 300 came in. On that tip. And because 300 was saying that he said when this happened to him as a child, what got him through, how they survived, they walked for weeks. He said, you're going to need a community. He said, you guys, Americans think you have an AR-15 is enough. It's not enough. He said, what you going to do when 150 people are surrounding your homestead? The only thing you could do is you need to form community.
Because the problem is, you know, most people in this country, they think only me, me, me. They don't believe in us. You always want your own shit. You want your own car. You want your own home. You want your own place. Excuse me.
That's that good cookie over there, man. That's that cookie.
They belong on that cookie. They smoking that Texas boogie, man.
So you're not gonna survive by yourself. I don't care what you have. You're not gonna.
It's impossible. A man on an island is a dead man. You know what's interesting about you saying that? How long have I been saying that, Purpose? Like, why don't you just go do it yourself? I'm like, because nigga, it don't matter by yourself. It doesn't matter by yourself, man.
He's echoing a lot of the things you said. Thank you, Son Claude, for inviting my little bro on the panel, because he's echoing a lot of things you said. But and you have been like predicting fortuitous in your predictions. This is a person like him and Son Claude are speaking from experience, like you said, Ayatollah. Like he's speaking from, like what I said before you came, is these men have seen the writing on the wall. Yeah. They've seen. They say you guys should be prepared, because it looks like to me, go ahead 300. He said when 20 hit, he said, I start seeing things that I saw before, and I've seen these things have what precipitates and what's going to happen next. Yeah. That's valuable for us who has gone through this type of thing. Give us his opinion. Go ahead 300.
See, the problem is that America was never invaded, at least not in the generations that we live in. Most people have no idea how the scenario is going to look like. Now, when the virus started, I said, "Oh shit, the past is coming back," because what I've seen in my country and what I went through in my country it just gave me a flashback. And I said, oh, it's time to rock. I need to start prepping for this and that. And we're talking about beginning of 2020. Nobody was talking. YouTube was not full of these kind of conversations like it is right now.
It was, but what it was people wasn't listening. There was those of us who was talking about this stuff, and they just called us crazy. Like they just, they crazy, man. They nuts. They conspiracy theorists. And while we were preparing and buying shit, like when I was stockpiling on rice and loading up on all the essential things, everybody was calling us crazy. Then that shit happened. You know what I'm saying? And the issue with most people is that they're listening to the TV. And I always tell people, man, the TV is owned by somebody. Somebody owns this information, bro. Somebody's spreading information for their own benefit. And a lot of Americans actually trust the government. So, as where you in other places, they know damn well not to trust the government. like, why are you trusting the government? The governments and a lot of Americans have been fooled because of the social programming into believing that the government's job is to take care of people.
Right.
And that's not the government's job. The government's job is to ensure the business of the nation. If you don't understand that about a government, that it has nothing to do with protecting the people, then you already lost, so...
But gee, we went to Iraq because of freedom, and we went to Afghanistan because of freedom. And the reason that Cuba has an embargo to this day is because we want them to be free.
How do you want Cuba to be free when they elected Castro? He wasn't a dictator. They just called him he was a duly elected official.
Look, but he ousted those mobsters and that corrupt president out of power. And they owned everything down there.
No, Castro won the vote, and then the Batistas didn't want to leave, so he kicked their ass out. But he actually came to America to try to get help first and couldn't get it. Like, that's what people don't see. People don't actually know what's going on, man. A lot of people have never educated themselves on certain things, you know. And I won't say nothing about anybody's intelligence, but if you don't
So you mean
actually,
it's not about freedom then?
man, you already free, man. It's about fraternity. You was born free. It's about the choice you make. You know
What
what I
did
mean? You
Kanye
can make
say?
a
What did
choice. Yeah.
Kanye
You
stole?
was born
Kanye stole
free.
our content. Kanye stole our content. It ain't about good or evil. It ain't about right or wrong. It's about control. This is a system of
Yeah.
control. It's about who is in control. And you guys make an excellent point when you say we don't have to be the number one that other countries, because countries that you mentioned, like Germany, has allowed America to take the hit as they've been bubbling underneath. And some people might say it might be our time to beat Germany for a little while. So you make a good point about that. But yeah,
What's
Kanye
wrong
has
with
taken
Germany?
our
The question is, what do you perceive is wrong with Germany? You know, see,
nothing.
people
You make a
I
people
mean,
have
excellent
these
point.
they achieved their
perceptions.
goal. They run in Europe right now.
Yeah,
They run everything over there.
Excellent point. He's making an excellent point I haven't brought up. When I've brought up America no longer being a superpower, it's the first time I've even thought about that perspective that we don't have to be a superpower. Look at these other countries that's been. What about the place in Korea I told y'all about where all of the most fancy restaurants is and how people vacation here? I didn't even know Korea was like that till I seen Gordon Ramsay show us the restaurant and be like, well, shit, all these motherfuckers got restaurants here. This where the
yeah.
rich people come.
Think
I'm like,
about
for
this.
real?
We talking to a brother that's Iranian, right? If you would listen to the government, Iran is a fucking shithole country. But if you actually understand that Iran is one of the most advanced countries in the Middle East, but if you would listen to America propaganda, it's a fucked up place with nothing beautiful there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know, a lot of people got displaced from their homeland inside of conflicts they didn't have nothing to do with, and they were just born on the wrong side of. You know what I mean? That's what people don't like. You know, I'm pretty sure if 300 could go home, he would go home. You know what I'm saying? Like,
If
it's
I could, yeah, I would.
yeah. You see what I mean? So, like, we meet a lot of brothers who are Somali and African and Sudanese and stuff, and you ask them like, if their country was so great, why is they here? Because they were born on the wrong side of a conflict. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes you just get caught up in this shit, just like how we know that all black people in the world wasn't slaves. We just happened to be born to the group that was slaves. You see what I'm saying? So we cannot get caught up in this mess of. That's why I always tell people, no, man, you got to know what you're talking about. All black people wasn't slaves. We were slaves, motherfucker. You had black people over here buying other black people. So when we talk about slavery, we always try to put it in context of white people owning black people or this or that. Like, no, man, slavery is slavery, no matter who owned who. Like, I don't give a fuck if they was green and them people was yellow. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
When people understand that concept of no, slavery was not a colored thing, it was a colored thing for us. Slavery has happened so many times over the course of history that most of history is slavery if you're talking about it in that context. Most of history, you had a dominating population and an enslaved population.
You know,
And
most
slavery didn't always mean you were like, they didn't have this type of slavery, this chattel shit. But you have like, perfect example, like the Persian Empire had hordes of slaves, but they wasn't fucking beating, getting their body parts chopped off and shit. You get what I'm saying? They had occupations. Genghis Khan had plenty of slaves. You
yeah,
know,
we have black people in South Iran, but we don't call them. Sorry to say that we don't call them the N word. We call them Afro-Iranians. I mean, like my grandmother, she was black, but they don't insult themselves with that word. And from my education, I believe that word came from the white people. I don't think a black person would call himself that way.
no,
So,
it did, but over here we gotta listen. But you've been over here long enough to understand that we have a complex about this shit over here. You
Right.
know, everybody's ashamed of their heritage instead of loving it. That's why I always tell people, like, man, I'm not ashamed of what our people went through and who we had to be. Damn near every group on earth had to go through that, you know?
No,
People don't.
you should be proud. You should be proud because
Yeah,
you are a very strong race.
yeah. And,
You know, don't listen to that bullshit that other races are talking.
I don't know. That's the thing. I'm trying to convince the brothers to be like, they be like, our slavery, our history doesn't start with 1492. Yes, it does. That's when that's the group of people that we are. If at one point we were African, we stopped being African at that point. We became our own group of people, and people in that, it's only one group of people, that's humans. But we
I agree.
separate ourselves according to certain things. You know what I mean? And you know that perfectly just by you lived through a time where you were born in one place and you had to leave that place because you wasn't part of a specific group. You get what I mean? And not because you was lesser or because you was unintelligent or none of that. All because you wasn't part of a fraternal order of men or your family decided to express themselves differently. You had to flee your home, your birthplace
Right.
to survive. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nobody should be ashamed of that. Like, yeah, we had to, if we wouldn't have left, we would have been annihilated. Nobody should be ashamed of that.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to tell you this. When I moved in 1979 to Germany, right? Because
Yeah.
that's where I grew up. When I went to school, they were looking at me because I was one of the first foreigners living in Germany, in that town, you know, and they were looking at me. They said, "Oh, why are you dirty? Don't you clean yourself? Don't you have shampoo in your house?"
Yeah.
You know, that was the first racist comment. You know, then you know I got beaten up by seven boys. You know, with bamboo sticks. So the next day, I decided to grab them, all of them, one after one, to show them, you know, that's not the fair fight. How you fight, you know, you don't go with 7 people after one. You ain't a man if you do that kind of stuff, you know. But I was going to say, you know, most people don't even know what freedom means.
No.
If you haven't came from a country like I came from, and where there is no freedom at all, you know, and then you move into a country where you have so much of it, you know, you really gonna appreciate freedom, you know. Now, other countries, they haven't seen the difference, so they don't even know what freedom means,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, they don't. A lot of people don't. When we talk about freedom, man, I think a lot of people think it's a material thing, and it's not. It's not nothing you can hold in your hand. You know what I'm saying? So when I tell people, like, people will say that we slaves, I'm like, no, you're enslaved by your mind state. You actually already free. But if you don't understand that, like, I talk to the dudes in California, and they talk about how fucked up California is. And I always ask them, why don't you just leave California? And they all come up with this reason that doesn't make any sense. Well, why they would pay all that money to live in LA.
Mm.
You know
Well,
what I'm saying? So to them, they're trapped.
let me grab them and take him to Tehran for one day and see what it feels like.
Yeah. But a lot of this stuff we facing is mental nowadays, man. It's a mental thing going on where we can move anywhere. I used to be stuck in it when I realized, like, man, I could go anywhere in the world right now. Like, anywhere in the world, I could get on a plane or a boat and leave and go there. I talked to a dude about getting on a boat, man. He thought I was talking about some shit from 1900. Like, I was like, man, you don't know that there's boats that travel across the ocean? You could go anywhere. You don't have to get on the plane. And that's why dudes talk about passports. Like, you don't need a passport. You can just get on a boat.
Right.
And dude be like, what? I'm like, yeah, just go get on the boat, man. And that boat probably, you don't know where that boat is going, man. You know, you end
No,
up anywhere,
I
man.
was saying the same thing. Yeah, I would do the same thing. I can't go anywhere right now either. But
No, I know that because my
I would
grandfather,
go on the boat.
yeah, my grandfather from Honduras, that's how he got to America. He got on a boat. He
Right.
didn't have no motherfucking passport. He got on a boat. He worked on the boat till he got to America. Then he got off the boat and went and got a job. You know, and I tell people this, like, man, there's jobs and there's economy everywhere, man. Anywhere you go, if you have knowledge and you have skills, you're going to be able to make money. It don't matter where you go. If you have skills and the ability to learn, you're going to earn money.
Right.
You know, a lot of Americans, I can only speak from the American point of view. They think that we're the only place with an economy, and I just be looking at them like, "Are you fucking stupid? Do you understand that they're building buildings, they're building restaurants, they're building farms, they're building businesses everywhere on earth? What's going on in America is not unique. America wasn't the first civilization. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Civilization is so old. Like we talk about some parts of Persia, I always tell you, like, dude, do you understand that these people had cities before there was even a thought of the American doctrine? They were living in cities already.
Right.
Cities that were already so old they didn't know how long they had been there. Like
Yeah. I
nobody
mean,
really knows how long this has been here.
I had a conversation about somebody was on my channel. Somebody was asking me about my faith, and I was trying to explain to her, to educate her about my country, and then this motherfucker comes and says, "Mormon is the oldest one and all this shit." You know, I said, "Shut the fuck up and close the door from the outside, motherfucker. What are you talking about?"
Yeah, well, that's because most Americans don't know nothing about spirituality or nothing outside of America.
You don't know anything about how can you educate me about my own country when you don't know shit about it? You know, just giving misinformation out. You know, and that's another thing. Like on these YouTube channels, there is a lot of misinformation that is giving out. You know, people should really research whatever they hear. They should really research and make sure that is correct, whatever the person is saying.
Yeah, but people gotta have the wherewithal to do that. 300, man. Like we gonna talk more, man. Like I love my brothers, but I keep trying to make them understand. Like this shit is about fraternity, man.
Right.
Unless we get in a group together, nothing we do is gonna matter. The group protects you. That's why I keep trying to like. The group protects you, man. And these dudes are so gung ho. Oh, that's a gang, and you niggas don't, man. I be trying to tell them, like, look, you need a group of men to protect each other. You cannot build nothing with a group of women. It needs to be a group of men with no women having any say so in this shit. Because women don't live like we're always going to protect the women. So you need to get a group of men and establish a code amongst each other of how you're going to share, how you're going to do business, how you're going to live, how you're going to handle disputes. And until we do that, we living in chaos.
Yeah.
You know, we're not being civilized. We're not even civilized yet because we haven't even talked to each other. We haven't sit down and made agreements with each other that, hey, your family and your kids and y'all get this piece. We're going to get this piece. We haven't did none of that yet. You know, we haven't sit down and say, okay, we need to get this done and we need for you to exercise your skills in this way for the better of the group. But like you said, everybody here is so individualistic. They don't understand the purpose of the group at all.
No, they don't. That's the
So,
problem.
what's up, She?
Hey man, we here.
What's up, She?
I like the combo conversation, man. Hey, society standard. I always talk about it, man. Divided, we conquer, man. They conquer us in division. When we're together, you know, we're stronger in numbers. That's why the family bond in any community is not the same. Social media is a big distractor to, you know, have this complex that you got to be the best and better, you know. And like you guys were just talking about earlier about moving out of cities and everywhere. I don't mind moving to another city, another area. Not even just like with me staying in the city I am. I grew up in Decatur. Grew up on both sides, the east side and the west side of Atlanta. When I got older, got married to my wife, we moved out to a country part because it was better school system for our kids. So, I'm not loyal to just the landmass, and I can move around. My comfort is in my own joy and happiness where I'm at. And I don't see that, man. If I can stand to save money and make myself be better, I'm gone. Especially as long as I can make money in that environment and still move around, I'm good. Like I told my wife, I said, to a degree, you'll have to figure out what you got to do if we move somewhere. If you work telework and you can work from anywhere, cool. Like, driving is a skill that I know is always going to be around. Even with that automation stuff coming in, the legal legalities of them trying to automate 18-wheelers and stuff, man, that's far from being like way down the line. We have these talks about it. Man, automated them trucks, they can't even automate the cars right. Tesla's burning and hitting junk left and right. And all these other automated cars with the lane assist, they believing in that stuff, getting too close to cars, last minute, almost wrecking and crashing. But when it come down to it, nothing beats, good old skills, man. Knowing how to use your hands, knowing what tools are. Just like you guys were talking about earlier with it. I got a little bug out kit with what was it? Whistles, thermal blankets, band-aids, gloves, fire starter, all that stuff. And just like G was saying, when everybody was running about all the meats and stuff, man, I was steady over there buying rice, beans. I got 10-pound bag rice. I got 10-pound bags of beans. When it comes down to it, I'm gonna be good. Even with to a degree, buying flour, water, cornbread. Cornmeal. I can make my own cornbread with cornmeal. Some of the canned goods I have, but I mostly try to get frozen vegetables because I can always go with that. But if the power goes out, I'm good too. I got an inverter. I bought all this stuff expecting whatever comes down the pipeline, I'm gonna be ready. There's a lot of people, man, they not prepared for anything. They just
Yeah.
whatever happens, it happens. They don't have no kind of designated thing. Even my cousin, we talked about that. If anything happens, I got my truck, load up all my stuff and go to him. He has a water supply over there. We can throw a pump in the little stream in the backyard, purify the water, turn around and he got deers going through his backyard, pop some deers, have deer meat. Either way it go. We running out low on food, there it is. A lot of people, that's why I say I want land, man, to start farming and get my own vegetables, man.
Say, Perfect, you ready to come to South America with me yet, bro?
I've been ready. That's why you're here, right? I've been ready,
Bro, we
man.
gonna get us some land in Honduras or Ecuador or something where it's cheap. Get us about 200 acres. Build a city, baby.
This making me feel good, man. I lost friends in the beginning of the pandemic. Sabrina got a joke that she says to me. She says, "I just want to ride my bike." Because I was part of a group chat. I'm no longer a part of that group chat. And I was telling the brothers that we need to all start group farming. Like if we all got the farm, because when I started my farm, the little partners I had, I'm like, if everybody has a farm, we will never go hungry. Because there's about 5 or 6 of us in my farm. I can't eat all of my food, but imagine if all of us grew food, we would all be insulated. And everybody was like, "Oh, you too serious," and people just want to go ride their bike and chill and smoke. And I was like, man, I was really let down because I thought everybody was on the same page as me and be excited to get the shit going. And then the pandemic came and then shit came and hit everybody faster and harder than they thought. And I saw people doing the shit, we not collective, like we ain't together because now the friendship is splintered. Then I see niggas catching on to the shit later on, like, okay, now I gotta farm it. But when it was time to do the shit as a collective, when I suggested that we all have farms so that we never have to buy food again, nobody didn't want to do it. Like, we have an issue with each other. That's why I talked about self-love and the things we talk about, like the 9 laws of self-governance. But I love that God is providing opportunity. I'm not going to harp on that because we have the opportunity here now to do it collectively. Environmentally, it may not have been available to us, but it is available to us now to collectively come together with our finances, with our property, with our land, with our minds, so that we never go hungry, that we don't need other people to protect us. That has to be the goal. That has to be what these conversations and these panels are about as men, that we are collectively are growing food, that we are collectively are growing our finances in a way that we all don't have to worry about anybody. And God darn, why we wait till now to start thinking like this? It's like, fuck. We had this opportunity always, but again, not to harp on that bullshit, but I'm blessed to have the opportunity now to be part of it now. And actually, this all started because I was chopping up the panel that y'all was on last night, and that bullshit and disingenuous nature of these panels lately, and how God has provided the opportunity for this conversation to benefit this type of fruit, and how that panel was just going in the circle. So this all started from that. I was talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, but then Sunclaw came up and I was like, son, can you see that panel? Because Sunclaw sent me the panel. He said G is on the panel, so I came over, but you dropped off. And that this is symptomatic and emblematic of what the space could and should be. Anybody listening to this right here should be conflicted as a man to be prepared. If you father and you are not empowering your family and yourself in these ways, it ain't 1984. No, it ain't no joke no more. It ain't I just want to ride my bike no more. You should feel like shit. And your woman should be pulling your collar. A husband, do we have tools? A husband, do we have clean water? A husband, do we got dry food? Or is she full of shit and you full of shit? That's these conversations. I think we afraid of this talk because you'll be conflicted. Because your woman might pull your collar.
But
You don't have these
what helped
preparations.
me perfect? What helped me perfect was she. I remember he was like, "Yeah, stop showing your money to these jokers, man." Because I was caught up in. I did it not because I'm a rich person, but because these dudes be talking so much shit, and I was just like, "Okay, man, pull up some money, then, man. Like, pull up some money, then, man. Like, y'all talking all this shit." And that's why I did it. And I had to think about it. Like, I'm not even on that type of time. How often do y'all hear me talk about money for real? You know what I mean? And if anything, I'll be trying to teach the bros how to survive within their means. Like, man, you could do this, you could do that. I tell them about when I was homeless, sleeping on the streets, how I made it out, how I took care. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff, man. And it's like that stuff is looked over because I could show a little bit of money on the camera. That's what
I
kills me.
never heard you talk about buying rims or a car. Every time you got some money, you said, I got this thing coming from China. You could do a 3D printer. I got this saw. 300. This man got all type of shit. He integrated in all type of ways. He didn't bought all type of shit to be like every time he gets some money, he's like, that's what I'm buying. Or a book. You either telling me about a book you bought or some type of technology or some type of tool got being shipped to you.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what
And
you
now my
always talk.
library up to like 70 books, bro.
Yeah, I mean the
Go ahead,
biggest thing,
she.
like I
Go ahead,
say,
she.
man, it's mainly the glitz and glamour, man. A lot of guys they get caught up in showing what you got instead of proving and showing your work. I'd rather show my work. Because one time I seen the guys on the panel showing a whole bunch of money, I started laughing. I pulled out my wallet. I said, I ain't got no money here. But I just started snatching out cards. I was like, look at this. Card, 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 card. I can keep going. Card, card. And I'm like, this is just the first wallet. You know, all my other cards I don't use, I keep them at home. The main thing is this. I don't have to show you everything. Like I said, I got an old '98 Dodge Ram pickup truck. Paid for, works well. Anything goes wrong with it, I can fix it and get it back on the road. I'm not going broke trying to get the latest and greatest truck. To a degree, I can afford it. But the point of it is, who am I getting it for? Because that '98 truck, it drives just like the other truck. It might have a little more features, but other than that, that's what I need it for, to drive and make me some money or get to where I gotta go. You know,
Yeah, and that's what me and
like,
Son Claude, we talk about. We buy reliable shit. Like I don't go out and waste my money on none of that nonsense either. I barely buy myself clothes. I know that we drive Hondas and shit, but I don't, what I'm saying? It's
right,
not about the money. We make enough, some people make money to afford certain things, but I'm saying it's not even about that. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, nigga, I ride this Honda. This motherfucking Honda never broke down.
right.
This motherfucker's a 2004. Why do I need to go buy a new track hawk? Or, I'm not, that shit is not for me. You know what I'm saying? It's not for me, man. You know,
Man, the funny thing, I went to the mall the other day. I seen a pair of Jordans, like some retro mixed Jordans for like 140. I was like, they ain't a bad price. I was like, man, I can't even remember the last time I bought shoes for myself at the mall. I always go either buy them for my boys or, buy them at certain place, but I never go to the mall no more to buy for myself. I always, my premise is to make my kids look good and, all that, put them in the mindset, they can win. Like I told my kids, I had that limelight. I had homeboys that, said, man, your dad dressed like this and dude, everything matching this. Like my son, he's like that. He's starting to, accessorize. He got his little fanny pack crowd with his he got the champs pack with the champ hat, champ shirt, champ sweatpants. You know what I'm saying? Got his champ shoes. Then he might have a little wristband or a little necklace. I got him. He always, trying to put stuff together, make everything look good. And I told him, I said, that's how I used to be. I used to be, what I'm saying, well dressed when I started having money. Before that, when I was, before high school and I ain't had no money, like I couldn't wait to get a job. Like legally, my first legal job, man, I worked at Six Flags. Dude, I was doing double shifts every day. They told me to take off. They made me take like 2 days off because I was working 7 days a week. They was like, why you work so much? I was like, man, all I'm gonna do is go play and spend my money. So I might as well make money. That's like on my birthday. I don't take off for my birthday. What I'm gonna do? Spend money? You know, like like my thing is to make money, earn, establish certain things. Like right now, I'm trying to put stuff into play to where, like I say, with the life insurance crap, like I'm always pushing Alonzo, man. Me and him doing little stuff far as, getting stuff together with me and my family. Like I already got my boys set up with their policy. Not only do I got my 3 policies, they got their own private policy. By the time they get older, man, they go in that policy, put a down payment on their house. I already got them set up. You know, they good. They gold, man. You know, and that's why we trying to tell people, man, you want to set your kids up in the right mindset, man, to win. And with us talking about land, and they ain't making no more land, bro. So we got to deal with what we got. And the owners, when people run around here buying up all the land, they doing it intentionally. You got to have somewhere to stay. So you can be left on the other side, looking through the glass, while everybody else, you got, even though the market crash or whatever, you gotta have somewhere to stay. So being key is owning, looking at the process, fixing your credit. It ain't got to be the best of house. Yeah, you can buy some land and put a trailer on that thing. You know what I'm saying? It's yours. No matter if somebody say, man, you stay in a trailer. Like I told my wife before, I found a mobile home park. They was charging like $450 for everything. That includes rent, um, utilities. All I had to do was get internet. And I'm telling her, I'm like, let's move here. And she was like, hell nah. Like, man, hell nah. That's trailer park trash. I was laughing at her. I said, cool, baby. I said, you right. I said, we go ahead and we'll move somewhere else. But you know what I'm saying? Like, the money is there. and she never got it until one day we were sitting there talking, and just happened to look over a trailer home, and people were buying them up and investing in them and stuff. And she was like, "Man, I was foolish back in the day. You told me about that." No, the amount of money we make, we could have saved about $20,000 and 40,000 or whatever, and just end up buying a house because of all the money we saved by staying there. I'm like, because basically we're paying 3 times as much we'd have been paying for that one spot. Everything included, utilities and all that. Like, that's how much money. People so infatuated, like I think the guy 300 was talking about. They want to be me, 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 me. They want to invest. People don't invest in themselves no more. You want the biggest and the best, the brightest. Like, man, if you invest in yourself, that's time well spent. Then the stuff that we doing now, man, messing around and playing, that's not the ticket. The ticket is investing in yourself.
What Kanye West just said on the Drink Champs. Kanye West said, "I don't got a house no more." He said they trick you into thinking that you need this thing. And that's what it be when we get married, because women think that you need the car and all these things for status. And Kanye said it's a trap. It's like a sale. He said, "I got a backpack now, my house, and I'm free."
30-year debt. No, I said that's how you walking into a 30-year debt.
Now
30 years.
this comment that 300 Warrior made is absolutely accurate. And even that land that those 70 million own, it's the land that their house is sitting on. And the average American house doesn't even sit on an acre of land. It sits on about less than a fourth of an acre of land.
Yep.
For your life. For your life. For your whole life. What'd you say? Like a 19th of an acre. And then Sunclaw, we were talking in the back chat. We were talking about, okay, well, then we said, well, what the fuck is 40 acres? And then Sunclaw said, well, what's a square mile? I said, you know what? I never thought about it. Well, how many acres are in a square mile? And it kind of hurt my
520.
feelings. Now that kind of hurt my feelings. It hurt my feelings because as a descendant of slavery, if you want to call it that, or somebody get mad at me, I don't care. But as a descendant of that shit, in that 40 acres in the mule story, to find out that a square mile has 500 acres in it, what the fuck is 40 acres? That they never gave us. How many of us wait just to get a mile of America, and they never gave us that? Like, back to the conversation of what is a billion, what is a trillion, what is this reparations bullshit all about? 40 acres in the 40 acres ain't shit. 3 got 43 acres. He could tell us what 40 acres is. But when I was like, I thought 40 acres was a lot. So I can't even walk a mile on my 40 acres. A square mile is how many acres, son? Called 500 something
Yeah,
acres in a square mile.
520 acres are in a square mile.
She said by the time they give away reparations, it ain't gonna be nobody left. So how many really square miles would they have to compensate us if it was only 40 acres that we tricked into warning all this time? That ain't shit of America. If we thinking about it in square miles, we don't think about it in square miles. We think we'd have been tricked into thinking in the acres, 40 acres. How much of America is that? If they give us, if everybody else then died, all the grandparents then died from slavery, they ain't got to give out that much land, and they give out 40 acres to a few thousand people. That's only a few miles of land, and it's hella land in America because we've been tricked into 40 acres. What the fuck, man?
No, yeah, most of America is uninhabited, bro. Like, when I be out here driving across the country, man, this shit's so empty. You literally just go from city to city, township to township. The rest of America is pretty much rural area.
Hey, the crazy part, you so true about that. Every time somebody talks about Atlanta, you consider the whole state of Georgia Atlanta, because outside of Atlanta is basically really nothing. I mean, you got Savannah being one of the other major cities in
Yeah,
Atlanta and push in Augusta. But that's it. Nobody
yeah.
talks about those Macon, the little small Macon, Rome, Georgia, out
Valdosta, yeah.
Valdosta. Nobody talks about those spots. I
Yeah,
mean,
'cause they're
even
small.
with Macon and Valdosta, they're on the
Florida
they're on the
border.
line. They're on the intersection. 75. Rome is on the outskirts. It's city part. I mean, it's not even in the city. It's on the outskirts of any major highway. So you got to literally drive to get there. Nobody knows about Rome, Georgia. You got
Yeah,
to
they
be
don't know
from
about,
Georgia to
yeah.
know about certain places.
Yeah, they don't know about Americas, Georgia, none of that stuff. Like all them little
Yeah,
places. Like them places is fun though. I have fun in them little towns, man.
yeah. Americas be popping. I've been to
Yeah,
Americas. Albany, Georgia.
yeah,
Albany is for where the field mob them from. It's a
yeah.
nice little small country town. Then
I
see, that's
love
how.
driving through there, man. I stop there, get me some good food, relax.
Yep.
Everybody friendly. Shit, it's cool.
Yeah, but don't forget how much land the government is holding back against public.
Yeah.
Um, you know, um,
And you
if the government says, oh, we don't have enough land, that's bullshit because you're holding most of the land away from the people, and me
and you know why they
personally,
doing that, right?
right?
300.
Me personally, I don't believe any human being have the right to capture land and take and hold it against other people because you ain't God. You did not create this land. This land was there before you were born. So how can you claim and hold it against other people? You basically playing God here.
It's the reason why they holding that land because you know it's a lot of talk about it, and it is to a point still true to where if people have their paperwork, they can go and get that land that's reserved for a lot of Indians and a lot of government reserved land. They holding land for a reason. They not holding just to be holding it. They holding it for a reason. And to the extent this whole eminent domain thing, where they taking over people's spots, whether it be from a federal level or a county, city level, they do that a lot. Just throw power. There's no
Right,
way about on my land you can just take it from me and just pay me for it, force me out of my land. You know,
right. But you had back in the days, you had more freedom than now, in my opinion, because back in the days you could go and settle down wherever you wanted. Um, there was no border or anybody putting a rock in your way and telling you, oh, you cannot do this or you cannot do that. Now, long time ago, you did not like where you were, or I say, your house was burned and you decided to move to a different area. You would have just grabbed your stuff and move to a different area and start building your house wherever you are. Nobody was stopping you from that. But after generations to generations, the government became more greedier and greedier. And this is now what they do. They telling us what to do. And we are the one who voted for them or gave them the right to be a government. You know, that's my
yeah.
opinion.
I mean, you look at really going into the Constitution. It was supposed to be to where that was a band-aid or a temporary fix before like the was the Declaration of Independence and then the Constitution. All that stuff is made to where you can rewrite it. Why do you think the difference between the bills and the amendments? You can go back in and put things in, change up. It's supposed to be for the greater good because what we the people now it's we the corporation.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree with you guys, man. I just feel like the only way for us to combat this shit is to paternalize, man. until we're able to start successful cooperative corporations and food co-ops and land co-ops, we have to this is how civilization works. If we want to have a say so in civilization, we have to organize ourselves.
Right.
They only respect organization and force. You know what I mean? Not like that, but in reality, we know what's really going on. We can politic as much as we want, but until we have the ability to defend ourselves together as a group, it won't matter. You know, that's for as far as poor men, our men who are born without land or who are not part of the dominant fraternal orders. The only thing you can do is start your own fraternal orders, man. And that's why I like talking to the manosphere, but the truth is I don't have women problems. So the problem I have is that I like women.
Well, G, let me tell you something about that. When you a landowner and you are a prepper and whatever, and you are single, I get no disrespect against women, but I guarantee you that you're gonna have 10 women standing in line just begging you to be with you because
That's the
all they
problem
need
now,
is
300. That's the problem. I got 10 now. I try to control them.
because that's
You know
what's
what
gonna
I'm saying?
happen, you know.
I got two of them that want to get married. Motherfucker, one want to have a baby. I'm like, God damn, y'all, I'm stressed out around this bitch.
Well, my wife is keep telling me, I hope I don't marry another woman because in my culture we can have multiple women. I'm like,
Listen, in
no,
every culture,
no, don't
listen,
worry.
listen, I'm gonna tell you what, don't come to our culture because these bitches gonna stress you out.
No, but I mean,
So,
how many people are prepared? I mean, we could ask so many questions. Do you have this? Do you have that? I bet you there's maybe 1 out of 10 people who would say yes, I do have that, or so. Not too many people are for real prepared.
no, I agree with you, man. This shit just funny. I love being in the space and talking to the brothers. But honestly, it's a lot of the issues the brothers have. I understand a lot of the times we're talking about the truth. And a lot of the times, I understand nonsense when I'm hearing nonsense. And it's hard for me to sit up here and listen to the nonsense a lot of the time. So I end up getting mad. And they call me a pookie and shit. Then I just leave. Hey, Burby, I turned into pookie real quick in this mug.
You were saying earlier to go with you to South America, right? You remember that?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So I have a friend, actually 2 friends. One of them lives in Germany, and the other one lives in Orange County in California. And their plan is to buy 400,000 acre of land in Costa Rica. And they were asking me if I'm willing to go with them. I said, dude, I'm in the States.
Listen, I tell people this, man. South America, that's probably the place to be right now. Not to be, but in the next 20, 30 years, the stuff I've been reading, China, Japan, Korea, they're all opening new firms and markets in Africa and South America, man. Those are the last 2 places to really not be developed commercially. So,
Well,
for
Peru
far as
already has a
building
very large
roads,
Chinese population.
yeah, far as building roads, they're planning right now. I know in Peru, they're planning on building a national highway system in Peru. Peru fucked up though. It's poor, it's fucked up. But if you got the political wherewithal and you have the skills and you have the backing, they're going to be looking for people to build that road. They're going to be looking for people to train people to build those roads. You're going to need asphalt
Right.
crews. You're going to need excavators, dudes who know how to move dirt. Like I built roads. I know what it takes to build a road. I understand the grading process. You're going to need machinery. And that's the new frontier, man. Like that's where the next set of trillionaires and billionaires is going to be made at. Is going to be South America and Africa. The total, that's like people don't even realize how much of the world's land mass is in Africa and South America. That's damn near like 60% of the world or some shit. When they did the numbers, it's crazy how much of the land mass South America and Africa actually take up of the world. Like we think about this, the United States could fit in North Africa.
Well, people don't understand because of the way that the map of the world is represented. It's represented as a projection, but that projection is not accurate in representing the size of the land masses.
It's scale to make us believe something that's not there or to be different. Proof is in the pudding, man.
So I have a question. So what would you do, or what would you do different to save this country if you would become president?
I wouldn't try to save this country. I don't give a fuck. I wouldn't waste no time. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't waste no time on this country. Honestly, because the reason is because it's too far gone, man. It's too much liberty. And honestly, people don't like to hear this. It's going to take people getting their liberty restricted for them to know what's going on. Right. America has just been too much liberty. You can sleep with who you want. You could go where you want, do what you want. You're allowed to go buy 10 gallons of alcohol at one time. Like, why would you logically need 10 gallons of alcohol? And then you'll complain about drunk driving killers, but you'll sell them the alcohol all day. You'll do it all day. It's just certain shit that goes on here. Like, if they stop me from buying alcohol, that's unconstitutional type shit. But then you'll be crying about somebody's baby that need to get buried because this dude been drinking fucking rock gut gin all day, getting drunk and could go hop in his truck. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of stuff here I understand the reasoning behind it, but people have been too coddled. They've been too spoiled. They don't understand that freedom comes with responsibilities. And they're willing to sacrifice everybody for their own individual freedoms. And that I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about the Americans. Most Americans are willing to sacrifice everybody for their own individual freedom and happiness and say, fuck everybody else. So there's no saving these people. These people are going to have to reap what they sow before they actually understand that you are a piece of shit person. Like, you're a piece of shit person to be able to walk over people sleeping on the streets, knowing damn well, not you individually, I'm saying the government, the people are like, you got people sleeping outside while you're trying to rent apartment buildings. You have people starving while you're giving farmers subsidies to burn corn because you don't want to upset a trade market of paper in London. So instead of selling the corn or making cheap products out of it for people to eat, why don't we just get rid of it? Why don't we just get rid of the corn and give the government money to throw it? That's what a government subsidy is. The government subsidizes the farmers not to give the food, not to sell the food. So they say, yeah, we could be growing enough food to feed everybody, but don't do it and we're going to pay you.
There is even a fallow land grant that farmers get paid money not to plant a certain percentage of their land.
Right.
So they're getting paid money not to grow food.
Mm-hmm.
And I had this conversation with my niece a long time ago. I told her, look, actually, there's more than enough food being grown in the world right now to feed everybody in the world. But what we have right now is a distribution problem of getting the food to the places where it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a capitalist problem where the dudes, I told y'all, my uncle worked at Kellogg's, right? And they went on strike. They just got off strike and shit. They in negotiations now. Inside a Kellogg factory, they throw away 4 tons of cereal a year. Think about that. 4 tons of grains, they just throw it away because nobody buys it. And it expires. So just think about that. 8,000 pounds of food. What does the average person need to eat in a day? You know, that cereal's made out of wheat, corn, and soybean. So those are the 3 major crops. And you're just 8 tons. Like you're talking about, 4 tons. I mean, you're talking about 8,000 pounds of food that they just throw away because nobody bought it. Fuck that, you could just give it away and let the people eat it. Let's throw it away.
Mhm. Yeah.
And they actually, it's wild, man.
So you don't think, after everything that happened so far, you don't think it's gonna get to the point where they say no vax, no food?
No, they wouldn't be able. It'll be hard for them to do that because there's so many independent food markets. See, a lot of people don't understand the food market in itself.
They already do no vax, no job. So
no, that's for certain corporations. If we're talking about the big corporation versus the small guy. Most businesses in America is small companies. And then you have the large conglomerates and the monopolies like Walmart and Heinz Corp. And, you got the big corporations. So even if the big corporations improved it with unemployment right now, what's going on with the labor shortage? People are just saying, fuck it. If you're not going to give us what we need to live, we're just not going to go to work. And we know that if they do it enough, this is the one saving grace about America. They understand that the liberties that they have given these people, I'm going to just say it blatantly. This ain't me inciting or saying I wish nothing to happen. There's too many fucking guns in America. They know you don't have to worry about the black people and the Mexicans and the immigrants and the Asians. You got to worry about the other motherfucking white boys with all these rifles. And these motherfucking white boys who up on their daddy's land building tanks and shit. Like, they know they could not force them people into that position. So they're doing the best they can. They're going to force a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Mm-hmm. But these real American white boys, they not going for it. Like, they not going for none of that nonsense.
Hey, G, that's like this dude, I'm going to kid you not. This dude used to work for a moving company. I moved this guy. He had about, I think it was, I don't want to say about 10 to 12 safes that can hold about 20 rifles and shotguns.
Yeah.
He had, I think he told me he had close to 300 and some rifles and over 900 handguns. Like, well, probably 6 or something. But he was a slew of them. He had cases for all of them, everything, man. It was just crazy. And he collected guns. His wife collected pigs. So he said when he first moved in North Carolina in the mountains up there by Cherokee, like Murphy and all in that little mix right there. So he got a Gatling gun where he built from parts all across from China, Germany. He just bought all the parts, and buying the parts is not against the law, because you can have replicas of guns, long as they're not accessible for actual use. So they have these little markets and stuff, to where you can buy these parts and build these guns. Dude built the gun, and he said he went up on the hill, and he said when he was looking at the house, that was the crazy part. He was looking at the house, and he kept having all the gunshots. So the guy was like, "Well, what's all that shooting?" She's like, "Oh, I thought you wasn't gonna be able to hear it." She was like, "Yeah, they got like a little side of a mountain on the side over there, where guys go up there and shoot their guns." So when he closed on the house, before his stuff got there, that was the first thing he did. He made sure he put his Gatling gun on the back of his pickup, got up there, set the tripod down, threw it on there, and just wailed out the side of that mountain, because it was like a big old rock, and they just shoot at the rock. rocks fall, no harm, no foul. It's at a good distance. It's safe, so they say. But he say by the time he put that gun up and got ready to, drive back down the mountain, he said he had about at least 14 pickup trucks coming up the mountain. Hey man, what you got? What's going on there, man? We
Hell
ain't
yeah,
never
they
heard a
roll
gun
one
like
too.
that. They ain't
Listen,
never heard a gun like that before.
I told everybody this shit. I used to work for this dude. This the first dude that really taught me about money was an old white dude that started liking me because I worked it hard, right? And he used to always say, you would think he was a racist. And he wasn't. He was just an old ass white dude that didn't give a fuck no more, right? And he was like, he just used to always tell me, like, yeah, you're not stupid. I can tell you this shit. You know? Man, listen, this dude, all his guns are custom built for him, for his hands. Like, he had rifles that were custom built. Like, they measured him. Like, all type of shit. That's why I say, man, we don't have to even do nothing. All we can just sit back and relax. These good old boys ain't about to let no vax for food shit go down. Because you know what? And then we don't think about it like these dudes' brothers and cousins who are the police. They're uncles and nephews and sons who are in the military. If something, these people are not, they don't even want to go fight the ops. They're not going to fight their brothers and shit. And I think America recognized that they in that situation now. Like, this shit is too civilized. It's too integrated. Either they're going to combine or they're going to die.
Hey, the crazy part, the Capitol, that was the least of their worries. That's
Yeah.
a small fracture of what could really be accomplished. And those are the knuckleheads that were
Them was the
playing.
fakers. Yeah, them was the
Yeah,
fakers. Them
yeah.
wasn't even the real deal motherfucker. Them was the fakers.
Even like we was on the channel and we was talking and up in Minnesota. Oh no, it was Massachusetts. They pulled over. I think it was a car full of a whole bunch of black guys, and they locked them up. Guys had a standoff with the police, and them being scared about those black guys being organized like that, and they showed it on the news. It put more fear into the people. Like, how many guns they had, and all the guys, there was nothing legally wrong. It's just scary that this stuff was so well organized. No, they were all in tactical gear. They all had guns on them. They didn't try to shoot at the police or anything, but they was like, just let us alone, I'll wait. And they were like, hell no, we don't know what's going on. You got a car, SUV or whatever full of black guys, all tactical up with guns. Like, I heard stories of, cartel coming across state lines, SUVs, they hanging over the side with guns. And I'm like, man, that's not true. And they say, oh, you think so? Them guys are real, man. If they come over from Mexico, they ain't playing.
Well,
I
this
was like,
the
oh,
thing,
man.
P. People don't like. I always tell people this. Yeah, you talking, but nigga, you've never been in no gunfight. You don't know what really. I'm gonna say this. Allegedly, I have experience with gunfights, and I tell niggas this all the time. All that movie shit is movie shit. You better get that shit out your head quick. That you're gonna have time when shooting start. Niggas is right in your face blicking. Like,
Yep.
there ain't nobody shooting. Like, motherfuckers is right up on top of you shooting guns, bro. And you need
Yep.
to, if you make one false move, you out of there, bro. It ain't like the movies where, nigga, you get hit and you gonna just run. Like, nigga, you're gonna die.
The average person cannot.
If you get hit with a 308 round from 12 feet away, nigga, you're finished. I
The
don't give a
average
fuck
person
how
can't
tough you
shoot
think you
anyway.
is. Yeah, that's a motherfucker that can't shoot. If you get hit with a 40 caliber round from point blank range, you're going down, nigga. You're not moving no
Yeah, the
more.
average
And
person
gee,
can't shoot.
allegedly, a turtle who's up here might have some of those in his closet for some reason.
Allegedly, you know what I'm saying? That's
Allegedly,
what we
yeah.
saying. So
People be out here trying to eat pizzas, man, that don't belong to them, and I
listen,
can't
man.
have that.
Listen, man. They
Allegedly.
better leave. That's one thing about this country. Even the police know. The real cops, that's why they shoot so quick. They understand if this nigga up his pole on me, I'm out of here. Like they know what a gun actually, like they know that this shit is not the movies. This is why we get mad when the cops shoot people. And I'll be mad too. Don't get it fucked up. But I understand because I've been shot at before. I've been shot before, nigga. So I know, like, okay, I'm so scared to get shot again. If I even think you're reaching for a gun, I might set it off. You get what I'm saying? Because I know it was a blessing for me to make it through my first shots. Like a nigga shot me in my back, and that was a blessing for me to make it through that. The doctors was telling me like, yeah, man, the bullet hit you right here, and where the bullet came out my side, he was like, you lucky that you was fat. If you was a skinny dude, you would probably be dead right now.
My dad used to say, I have a life like a cat. Like a cat have 7 lives. Our house blew up. My brother passed away at that explosion, and I was in a coma. But after that, I've been shot on the street twice. One striped my head and one straight into my arm. So if you've been shot before, you know how painful that is. It burns like hell.
and you know how fast that shit happened.
Yeah.
See, in the movies, it'd be a whole 15-minute. Nigga, that shit take, you might shoot, it might be 1,000 rounds. That shit happened in 2 minutes.
Right.
That shit happened in 1 minute and 30 seconds, 90 seconds. It's been 1,000 rounds exchanged already. That's how fast shooting happened.
Yeah.
That's what I be telling you. Like, man.
I've been on these white people's channels, and I think they live like Hollywood movies, they like, yeah, I got a shotgun, I'm ready and all this shit. I'm like, dude, you don't even know how quick that happens, and you have never been in that kind of scenario. How can you be so sure about that?
Yeah.
So
no, they don't know. That's what I'm telling. Like a lot of these white boys, they police, but they've never actually shot their gun. They've actually never been shot back at before.
I don't know if
you know what I'm saying. So a lot of these dudes that engaged in these activities where they're just shooting at people, and they've never had nobody shoot back.
Like,
yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, you see that bump I have here, and then right there.
Yeah. No, we already know, bro. And that's what I say, like, that's what I say, we don't have to worry about none of this stuff.
Like, seriously, this is no joke. People really don't have no idea, they're talking just a bunch of shit, I don't care how strong you are or how big you are. When you are in the middle of in war, I say, when there are bullets flying, you ain't that fast,
This shit is not the Avengers.
Out of 10, at least 2 or 3 gonna hit you. That's for sure.
That's like this. Perfect. One time, man, we was at this chicken spot, man. This shit happened so fast.
Mm-hmm.
We were at the chicken spot and shit. We standing there with a couple girls and shit. We chopping the shit. Man, before we knew it, there was this car skirting and a little nigga hopping out with an AK-47 gun and something. I'm talking about the shit happened so fast you couldn't run. There was no running from that. It was like 1 minute we was standing there, the next minute you just heard this motherfucker AK-47 going on.
Mm-hmm.
And we could just stand there, everybody ducked and shit, but the dude he got, it was man down. You know what I'm saying? There was no movement.
Shot at from an AK-47.
Like it was, and when you see that type of shit up close, like we all got up out of there, but as we was leaving, we was looking at that shit like, man, this shit. When you see people organs and shit hanging out of them, that's a different look, bro. Like, man, this dude, this little man, when you see that shit up close, that shit scare you for the rest of your life, bro.
Yeah, it is.
300 said that when he first came on. That's what 300 said when he first came on. When you see a body part explode in front of you, you're gonna shit on yourself. He said y'all not prepared for what's about to come.
Man, yeah, and I'm talking about shit we just seen in the neighborhood. Like, I could imagine if it was open, free for all warfare. Like, what the fuck? where everybody you see, you chopping them down. Like it ain't even no rhyme or reason to that shit. I wouldn't even want to participate in something like that.
I mean,
I
the
hope in my
shock that
life.
you receive, you know, the shock that you're going to receive in the first second when you see a person's arm and leg flies to the left and to the right. I want to see your reaction at that moment, right? You're going to be automatically under some shock. The shit that you see in movies, oh, he blows up this person and then he runs and jump over the bridge and swim to the left and jump in the truck and all this bullshit. These are just fucking movies. You know, in reality, it does not look like that.
Oh man, listen, bro. When I got shot, bro, I tried to do everything I can, but he was too close to me. Like it was no dodging that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He was already up on me. We didn't know what was happening. The nigga popped out of an alley. We didn't know what was happening. You hear me? Nigga, my heart was beating. And the truth is, you don't have no coherent thoughts. Like when that shit is going down, there's nothing in your mind. It's like you can just see the situation here. I'm like, fuck, I'm about to die, man. I didn't even rationally think that. All I could think was just like try to cover up, like I could cover up from a bullet. So I turned my body and I flinched, and he just kept shooting. Bam! When I hit the ground, he shot me again. Bam! You know what I'm saying? Then you know I'm happy that he wasn't trying to. In hindsight, I know he wasn't trying to kill nothing for real, because he was literally standing over me. I'm already hit the ground. My other homie ran. He got hit, but he got to make it. He hit the corner too. He seen him coming fast. Like my back was turned to the dude, and when he came out the cut, I see the home. I flinched, and when I flinched, he was already shooting. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I tell people, like, man, that shit happened so fast. And that one bullet, that shit fractured like 4 of my ribs, bro. That shit hit me in the back and came out my side. And the doctor was like, you lucky you was big and you had mass, or this shit might have went in your organs. But the shit hit my ribs. One bullet got stuck in the rib and one bullet ricocheted off of a rib. That lets you know that shit, but it didn't hit all of them. It broke 4 of them motherfuckers. It fractured 4 of them motherfuckers in a straight line. That's how hard that bullet hit me. Like when that shit hit me, I didn't even feel it felt like somebody had knocked all the air up out of me. You get what I'm saying? I couldn't even breathe. Like I was choking and shit. I couldn't breathe. And that we found out because my ribs broke.
Well, I couldn't hear shit when that grenade fell in our house.
Yeah,
I heard only beep the whole time.
Yeah.
And you know, people really underestimate themselves. You know, it doesn't matter what kind of training you had before or so. You know, because shit happens in a second. You cannot react that quick. And that's what people need to realize, you know. They have no idea. So all this shit talking that some people say, you know, trying to be a hero or so, that's the reason why they say, my friend, don't be a hero.
Yeah, no.
You know, so.
And you got to know. And that's why I say we don't even have to do nothing like that. Like, I hope in our lifetime we never have to see nothing like that, man. Like, I hope in our lifetime we never have to go through that type of situation, man, where it's us on our homeland fighting the real motherfucking KOA situation. Like, you got to kill or you going to die type shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's a situation that most people have never faced and they will never face. And I don't wish that shit on nobody. Because, you know, I understand the dudes who feel like they got to kill somebody. And I know what that shit do to you mentally. And I know what it do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always tell this shit, like, violence makes you be more violent. Like, the more violent you be, the more you want to do violence.
Right.
Yeah.
Like when I moved to Germany, right? I was in the first class, and in school we were supposed to do drawings, right? So the other boy who was sitting next to me, he was drawing like a house with his parents, with the son holding hand and stuff like that. Now, I was drawing dead people, tanks, bombs, and they told me I'm crazy. And my dad came to school and said, "No, my son is not crazy. We came from war, and that's that's what's in his memory, and he's just drawing his memories. That doesn't mean that he's crazy. And me, I have kept all this as a secret for myself. I have never shared all this till I started this YouTube channel, because I always try to forget about it. But when the shit started, well, there's nothing you can forget about. When you know your past, everybody knows their past, so you cannot delete your past. And
Um,
it's not a good thing. I mean, I wish I had a different life. And I had a lot of nightmares about that. Even sometimes my wife hears me screaming in my dream, or I am crying, or I am fighting in my dream, or so. This shit not not easy. So
For sharing 300. Thank you. We appreciate you coming up, and I thank God for this connection that we made today. And that's why your perspective is such a blessing for us to have, that you and Sunclaw both not being born here, and the unique things that you've seen outside of this country. And you've given a perspective. I pray that the people listening have a benefit to understand it's not opinion, that 300 is speaking from experience. That's what makes today's conversation so powerful. That's how this conversation started. That he said, I said, my question to him was, when he spoke, I said, can you speak to the writings on the wall? Because when he first spoke, it seems like that when I heard him speak, it sounded he talked about seeing writings on the wall, a simile that he saw when similar things happen in his country. And as men, we should be prepared with someone who has a similar experience that he's had. But I think a lot of us, we can see it ourselves now. It's unfortunate, like Roger said, blind spot. Some of us got a blind spot, but you should be able to self at this point. If not, you kind of ignoring things. But I appreciate your perspective, my brother.
Oh, you're welcome. I hope I was helpful to other people. I hope they learned something from this and really, for real, get prepared. Um, because this is gonna get really, really ugly. And if you're not prepared, you know, um, I did martial art for 12 years. My teacher told me once, unknown attack is hard to defend. If you don't know where the attack comes from, how do you know how to defend yourself? So in this case, you do know where that is coming, so you better get prepared.
Most definitely, I agree with him, man. Like the most important thing, though, I think, is for us to start dealing with each other in actual groups, man. When you find brothers that you actually can deal with and y'all can agree with each other and disagree with no animosity, that's a rare thing. And
Mhm.
those brothers, we need to keep communication open between each other, because that's what it's about for me, man. I joined this shit. I don't even really go on the panels like that no more. I might go up every now and then, but really, I got everybody on this panel. I got their phone number, and I call. I didn't call She because She was busy. This nigga She worked 80 hours a motherfucking day. You can't get a hold of this joker.
I got job, man.
Street
Street
Right.
job,
job.
lazy boy.
Yeah, this boy She be at work so much. This nigga make me tired.
But one thing about this coronavirus, it does have a positive thing too. Because and it's because if this coronavirus wouldn't exist, we would never met each other. That's what I think.
No, most definitely, yeah. like I said, I'm gonna reach out to you, man. You know, I talk to Irv damn near every day. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I just
talk
met him a couple of days ago.
oh yeah, Irv a good dude. You know, he a lover, not a fighter. That's my brother. You know what I'm saying? Irv try to spread the love. You feel me?
Yeah, but
He
I
a
do
good
think,
man.
just conversation alone by itself is not really helping. Like in when it comes to combat or so, or self-defense or so, it would be awesome if we were at the same spot and we could meet each other and practice little scenarios.
Oh no, most definitely, bro. I agree with you. You know, y'all down there in that area. You know, most of us live, like all of us live in a different region of the country right now.
Right, right.
So we all move around. Like I travel a lot. You know what I'm saying? But we gonna get it together, man. We all just now. Honestly, this is new, and you know me. I'm trying to convince everybody to go to South America. So I'm telling them, let's go, man.
Right.
I'm gonna give people shit, but we're gonna talk about that on a different, but I'm trying to give shit away for people to come fuck with me, man. I understand ain't nothing in life free. So, we didn't talk about everything, man, but I'm about to get up out of here. I'm about to make me some Perf, what you cooking tonight, man?
Man, I just had me some
perfect.
I just had some spicy tofu. I just bust down some spicy tofu. And I've been fucking with that Instapot lately. I got all type of soups and lentils, and we're going in on the Instapot. It's soup season, man.
What you about to do tonight, son?
Man, I'm not even sure, to be honest with you. I'm probably going to end up making some rice and scrounging around in the pantry to see what I can cook up.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I got some cabbage. I got a cabbage in there. I got some onion and some garlic, so I'm gonna make me some good cabbage, some spicy cabbage with some rice. I got
hey, G, our warrior put his email over here in the chat.
Okay, I see it right now. I'm about to add it to my joint. I'm gonna email him. But yeah, I think I'm about to cook me up some cabbage with some rice, man. I got some fish in there. I got some I think I got some kipper. Y'all know what like kipper herring is?
Oh, kipper snacks. Love the stuff.
I got like some kipper snacks. Yeah, so I'm gonna give me some kipper snacks with this rice, with this cabbage, man.
What kind of rice you eating?
Basmati.
Oh,
yeah, so
right there.
Now, I happen to like the jasmine rice. The basmati is good too.
I just like the long grains. I like the long grain better than the short grain.
Right. I give you a good recipe, my friend.
Okay. Because last night I had made some spaghetti and shit, and that shit gone already, man. So I just made a little pot with some penne.
When you make rice, go buy some saffron, like Persian saffron, not that Spanish saffron, the Persian saffron, and then boil some hot water. Put that saffron in some hot water and then stir it, and then before you boil the rice, add that saffron in that rice and look how it's gonna taste.
Yeah, it's gonna be orange though.
Right, but it's gonna.
I like the Mexican. I like the Mexican one. The Persian one is too expensive, man. That saffron, that Persian saffron, too expensive.
But you only need a little bit of it.
You get that Mexican. That shit come in that big ass box, man. What is it called, Goya? So I just use one Goya, man. I use one Goya.
That's not even saffron, man. That's some food coloring number 5.
Man, that shit do the job. It do the job. I'm gonna hit it. Yeah, it's some Sazon. I'm gonna hit it with the Sazon.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little. I got some low sodium soy sauce up there. Some chili. I got some red chili flakes. Like I'm gonna do it big, man. I'm gonna cook up this cabbage with this fish. It's gonna be. I might cook some black beans or something with it, man. I got a couple cans of black beans up there too, man.
What I like to do is put a couple of cloves of garlic in with the rice, whole cloves.
That make it better? I never tried that before.
Oh yeah, look, the cloves after they get cooked in the rice, they just turn into this buttery consistency.
Okay.
Once you stir that rice, the cloves of garlic would just spread apart. It just turned into like a mush and just spread into all the rice.
I like the
Turkey
bottom
man.
crunchy. So we have actually a special pot for that. It's a Persian rice cooker, and the bottom get crispy, and especially when you added saffron, the bottom is gonna be yellowish, and it's really crispy, and it tastes actually good.
Yeah, it has this nice
I was,
toasted, nutty taste.
yeah, I was invited by a good homie of mine. He he from Houston. He invited me first time for me on a Thanksgiving with black people, right? And I said, yeah. So I never been on Thanksgiving. What should I do? Do I have to bring something or whatever? He said, yeah, if you want, you can bring your kind of food with you, and then we put it there on the table and we share the food with each other. I said, all right, and then I made basmati rice with saffron and made some kebab. And then I said, okay, let's go. And then we went over there. I put it on the table. My pot was gone in 5 minutes. And then, like 1 year later, I'm at the gas station filling up gas, and then this dude comes to me. He's like, dude, aren't you the rice man? Are you coming next year
One
too?
thing we love some rice, man. You
He
get some rice
remembered
and some
me,
good meat, you can come to the cookout.
That was pretty cool.
Nah, but I know I've been experimenting, man. Like I've been experimenting with different stuff,
Mm-hmm.
And like a lot of my homeboys and stuff from the Mediterranean and shit, they be putting me on different shit. Like I know my dad a Muslim and shit, man. So he be arguing with me all the time about the pork, man. I can't leave it alone, man. I gotta hear that 18 times a week, man.
Hey, I got a recipe for a pork butt. I don't eat pork no more.
I feel sorry
Man,
for you, bro.
You get a pork butt, chop it up into cubes, and put it
Yeah.
in that crock pot. It just slice the ends, like dice up some onions and bell peppers, like you making. No, like people put oxtails, like the bell peppers and onions and oxtails.
Yeah.
You do that to the pork butt and drop it in that crock pot and just cook it as if you cooking oxtail. Man, that junk come out so good. And what I normally use is the oxtail season from this. I forgot. I think it's called Ocean or something like that. It's a
Yeah.
Jamaican oxtail. They do like the curry. It's
Yeah.
like the curry. It's like a all white label with blue on there. It's called blue
Okay.
something. But man, that junk was so good. And then I do the jerk one. Man, we used to
Hey,
kill
that
it. The
jerk
jerk.
be so motherfucking good. I want to
Ooh.
slap somebody, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey,
I
I had
don't do it
some
too
jerk.
much like that no more.
Man, I had some jerk vegetables, like a jerk vegetable stir fry and shit at this Jamaican place. It was like a vegan meal. Man,
Yeah.
that's probably the best vegan shit I ever had in my life, man. A lot of that vegan shit be tasting like paste. I don't be
Yeah.
liking that. You know what I mean?
You
They
gotta
use a
get
lot
the
of
right.
different stuff.
You gotta get the right.
Rosters are real vegans.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Rosters
talking
are
about the
real
real
vegans.
yard man. Yeah, I don't want to fuck with no real yard man. They be having you eating all type of shit. Man, this roster dudes gave me some shit. This Indian dude too. Indians are big vegans too. This
Yeah, some
Indian
of them
dude,
are. Yeah.
yeah, this Indian dude, man, he gave me.
You boy can come back. Breaker 19 coming in fine. Breaker 19 one time. Go ahead, she
Yeah.
while G.
Yeah. I had a jerk. I had a jerk omelet before, man. That junk was so good. Jerk omelet,
That's
and
one
the
thing.
crazy part, they put the plantains in the omelet too. Man, yo, that's it. That's it right there. Yep, that's the oxtail season right there. Man, you take that and man, I use that, and then the jerk season. Man, I be killing it, boy.
Oxtail seasoning. I never
So
seen.
that's called a Blue Mountain Country oxtail seasoning.
Man, hey, don't get the one. It's another one that's a Mexican. I think the Mexican company, but I don't think it's a jerk. I know it's jerk something, but they got a jerk oxtail, jerk and curry mixed together. So this jerk and curry season, man, I get that one. Man, that junk be hitting too. Hey, I'm like French red hot sauce, man. I put that shit on everything. Man, be good, man. I do my
Yeah,
cooking.
man.
Hey, like I told you, that's how my wife, man. I made some jambalaya one time. My wife went in the trash can and opened it like, what a box, what a plate, what a box at? Where you get this from? I said, I made it. And normally, I don't wash the dishes up and everything. I wash after I finish cooking. But I knew she's always get on, me about doing little stuff like cooking me some eggs. Man, I made that jambalaya. She was like, well, what a box at? Well, where, where is it? I mean, you bought it from somewhere, didn't you? I said, didn't you get it out the pot? She was like, yeah, but I thought you just put it in the pot. This good. Yeah, man. Cause I chop up like I do with the jambalaya. One of my friends, he do a lot of meat, like all kind of crazy meats in there. But I just do the basics. I put shrimp, sausage, chicken, and ground beef. Chop it up. Most time I don't use too much ground beef because the shrimp, the sausage, and the chicken be enough. And I saute all that in my flavors. Then I go get the Manhattan because it takes a while to soak the beans and all that, and so I just use the Manhattan red beans and rice, and I throw the yellow rice in there for the mixture, and that flavor comes in there, man. And you throw all that meat in there, you don't even need the season because it's already in the red beans and the yellow rice. Man, that stuff come to a boil. Every now and then I just throw a little parsley, throw a little cayenne pepper on top of that with some paprika. Hidden. You don't need no
Some
other.
what?
Other
Some
than
what?
give you
What was that last part? What was that last season?
some paprika.
Now, I personally like that smoked paprika.
Oh man, I can't never find it, man.
Man, I got
Can't
some
never
in the
That is the
pantry right
best.
now.
That is the
every
best. The smoke.
can't
Man,
can't
hey,
never find it, though, man.
look, if you have a baking tray
Uh huh.
and you have a rack for that tray, what you do is you season up some chicken thighs, some boneless chicken thighs. Season them up. Use smoked paprika. Now you take some potatoes and you use a julienne machine and you cut the potatoes into slices and you put them on the bottom of the baking tray. Over top of that, you put the rack and the chicken thighs. And as the chicken cooks, the grease from the chicken drips down on top of the potatoes. And the potatoes fry in the juices from the chicken. And then after it's all done, you have this delicious chicken to and these potatoes that have absorbed this flavor from the chicken there to accompany the chicken. It's wonderful.
I've heard that story before. 300. I don't really eat meat like that. I'm a pescatarian, so Sunclaw enjoyed telling these stories
Oh, you
about
can do it with fish too.
could do it with fish. Cooking in the fish drippings. It don't sound the same, bro, as cooking it in the chicken drippings. But y'all willing? Let's go in the closing, man. We didn't have a good show, man. G dropped off. Uh, G
Oh,
dropped off.
I have a quick question for 300 Warriors. Have you ever used a spice called fenugreek?
No, never heard about that.
Okay.
Is it
Why does
gonna
that
make
sound
me run?
familiar?
Actually, they use it in the Mediterranean, Greece, and in Georgia and that region of the world.
Oh, no. I have never heard about that. See,
What's the flavor
the,
profile?
the thing is in the Middle East, for example, they all put us under the same category, but we're all eating different kind of food. Like for example, the Indians and the Arabics, they make the kebab with greens. We don't, we add saffron in our meat. They don't use that. Everybody
Now,
do
what
it.
about the marinade? Is the meat that's put in the kebabs marinated in yogurt
No,
or lemon juice?
no, just lemon juice. We use lemon juice.
So you use the herbs and lemon juice,
Yeah,
and then put that on the meat, rub it in.
yeah. Now the Arabics, they use greens into that, but they don't use saffron. Even Iraq, the Iraqis don't use saffron either. It's just the Persians who use saffron.
But if
And it
I
is
remember
expensive.
correctly, isn't Iran one of the largest producers of saffron in the world as well?
Yes, saffron is pretty much more expensive than gold is.
Yeah, by
And
weight it is.
yeah, and we Persians, we don't live without that. If you have no saffron, you poor. You're a poor Persian.
No,
That's like
and tell them because it's also a medicinal thing. Saffron has medicinal benefits as well.
Right.
wow, I didn't know that. It made me think of this
Yeah, we
Vice
also
News
use a
report I
lot of
saw about
turmeric. Um,
turmeric.
we use,
Yeah, I know about
yeah,
that.
turmeric
I
is
take turmeric.
yeah. We use a lot of turmeric in our food too, because it's really healthy. It's also used as medication. Turmeric.
Yeah, I get that at the chiropractor. He sells a turmeric pill. But when you talked about the saffron, it made me think about the Parmesan cheese. If you yeah, they got like a bank, and they have people like robbing the bank. So the Parmesan is worth so much money in Sicily and Italy and the places where they make Parmesan. Like your
Mhm.
family they don't have money there. Like Sunclaw, how you broke down what the definition of money. So in the places where they create the Parmesan, and then this was what sharecropping was like too. Also, these individuals don't have money. They just have the cheese. So they
Mhm.
put the barrels of the cheese in the bank, and they have Parmesan cheese banks. But these barrels are worth like he said, these barrels are worth like millions of dollars. And you just break off a little bit and you sell them around the world. But if you go on Vice News, you can find the expose about the Parmesan cheese, the banks that hold the Parmesan cheese, and then the Parmesan cheese bank robbers. It's a hell of a story.
Yeah.
Clearly, though. So a bank that hold Parmesan cheese, and of course, someone's going to rob the bank. But that's how it's like truffle, and it's like the saffron, like the Parmesan is that. It's money in this part of the world.
Right. The reason why it's so expensive is because saffron grows on the mountains, and it's just the inside of the flower, and it's not that it doesn't grow everywhere on the world. That's the reason why it's so expensive. Like I think like 1 gram is like $10, $10 or $15.
Yeah,
And
and
my
the other thing
homeboy from
about it is
Afghanistan,
it can't be
gonna
mechanized. It
say,
has to be harvested by hand.
Right.
I was gonna say my homeboy from Afghanistan, he would say they got the best saffron. Like he gave me some. So what
Nah.
would he say to you? Yeah, please explain. What would he say to you? Because you said Persian has the best saffron. I remember him going out of his way.
I can tell you that if he would say that in person, I would kick his ass.
Because he
Because
gave me the same recipe.
that's BS right there.
He does his rice the same way. And he talked about saffron. He said they put it in a tea. He was from Afghanistan. He said he makes a tea because I like tea. So he said he likes saffron. So
right, yeah.
So
We use it in
what's
tea
up with
too, yeah.
Afghanistan and they saffron? Who got the best saffron?
Yeah. Well, when you you see the proof right there when you go buy the original saffron, which comes from my country. It does not say fucking Afghanistan, okay?
I'm
So
going because when I go to the vegetarian spot, the saffron, it come in that little square thing. It say Afghanistan on it. So I don't think I've seen a Persian. I don't think I've seen Persian saffron. To be honest, the little red strings, right?
yeah,
The
well,
little red.
when you go in you find them. I don't know where you found that from, but when you go in the Middle Eastern stores and you ask for original saffron, there are only two. There is only one from Spain, and then there is one that comes from Iran. Afghanistan, I don't know. Somebody fooled you or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But I have
you go
never
to
heard
the
about it.
counter, perfect, and you tell them, look, I don't want that stuff that you have over there. I want the good stuff you got behind the counter. So come up with the saffron.
Right.
Oh man, I ain't seen my homeboy in a minute. He used to work together at Kaiser. I wish I still had his phone number. I'd call him and pick on him, man. He's a good brother, man. They'd pray 5 times a day, even in the middle of work. He always say, "Dennis, when you gonna take your break?" Because he want to go pray. And I always admired him and respected him because he would always pray 5 times a day, man, no matter what. He made sure he took his breaks and did everything. But yeah, man, he was from Afghanistan and he brought me some saffron. He talked about similar, making the rice the same way and then making the tea. So I think he would be he would laugh at he would. But so I'm gonna look because I still have some saffron. I have some from him from Afghanistan. He said he said I won't even say how he got it here, but he brought it here with him. That's how important. That's how good our friendship was.
Now this is what I think of. I think he bought it and it says it was made. It's from Iran, and he made his own little bottle and wrote on it saffron from Afghanistan.
Right, babe. Because he said he had a kilo.
I'm Iranian, okay? I have never heard in my life saffron from Afghanistan.
Okay.
If there was such a thing, why is Afghanistan so fucking poor?
To be serious about that, they don't grow. I don't think they grow it in Afghanistan either. What they're known for is some poppies. They're known for their poppies. They're not necessarily.
Hey, perfect.
Yeah.
He brought you that saffron prison style.
Hey, perfect about to say, yeah, I thought that saffron smelled a little funky.
Man, that made me question everything. Now I'm hearing this thing about Persian saffron. But I swear to God, when I was at the vegan spot, the saffron was like, because it come in a little square thing, right? It come in a little square thing, a little red here, and they sell it about $1 gram. It's like $20. It's not even cheap. It's like a little square, little plastic, little cube, and they sell it about $1 gram. It's hella expensive. That's what G was saying. Just for a few strands, it's like $20, and you can't get it everywhere. The real shit.
See, here are my kebab sticks that I make my kebab with, but also can be used to defend yourself with.
Oh wow!
So you put the ground beef after you have mixed it, put them on like this one here, and then you put them on the charcoal grill.
But you could use it to defend yourself also.
Yeah. Somebody come at you. Come on. And then besides that, you see in the corner, I got some more toys in the corner right there.
Oh yeah. Man, I need to go to a red state, man. Sunclaw last week, Sunclaw was talking about he was cleaning up and he found something and he didn't even know he had. I'm like, man, that ain't no California story. Ain't no stories like that in California. Everybody know exactly what they.
I was just talking about Roscoe. I was looking for some stuff. I said, "What's a Roscoe doing in here?" And here's another one. Here's another one.
That ain't no
But you know, I
California
have
story.
a really serious question. What are you gonna do when you run out of ammunition? Because I hear all the time, you know, oh, I got this and I got that. Yeah, but what are you gonna do when you do? I mean, sooner or later you're gonna
I
run out.
only own a very, very small collection of about 10 knives, and a
Yeah, this
hatchet,
guy.
and I have the sharpening stones, and I know how to sharpen them. And
Oh, and that's like me. I have a collection of samurai swords, double edge axe. I got a bow with two knives inside the bow when you pull the bow apart. You know, I think that night, remember I was showing all them weapons I had? I don't know if y'all was on that live. I was showing just that wasn't my guns. I was just showing all my knife collection that I had put up and I brought out just to show, you know, and I'm trying to get my kids into it too. Like I got a AR-15 BB gun that one of my sons he likes shooting it, but the other one, you know, he's real timid around guns because he's like he don't want to kill nobody. I was like, hey, wolf for sheep, baby.
I was gonna go look into getting some equipment to manufacture ammunition, but
Mhm,
I have a tendency to get carried away with some of my hobbies,
mhm,
and I like to keep my money in my pocket, so I decided against.
mhm. Yeah, this came
You might
came
want to
today.
rethink that.
This came today. This is what I bought today. Actually, came with the mail. My blade sharpener.
Yeah, your stone.
Yeah, and I had actually this one first. I was using this one first, um, but this one is more like smooth. It makes it real sharp, and this is my little baby.
Ooh,
Um,
power of
That
grace.
curvature has a reason to it.
Oh
right.
Makes
my
it cut more
goodness.
effectively.
So just like Persian style, you know.
I was just about to say
Persian
that. And
style.
even with the rings along the backside, oh, you gonna hear me coming.
Right. Hey, somebody knocked the door.
That's a good Father's Day present right there. Somebody love you. I like that right there, man. If
Yeah.
anybody watching,
I I
if
had
anybody
first.
watching, then Sabrina,
I had
go ahead buy
first
that
this
for you.
one. I had first this one, just like a small one. It called
Oh, look at that.
zombie, a zombie machete or whatever. But then I said
Zombie
no,
machete.
yeah. But then I said no, I need to get me a real one, and I got me this one here. And I tried it
Sabrina
one
made
time.
me put back
I
on.
chopped even a real tree with it, and I was really surprised. You know, I'm like, oh wow, this is not
Is
this
that
is
on
like
Amazon?
serious. Yeah,
Is that on
this is.
Amazon?
I got this from eBay. Nothing special, you know.
Ooh, that's that
But
predator knife.
it's pretty sharp. I cut myself a couple of times with it. The top is really sharp. So, but it's really thin blade. Like if you really hit it hard, you might gonna break the blade or so, you know. But the other one, I think the other one is like a half an inch of material.
Yeah, just that mass that it has, it'll go through anything, even if it were dull. It would do some damage.
And believe it or not, I am sharpening it every day. Every day. Like there's no day that I'm not sharpening it. Just
You
in
know,
case. I don't
I
have
might not be well prepared in many ways, but in one way, I'm very well prepared. If anything happens, I will be able to shave and be able to keep this baby face for the rest
yeah,
of my
and
life.
that's my other knife.
Yeah, your son Claus shaves
So,
with the straight
so that's
razor.
my other
So
knife
he
that I
got
have. And then I have
And
another
Warrior,
one
when
right
you're
here.
sharpening with that sharpening stone, the two-tone one that you have, soak it in water.
Yeah. Or you can use oil and chalk sharpen it.
And just remember when the swarf builds up on the top of it, that black layer, clean that off so it'll make it more effective. It'll renew the stone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that's what I used when I first started sharpening straight razors.
Yeah, so this was like my collection. You know, I have a friend, Iranian friend. He asked me why I don't buy a RPG.
Wow.
I said, he said,
I love
we are
America.
Persian. He said, we are Persian. You need to, if you want to get ready, you need to have RPG. Don't play with these little tools.
I love it. I love it. Oh man, Suckler, this has been a really conversation that put me in check, man. American men, we not thinking like that at all.
And
you want to be prepared.
you're gonna laugh now, but
if you know the right
told me
people, you
that,
can get anything.
after he told me that, I have researched it. Okay, so you need to have what was that? A class 3, I believe. Right?
Yes, it's a class 3 license. You're able to own machine guns, RPGs,
So
cannon,
you can
artillery,
buy
howitzers.
those, and ammunition per bullet, I think is 250 to 500, depends on it. I'm like, oh yeah, I need one of those. Hey, let me tell you something really funny. Okay, me and my wife, we go to academy, and I have an accent, right? So we go to academy, to the weapon area. I say, hello, my friend. You have bazooka. The white dude turned fucking red and he shit in his pants, and then and then he said, no, we don't have any, and then my wife said, that was so wrong. I'm like, why? He's like, yeah, he was shitting in his pants because he saw a nigger and a terrorist standing in front of him,
I love
and
it.
I said, why? I just asked a simple question. If this is a weapon store, I'm asking him, hey, do you sell bazooka? Yes or no? What's so wrong with that? She's like, yeah, just look in the mirror and you know why.
Yeah, what's the big deal, buddy? What's the big deal?
You know what the messed up part is? There are places in the world that you can go and pay like $50 and blow up a goat.
RPG need 300 meter to arm itself and detonate on impact, otherwise it's useless. No, it will be useful, Black Warrior. I'm gonna stick my kebab sticks on top of it. Then it's gonna be very useful. But
let's close out, y'all. Let's close out, man. Let's go in the close. What you got on the close, 300, man? And we do this every day, bro. So whenever you want to pull up, yeah, we do this every day, man. We be back tomorrow. Yeah, we do this normally in the afternoon. I came on earlier to show the Kyle Rittenhouse show. We usually go live around this time, and we be on like 3 to 9 Pacific time, and it's like 6 to 9 like East Coast time.
Oh, okay.
Every day.
Are you on the East Coast?
So please, I'm in California, but Sunclaw's on the East. Most of my viewers are on the East Coast though.
Oh, I see.
So please, man, pull up anytime. But the floor is yours, man. Please share again your platform, how often you go live, and again close out any topics today.
Right. I mean, I go. I used to go every day. Lately, I didn't go that often live, but I am gonna go more often live now. I also have an Instagram website. I design clothing, and I also make beats. And if you want, you can subscribe to my channel on 300 Warriors. So I do different kind of stuff. And on my channel is actually about we speak about everything, you know. Even if something happened to somebody, you know, they can jump in the box and share anything with us, you know. It's not just whatever is on the topic it says, you know. We talk about everything.
Now, the video I'm interested in seeing is the one that Warrior 300 has on his channel about a world food shortage.
World food shortage. Let me see.
I think you did it about a week ago.
Food shortage worldwide. Oh, did you watch that?
Oh, not yet.
Oh,
I'm
not
going
yet.
to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's an interesting topic because people don't understand.
Right.
It's not normal to have certain fruits and vegetables in the store year round. And the only reason that it's able to happen is because they bring those foods in from somewhere else in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And right now there are issues with transportation. So you're not going to be able to get foods from around the world like we used to.
So what's your, how can I say this? What's your vision for the next 6 to 12 months?
I'm worried, but I'm not scared yet.
No, I mean, what do you have in mind that you would say, you know, okay, in 6 months, I believe this and this would happen.
I think people should buy a little bit of rice. You
Mm-hmm.
know, like a little 100 pounds of rice.
Right.
50 pounds of dried beans, some oil, a little bit of charcoal, maybe about 20 bags. You know, because if you need to eat.
I have only two options that could happen. I think option number A is, you know, the world economy is gonna collapse, and there will be nobody working anymore, and people are gonna rob each other and kill each other. And option number B is, I believe, we're going for war with any other country. Now, my biggest concern is if China, Russia, and especially and Iran get together. That's my biggest concern of everything, because a lot of people are underestimating Iran because they think, oh, it's just a small country, you know. But nobody ever have invaded Iran, so how do you know? You know. And the third option is, or it's not a third option. I just think that's what it is. I think the reason why we are not working and they really don't care is because the AI is going to take over anyway. So what do they need us for? That's how I think sometimes. I think we're going to be replaced by robots. Not right away, but soon. That's my opinion.
I agree, bro. It's already started.
I'm on the most pessimistic I can get. There is a chemical that is used to kill weeds.
Mm-hmm.
There is a generic term for that family of chemicals.
Mm-hmm.
You combine the back end of that word with geno, And that is a possibility of what could happen in this country because of the animosity and the hatred that's being built up.
Mm-hmm.
And with these protests where entire cities were on fire, it's within the realm of possibility. I'm not saying it's going to happen or that it will or that it should, but I'm saying it's within the realm of possibility.
Mm.
These are them and this is us. And whenever that kind of junk happens, it's because of that dynamic being created, that type of rhetoric going on. Those and us, them and us. And it's not the kind of language that you want flying around in a country when there are things happening, when there's economic turmoil. That
You
kind of
think
stuff turns bad.
you think it's gonna just happen in the United States, or you think it's gonna be worldwide?
It could happen worldwide,
Mm.
and it could happen in the United States. But it all depends. It all depends on how desperate people get. Because remember, that type of stuff only happens in desperate times. People need an excuse. They need a scapegoat. Oh, this is happening because of this. This is happening because y'all didn't get this.
Mm.
They're already starting that language in the media. Oh, the reason that we can't do this is because of them. We can't do this because of them. This is all their fault. That kind of language is dangerous. Very dangerous.
I think the hate became stronger um, in in this country. The hate was already there. It was they just didn't have the balls to spit it out before that. But since 2015, 2016, the hate became stronger. Um, I have I have traveled and lived in several states now in this country, and I see it myself, like um, how they become more, their hate gets stronger, and their racism is getting bigger and bigger. I really don't know how this is supposed to continue, but this is what I was saying. Like since the white people are completely against other races, I want to see how your grocery looks like when every non-white person is gone, is completely gone out of this country. I want to see what you're gonna eat. I want to see what you're gonna have left in your grocery store. I bet you there is nothing else besides fucking potatoes.
Yeah, they'll starve because they don't like working.
Right.
They say they're hardworking. They're not willing to do that kind of work. They haven't been willing to do that kind of work since ever,
Hmm.
since forever.
They did research about this in Germany. Germany has a lot of foreigners too, all kinds of foreigners.
And a very large Turkish population in Germany because after
Right,
the war, they
right,
couldn't get enough Germans to help rebuild, so they had to
right.
have
Germans,
Turkish immigrants come into the
right.
country.
Turkish and Italians, yeah.
Hmm.
And they did. They said, we're gonna pretend all foreigners are gone from Germany. Let's see how our grocery store looks like, right? And they showed the store, and the store was completely empty, and they had nothing besides potatoes. And uh, then they realized, oh shit, uh, we are dependent on each other. Hell yeah, we are dependent on each other. How the hell are you gonna get certain seasonings and certain food and certain stuff? We all depend on each other, and this hate bullshit, I don't get it. I really don't get it. That shit needs to stop completely. Um, and we are all only visitors in reality. We come here, we have our time here, and then we go. And in the meantime, you should do the best out of it, you know, instead of leaving hate behind. For what? For what? Why can't we get along with each other? What's wrong with that? You know, I don't know. I really don't know. But it's not gonna. It's gonna get uglier and uglier day after day. And you know, I am 100% sure that this is not going to continue like this. You know, for over 400 years, they have mistreated color and black people. You know, so me personally, bitch, you want some? Come get some. Period. That's my response to that.
Facts. I love it.
You know, we are warriors. You know, we had the biggest empire on this planet. Nobody ever have copied what we have accomplished in history. So who the fuck are you that you think you can do certain stupid shit? You know, and then you know when you look at Abraham Lincoln, right? He looked up at Cyrus the Great, which is our king in my country, 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. You know, so they didn't even they got that idea from us. So this needs to stop. You know, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What is your problem? You know, what you have a problem because I have an accent? You have a problem because I am darker than you? What is the problem here? You know, this is the biggest issue here, and of these color and race issues here. You know, and we were talking about this before. You know, like they having laws for every law is. It looks like every law is different for any different color. You know, it's not the law is not for humans. The law is for what color you are. Oh, you are black, you go 20 years in prison. Oh, you are brown, you go 15 years in prison. Oh, you are white, you go only 5. You know, all this is bullshit. Yeah.
No,
Exactly.
it's 5
that's
only
what
if you're white and poor. Now, if you're white and rich, you go none.
Right.
Great
Now,
wrap up. Great
you were talking about this this guy who shoot the guy with the skateboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I am just going to ask you this. So what is your opinion about this? Like, you think is right?
Oh,
That
perfect.
you
You
go to
never went
prison
over
or you don't go?
the poll results.
So for
Let's
how
check.
long is he
Let's
going
check
to
the
prison
poll.
now?
Let's check the poll. The poll said, what did the poll say? Oh, poll was 50-50. 50 people thinks he's guilty. Yeah, 50% of the people got quite a few votes too. It's not like just a couple votes. We got double-digit votes. We got 50%
It should
yes,
be
50% no.
100%. It's like this, okay? It's like this. It's like you come with a knife and I shoot you with my bazooka. Okay? So that, I mean, what kind of bullshit is this? You know, what kind of comparison is that? You know, you come with the skateboard and you shoot him with the rifle.
But his intentions were to harm him in a sense too. He just had whatever he had in his hands, and what he had in his hands happened to be a skateboard. He should have known better. You don't bring a skateboard to a gunfight.
Right.
So the judge was giving jury instructions on whether they can convict or not. And that's a good question, though, because what you're basing is what the judge said. Do you think his response was warranted? His response of force? Because if you think he responded and he was warranted to respond, but he over responded, then you can find him guilty of second-degree reckless. And this is the thing that we don't get. Like a lot of times with us, they'll put the jury in a position that if you don't find this black man guilty of life, then he'll go free. And the jury don't want to let a criminal on the street, right? Because it's a known criminal. So the jury convicts most times. And in this case, that's not going to be the option. This is a young boy. You know what I'm saying? 3 people are dead, and the judge is giving them an opportunity to give this young boy a second chance at life. So if they say that the young boy was there to protect people, he actually did protect people, so he was there in the capacity of a militia, because in the Midwest, they got militias. So if people on that panel that believe white men are empowered to do what he did that night, which is why the police commended the guys who were out there, because white people think that they can do what they did that night. So people will take that into account. So only way he gets convicted is if some people on the panel say that he responded with too much force, and then they can convict him of second degree reckless, which without intent. So he basically could get a couple years like a police officer who killed a black guy. He may get like a slap on the wrist, a year or two, and you know, come home just like that, because they and in my opinion, in my opinion, he didn't kill anyone black. So it's a unique perspective I have on the case. Like, so in my opinion, I speak about it like in the same vein as the Bill Cosby and R. Kelly case. It's not about public opinion. It's about what you could prove in the court of law. So I come down on what you could prove in the court of law. And if this young man felt empowered by police, and then right now we talking about a broken country, the police welcome the help. So if this young man felt invited, because they said that there was an invite put out on the wire, that it was lawlessness like in Seattle. They already lost. You gotta think about how white men feel. They already lost a city. They already lost the city. During this time, you already lost one American city. This is not a joke. One American city has failed. So white men in the Midwest were like, I'm in a red state. No more cities are going to fall while I have a gun. I have rights under the Constitution to mobilize under militia, and I'm going to protect the city from being burned down. And what happened in Seattle with Chaz is not going to happen here. So they felt invited to the point that the judge said the people who passed away could not be called victims. So if you asking me, I don't believe he should be found. I don't think he should be found guilty of first degree. But if we been technical on what can be proven, the judge said that he is allotted self-defense in one case, but not allotted self-defense in the other case. But you can't find him guilty of the second thing. So I don't believe as a juror I would be able to find him guilty of anything. I think I would be forced to find him not guilty. But if anything, I would be able to convict him of with the jury instructions as it stands, I don't believe I would be able to. But if the jury instructions would allow me to, all I could say is in the second degree reckless, because he was invited there and that he was defending himself the first time, and the second time he responded with force, but he responded with too much force. And then somebody could argue that back because people had fire. That guy was talking about, I'm gonna kill you. So people could argue that back. The only thing I could, and that's just being like liberal with it, that the only thing I could find him guilty of is second degree reckless. But I couldn't find him of intent because these people were not victims. The judge said I can't find them guilty of any intent. I don't see how you convict them on anything if we can't say that he had intent. And police say that they were welcome there, and he actually put out a fire and saved some people. Everything else is combatant. That's why they wouldn't call them victims. We don't really understand what's happening here. What they're saying that happened that night is almost like a war took place that night, and these were casualties. These are not victims. They were in the middle of a melee. Bad actors on both sides. That's why they haven't been called victims. So it's hard to say, in order for someone to be a murderer or kill somebody, you got to have a victim. The judge said it ain't no victims. This was a combat zone. I might agree with that. The motherfucker shouldn't have been out there. On either side, this was a combat zone. So I'm not going to say that this young man killed somebody or these are victims. That's what the judges said. And these mothers out there saying, I'm going to kill somebody and starting fires. So it's funny how
the thing that kind of bothers me about it is, in that protest, there were some people who were trying to light a gas station on fire, wheeling a burning trash can. One of those big trash cans that you see in the city that the truck picks up in order to dump it out. They were wheeling one of those that was on fire to a gas station. What were their intentions? If that gas station had gone up, how many people would have died?
And we had lost in American City already. We had lost in American City. So you got to deal. This is all in context. That's not coming up in the case, but that's the context. I'm looking at it. Why are we feeling power? We had already lost in American City in a liberal blue state.
This will be not the last case. This is just the beginning. That's how I see it. I think there will be more.
And that chaos happened because they had an excuse. What's going to be the next excuse to do that kind of destruction?
I don't know.
300, I think 300 is alluding to something. 300, man, thank you for coming up. God is good. You know what 300 is alluding to, something? When this young man is found innocent, what does that do? What we've talked about before with the King Kong Kung Fu. What does it do when this young man is found innocent when it comes to responses in these type of melees? What does it do? We called it out. It said it sets what? It starts with the P. It will set a what? A legal what? When this young man is found innocent. And it will empower other young white men to respond in a similar vein, because this will set a legal precedent. Hello? Why wouldn't they empower white men to act in a militia? It's in the Constitution. This will set a legal precedent. This will set a legal precedent. So when he is found innocent, and these guys, there is already a precedent that has been set. Does anybody know what the biggest precedent that has been set in this case? Which is why I started showing it. These guys were not called victims. That says a lot going forward. When 300 said this is not going to be the last, you motherfucking right. These cities are going to go up like this. This is going to keep happening. A precedent has already been set in this case. Y'all missed that, right? That means the next case, I'm arguing that as defense. These motherfuckers ain't victims. Kyle Rittenhouse already says, the state versus Kyle Rittenhouse already says, Judge, that these motherfuckers are not victims. If you can't defend that prosecution, we can't call them victims. What? Huh? Yeah. That precedent, y'all tracking with me? Come on now. That was major. That's why I started showing the case. And then everything subsequent from that will set legal precedent on how the white man can respond to these type of events. How they will feel empowered to go get their rifle and defend their country.
I think the entire country is mad and angry right now, and there will be more. This is not the last time shit like that happened. This is just the beginning. Like I said, people already especially here. This is like a really racist town that I stay here. And you will see way more people doing shit like that, and I'm worried about that. They're gonna come after us. Now they were just shooting white person, shoot white person, which I care less. But pretty soon they're gonna come.
But in my opinion, that's how it should be, though.
What?
In my opinion, that's how it should be. White people killing white people.
Yeah. And you
And I'm
know,
only half joking.
this is what I think. Okay, now I want both of your opinion. Okay, what you guys think about that? Can you imagine foreigners and black people getting together and kicking some ass and taking over?
Yeah, man. But unfortunately, it may not look like what we think it's gonna look like. It may look like more like what you and your wife have, and it may look like people like it may not be me. I might not make it there, and I'm my prayer. I've been trying, brother, but it may not be me. It may be men like you marrying women that I could have been with, or my son could have been with, because me and my son didn't make it. And people might not want to hear that, but I don't know if it will have a choice in the matter. It's just whether or not men like me will be in that picture, bro. And then sadly, it's up to us to want to be there. And if we concern
I think
ourselves
there is
with
a
other
chance.
shit,
I believe there is a chance. There is a chance to win something like that. I truly believe that, because you know, we all have a saying: "What you can't bend, you can break." We have a saying that says, "What you can't bend, you can't break." So, and you know, black people and Persian people, we have something in common, you know, and that's we went through a lot of shit in life, you know, and hey, there's shit that can break me. They try, yeah, but I'm too strong for that, you know. You can break me. Doesn't matter whatever the fuck you want to do, but I'm not breakable. And I believe there is a chance we could take over, you know. I mean, I'm so sick of it. Of everything they do, you know. They they we are second class here. So where's the humanity here? What you mean first class and second class? We should all be treated the same way. You know, that's why I think, you know, it's time for us to take over. They've been ruling for a long time. It's time for a change. That's my opinion.
I agree, brother. Time for a change. And my prayer, I share that we can make some type of coalition that we discussed today. And it did happen today on the panel. It happened today, and it wasn't even planned. So it can't happen. So I share your sentiment, and we learned about positivity and manifesting these things, and the positive attitude is the way, because it happened today. So I need to be more positive, and more opportunities like this will present itself, because God created this opportunity today, and we met you, and we got some good knowledge out there. We're gonna continue to do more of that. This type of stuff gives me the incentive to keep going, because sometimes I get discouraged. So this is what it's all about, man. With this type of connection, it gives me the belief that we can do what you just said, like, and it's a greater understanding. For a long time, I feel like I was I said I lost friends starting to farm and buying my 50-pound bags of beans and rice. You
I'm,
know, trying to tell
I'm glad
people,
I
so
met you guys. I really,
man,
I'm
me
glad
too,
that
man.
Earl introduced me to you guys. And
Too.
there's another saying, two hands together makes the sound. One hand by itself cannot make a sound. Try to make a sound with one hand without snipping. I mean, you can make a sound with one hand, but with two hands together, you can make a sound. And if we get together, you are always stronger. Never forget that. You by yourself, you might be weak, but in a group, you're gonna be strong. That's just the way it is. And I believe there is a chance. And the thing is, what I really hate, is that they always take over our cultures, and make it their own. I'm like, bitch, you didn't create that. You just took it from me because this came from my country or from this culture or from that culture. What do they have? I mean, they too stupid to dance. They too stupid to sing. They don't know shit. Let's be real. Yeah, they do have some skills in certain directions, but they always take over from other cultures. I mean, just look at these women now, for example. They they start twerking, and then in the competition, they have only white women in, but it did not come from the white people. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Good points, brother.
Same with
We create
with
the culture.
music. Same with
We
music.
curate the culture.
They do the same thing with music. Where now you see bunch of white people rapping. You don't even know where it came from. Yeah,
This is
on
true.
TikTok, there's this white boy with long beard. Yeah, he do have some bars, but still, that did not come from your race. Now, if you acknowledge that, I respect that, but they act like they just take it. They just take over. So I
Thank
don't
you,
know.
300, man, for all of your input today, man.
Oh,
We're
you're
going to keep
welcome.
it going, man. Please come back again, man. You're welcome.
Definitely,
We do this daily. We do this daily.
definitely. When I go live, you can come to my channel.
Oh, we will. We support.
Okay.
Watch. We see us in the chat. You'll definitely see us in the chat.
All right.
You should see my subscription already.
Let
I
me see.
subscribe to your YouTube and I subscribe to your Instagram.
Oh, I
You should see
appreciate
my
that.
yeah,
Does it show here? New subscriber.
yeah,
Oh, okay. New subscriber. Two new subscriber. Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we
Does any
definitely
of you guys make music?
now I do a
No.
little freestyling when I
Oh,
don't
you
make
do?
music.
Now there is one of our brothers was at Quafenino, and he makes beats
Oh
and he
yeah.
sings and he does things like that.
Mm.
He actually is really
Um,
good. He's really good.
Lazo,
Yeah. You have.
Lazo
Oh,
also,
Lazo
You
and
got. You got SoundCloud.
Rose Gold,
Awan G's.
Rose Gold,
You
Juan
got.
G's.
You got SoundCloud.
Don't
Mm.
Oh, you don't.
don't.
Mm.
I'm an old guy, man.
Yeah, well, perfect. You can do that outro, that 5.0 outro with your bars in it.
Yeah. I got some little things I do every now and then, but not like these guys that Sunclaw mentioned.
You know, because those guys, I think they make money off of their stuff.
Yeah.
And one day, perfect, you'll make money off of yours too.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. And we are. In
Yeah, I
fact, we're
make
gonna help people at
I
the
make
same time.
beats just for fun. I mean, I'm not a professional producer or so because I used to dance back in the days. I
Yeah, you
got bunch
talking about dancing for DMX, a
of
backup
yeah,
dancer for DMX. I heard.
yeah, and I got
That's
a lot
dope.
of a lot of beats in my head. So sometimes I sit there and just for fun, I make me some beats and play them sometimes on YouTube or on TikTok or whatever.
I understand. That's dope. You got to get it out, man. It's cathartic, man. It's therapeutic,
Right.
man. especially coming from where
Yeah.
we come from. That's the way we express ourselves with the beat, with the drum.
Right.
Sometimes that's why I'm inspired. So it's inspiration type of thing.
Yeah, but it surprises
Yeah.
people that somebody like me with my background do that kind of stuff, you know.
I'm sure it surprised people when I start rapping and show my podcast. But yeah, man, it's the way we express our part of who we are. The
Right.
drum is how we express ourselves. Is how we teach. When they was breaking down the 808 and how the power of the 808 and that
Mhm.
phantom beat within the 808, how Kanye West was breaking down the 808 and how they subconsciously use the 808 with the gangster rap to program and create more violence in our communities. It's real, man. This music thing is not no joke. It's beats. And when people say I
Right.
make beats, it's not no joke. Yeah, they use that. They use that. Think about A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like all these things that they're triggering things. Yeah. So it's important.
Right.
Fuck with the music, man. Fuck with the music. Yeah, man, I'm glad we got together. It's a lot of people in this space. We can hook up and link up together. Like Lazo's a good, we do freestyle Fridays. Rose
Mhm.
Gold MC, they be freestyling. So it's a whole family of connected good brothers,
Oh,
man.
that's pretty
We can
cool.
connect. Yeah. We connect on like, and everybody, they fall through my chat. So the more you fall through, I'm sure you connect with more good brothers like G. There's a lot of
Mhm.
brothers like that because this place, this platform that I created over here is a little bit different than other places where black men frequent. Like the topics of conversation are a little bit more weighty, like the topics that we discussed today. Like it's more of that type of stuff and less about pointing a finger and more about looking introspectively and dealing with things head on and
Mhm.
facing some heavy lifting is a term we've been using lately. Challenging men to do the heavy lifting. Yeah, to improve. Like what you talked about today, you challenged me a lot about certain areas that I need to get right. For my family, I'm the leader, protect,
Mhm.
provide. So,
Right.
a lot of things you shared today, things I can benefit from, and pray my audience is the same way.
Mhm.
And I'm sure they will. I could tell he benefited from the conversation, and I know I could tell he came alive and was able to share a lot. He's always been that one on the panel, like before you came, like talking about tools. And to be honest, I never gave it the weight. I'm gonna give it a lot more weight now after this conversation. Like you saying that you spent because like I still save my check. Like I had admired people who hadn't spent their check, but think
Mhm.
about how you could bought tools. I never thought about that. But it made me think about him immediately about as men, we build, but you need the skills to pay the bills, and you gonna need the tools. And that's an excellent thing when I talk about father power, telling men to get out there and purchase these tools, you know what I mean, so that you can
Yeah, I mean,
provide
how are you
and
gonna
build.
rebuild if you have no tools?
I
You
never
do need
even
tools. I mean, it was shocking to me, when I went to Walmart and I saw that people received that damn stimulus check, right? And everybody was grabbing a 65-inch flat screen TV. I'm like, oh my God, I feel sorry for you. Because when you get hungry, you might gonna add a little bit salt and pepper on those corners and bite in that damn TV because you're not gonna
suck
have
like he don't know
no
your
food.
story. Suck
You
like
know?
he don't know your story about the salt and the pepper. He said you might want to put some salt and pepper on that flat screen out there, ladies and gentlemen. Season up that Gucci bag, you know what I'm saying? Saute that Gucci bag you had
I
to
mean,
have.
when
You know
you
what
are
I'm
hungry, what is that damn TV gonna do in that corner? You're not even gonna use it. What are you gonna eat? I mean, yeah,
saying?
you
It's a
spent
paperweight.
$1,000 now on that TV. Congratulations on that. But your refrigerator is empty.
Congratulations.
What are you gonna eat? You're gonna buy it in your TV?
No, it's a paperweight now. It's a paperweight like grandma
I
used to
mean,
say.
I seen a lot of people were doing that. You know, when I received my stimulus check, I went and bought me a bunch of fucking tools, man. And it was just sad. I was showing it to my wife. I'm like, yeah, look what they do. Look, they buy a stupid TV again. They already got one. Now they need one for the bedroom because they are too lazy to walk to the living room. And when the shit hit the fan, they're not gonna have anything to eat. What are they gonna eat?
Man, that's a bomb right there. Bomb drop. He said they buy another TV because they too lazy to walk to the living room. Woo!
You
Shit.
know, these
You
are
already got a
facts.
TV.
These are facts. You know, I don't make up shit. These are facts. I seen it myself. I got a homie. He got 4 TVs in his fucking house. I'm like, what you need 4 TVs? Let me tell you something. First of all, those 4 TVs gonna help you to pay more electricity bills. That's number one. Number two, what you need, so can you watch 4 TVs at the same time? I'm like,
That's the
man,
sad part. That's the sad
you
part. That's why
know,
I don't
that's
like
just
me.
waste of money. That's just waste of
No,
money.
because I come in the house and I'll say the same thing and they'll call me white. Because guess what happens when you walk in that motherfucking house and you know it's true. All 4 of them motherfucking TVs is on and all the lights is
Yeah,
on. And
yeah.
I come in like the big brother and I say, why you got all the 4 TVs on? And guess what? I'm not invited back to that house again. And I tell you right now, I don't got no motherfucking friends and my brothers don't invite me over. But that's the real shit. Because if you go over to that motherfucking house, all 4 TVs are on. Somebody upstairs with a TV on, somebody downstairs with a TV on. There's a TV on just watching the goddamn couch. But all 4 of the motherfucking TVs, because it makes the black woman in the house feel good to have all the TVs on and all the lights on. It makes them feel wealthy. And if you come in and say, hey, bro, you don't need all these fucking TVs on, you won't be invited back over.
Yeah,
That's
it's
why
like,
people don't be shit. That's why there ain't no party over here right now. Because we
right.
ain't talking about the shit people want to talk about. Because they
You
got 4
know,
TVs in their house right now. They
right.
feel
It's like,
bad right now.
you know, when you have those 4 TVs on, it's like somebody opened the window, right, and throw all the dollar bills out of the window because that's where your money going to, you know. Because on the end of the month, when you get that $650 electricity bill, you ain't laughing anymore. Oh shit! I
But
wish
see,
I turned that damn TV off. That's what you're gonna
and they
say,
ain't paid the bill. They ain't paid the bill in a year.
right?
They ain't paid the water bill in a year. They ain't paid the rent in a year. And
Right.
now that's why that's why all the murders is upticking. We ain't even
But
got to it, Son Claw. I ain't even talked about it yet, but these are some topics there's a topics I haven't got to in the back of my head because sometimes I don't feel like the audience deserves everything that God puts on my heart. Some of it I say for my family, but there's been an uptick in murders. So when you talk about these things, what Sabrina says is these 2 worlds are converging on top of each other. So with the conversion of the poor and the rich on top of each other, and then you have all this lack of opportunity, you got an uptick in crime and killing. That's not being talked about either, except for the police is talking about it. And the sad part is the police is saying, well, the police don't feel loved after 2 years of protest. So the police is thinking about protecting themselves. So that's why you see the police saying, I'm not going to take the stabby wabby. The police are not, they don't care about the pandemic. They want people to know how they feel after 2 years of you shitting on them and let people know that how much you need us. You haven't paid us. You haven't recruited us. The cities are out of control. The cities are out of control. All of the major cities, the crime, a major uptick. As they told us about all the jobs, all the job loss and everybody quitting their job, you know what they haven't told you about? What goes along with that, Son Claw? What goes along with that? It's something that is from the 80s. These things this mathematics. There's something that goes along with the job loss, you guys. It's crime.
Mhm.
Crime is coming back. It's in vogue.
Hey,
Big
can I make
time.
you laugh?
Come on.
All right.
Come on.
Let me tell you what happened to me. I was new in America, okay? I did not speak English. And I was going to order something from a restaurant, and I went to Jack in the Box, right? And I had a little computer where I could type certain words, and it would translate into my language, so I understand what I have to say. So I showed with my finger on the number 11, which is the spicy chicken sandwich, right? And I was glad to pay, you know. And then the dude says, for here or for to go. I said, oh shit, what does that mean? I type on my computer for here or for to go. I'm like, what should I say now? I said, okay, for here, when I finish, I go. Did you catch it?
Yeah, I got it for here.
And I told him, and then later on when my English became better and he asked me again, you know, I said, motherfucker, let me fucking ask you a question. Which motherfucker sleeps overnight here? Why would you ask for here or for to go? That doesn't make sense to me.
When you know I can't speak English, give me my fucking food.
Right. And then
Give me my fucking food.
And then this is another thing that happened to me. I went to Blockbuster. I wanted to rent some movies.
Hold on, Warrior. Now they've got some young people out here who don't know what that is. You see, back in the day before Netflix, you had to go into a building,
Right,
and get a video or a
Netflix
DVD
building.
to watch a show.
Okay, I went to the Netflix building. So
Netflix building, right.
Right. I wanted to rent me some movies, right? And that dude, and I was on I was here with the visa, you know. I wasn't even a resident or anything. I didn't have a driver's license, green card, social security number, none of that. Then he asked me, "You have a social security number?" I said, "Yes, a 16-digit number from my country." He said, "No. We need social security number from here." And I said, "I don't. I have no social security. Where can I get social security from? You know?" He said, "If you go to this building and come back with social security number, I can rent you some movies." I said, "All right." I walk and walk. And then I arrive to this building. I go all the way to the 7th floor, and everybody takes some numbers. I take a number and I wait there, and I see a bunch of Pakistani, Mexicans, and Africans are all in line. And then I said, "Oh, you want to rent movies too, yeah?" And he said, "No, no renting movies." I said, "Oh, I am here for renting movies." And I wait there like for 2-3 hours, right? And then it's my turn. I said, "Hello, ma'am. No English. Me come Germany here, America, go Blockbuster, rent movie. Main movie say Social Security. So please give me Social Security number." The lady said, "Wait a minute. Are you serious?" I said, "Very serious. Very
Yes, I
serious.
want to rent a movie.
New Jet Li movie in Blockbuster."
Right.
And the lady says, hold on, I'll be back." She turned around, go back, and they start all laughing in the back. And I'm like, what the fuck? They laughing at me, you know? Then the lady come back and said, "So you want social security number for Blockbuster, not for working?" I said, "Working? No, vacation. No working." And she said, "Sir, I have heard a lot of stories, but this one is new." I said, "You laughing at me?" And she said, I said, "It's not funny. Me come America, blockbuster movie, watching movie, Jet Li movie, very good movie. That bitch did not want to give me a fucking social security number so I could go home and rent this goddamn movie." And then I asked my friend, right, "Why the fuck do you need a social security number when you just want to rent a movie? I mean, there's no working involved in there, you know?" He's like, "Dude, you're lucky you did not got deported."
That's what I was thinking. That ISIS was going. I thought ISIS was going to
Because
come
that's
get
what he
your
said.
ass.
He told me. He said, "You're lucky you did not got deported," you know. And then I just bought me a car, you know. I bought me a car, you know. In Germany, you can drive as fast as you want, right? On the autobahn, you can drive unlimited speed.
Basically, as fast as your car can go.
Right. So I bought me a BMW, you know, all the way leather, and I am driving on freeway 150, 160 miles, and then
Wow.
I see police officer is doing wee wee wee, you know, and then I stopped on the side. I said, "Hello, officer. How are you, my friend?" He said, you were speeding." I said, "I was speeding?" I said, "Okay, I have a question. If I was speeding, how did you catch me?"
I love it.
And then
Oh,
he
wow.
said, "Sir, your driver's license, please." I say, "Why? Is something wrong with my driver's license that you need to see it?" And he became aggressive then, you know. He became rude, and he said, "Yeah, um, give me your driver's license and put your hands on the steering wheel." And and it's my first time, you know. I did not know. I was going to get out of the car, and he said, "Sit your ass down." And I'm like, "Oh wow, they are very serious." It was my first time driving in America, and then this is all this adventure happened to me. You know, I said, "Okay, I'm gonna sit in my car. Thank you very much for letting me rest in my car." And then he went and checked on my on the car and came back and gave me a juicy ticket. You know, and
You
then
lucky you left with your life. You lucky you had your life, man. You could have
and
killed you on
then
the side of that road.
and then I left. You know. But yeah, these are some stories that happened to me in this country, you know.
Growing pains.
Yeah. And one day I got arrested for just asking them to call a cab for me. I was in. I met a very sexy woman from Pennsylvania. She invited me to her house, and she even paid for the ticket. You know.
Wow.
I flew to Pennsylvania. And then on my way, I stayed there for like a couple of weeks, and then I had to go back. You know, in the middle of
She
the
should have
night.
got charged with the Mann Act. She should have got charged with the Mann Act, son, Claude. She flew him in there for some illicit shit.
Yeah, and in the middle of the night, you know, because it was a small town, you know, there were no public cell phone or anything, phone or anything like that. And I'm like, yeah, how do I get to the airport, you know? And I saw a police officer coming, and with the car, and I jumped in the middle of the road to stop them. I said, "My friend, can you call please cab for me? I need to go to airport." You and he asked me for my ID, and I have California ID, and I am in Pennsylvania, and they they put my luggage in their trunk. I'm like, oh, they are very nice people. They're gonna take me to airport now, right? And I end up in jail for 4 hours. FBI background check on me and all this shit. I missed my flight. You know, I said, motherfucker, I will remember your fucking face. I'm coming back. I say this all in my language, He don't understand what I'm saying, I'm like, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna fuck you up one day.
I'm
Uh,
glad that you did mention that part
and
about missing the flight, because I was going to ask, did you make the flight?
and then they finally let me go after 4 hours, and then there was a Mexican guy in the cell with me. He said, "This is your first time." I said, "First time what?" He said, "Arrest." I said, "Yes. I just wanted to go to airport, and I end up here." He said, "Oh, so you knew from the boat?" I'm like, "What do you mean knew from the boat?" He's like, "Oh yeah. You know how many times they have arrested me?" I said, "No, I have no idea." He said, "I live 20. I live here 20 years. I have no papers. I have no green card. I get deported and then I come back. I get deported and then I come back." I said, "Yeah, but the difference is you are just jumping over the border. I would have to jump over the whole ocean. That's the difference." But then they did a background check on me and gave me my papers, my passport, and my ID back. And then finally they let me go. And I'm glad that shit is over. But I really hated that part.
Now, I
They
heard
like they like bothering innocent people. Now, I did not speak English very well, but I wanted to actually say, "Hey, motherfucker, go hunt real gangsters, uh, who kill other people instead of I just ask you for a cab and you arresting me and doing stupid shit like background check on me and all that crap. So all
And you got
stupid.
some stories, man.
Yeah, I
Got some
do.
good. You got some good stories, man. Thank you for coming through, man. You got to come back, pull up, man.
Right. How long you are alive right now? Let me see. How many hours are you here? Oh, 7 hour, 13 minutes. Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah, man. We've been.
Oh, okay.
How long you be alive, man? It's a long one for me, man.
Oh, well, my longest was 63 and a half hour
Oh wow. Oh wow.
with the six pack of
I'm a
Red Bull.
baby. I'm a baby. I'm a
Yeah,
baby. Yeah.
my
Shit.
wife woke up, went to work, came back home, went to sleep, woke up, went to work, and came back, and I was still alive.
Wow. 64 hours.
Yeah,
Marathon. Marathon
yeah.
continues.
Everybody on YouTube knows me for a big record of being live constantly without the break and everything. But you know what? I was really done after that. I was sleeping for 2 days. That was just too much for me. I mean, that's like 3.5 days in one shot, being awake and just talking. I'm like, yeah, I need to drink. Wife, bring me something to drink. My throat
Right.
is dry.
Libation. Libations.
Right.
But I'm gonna close this down, man. So thank y'all for hanging out, man. I'm gonna throw it to Sun
Yeah, you're
Club, man.
welcome.
Thank you for hanging out.
Thank you for
Come
having
back
me.
tomorrow, 300.
For
Thank
sure.
you for
What time are you
coming
going
through,
live
man.
tomorrow?
We usually go live around 2:30
2:30. Oh,
California.
okay.
2:30 in the afternoon, California time. I might be live in the morning with the if they come with a verdict. If
So
they
isn't
come
that
back with a
like 3 in Central Time?
Okay, I'm gonna be probably live before that then. I go maybe
Yeah,
live around 9 or 10. I don't know. You know Angry Prepper?
no, I never heard of that.
Let
You
me
never
see,
heard
because
of
I
him?
might.
He's from New York. He's
That
pretty
sounds like
good.
a pretty cool name though. Angry Prepper. I like that.
Right. Um, he he got some good content sometimes.
Okay.
He's a firefighter,
Oh
but
wow.
he's about to lose his job now because of
Because of
the
the
That
mandate.
mandate that they had in the city.
Yeah,
people not talk.
I
We
don't
talking
know
Yeah, the
why
about
they
Angry
that
call.
here
Prepper is
too.
I don't
hard
know.
too.
Mandate sounds so gay, you know. I don't
Yeah,
date
it
the men.
is.
I don't date the men. I date only women. Why would they call it mandate?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to this great podcast that we created.
They're forcing a mandate on you.
Now I am pretty sure
This
if
what
he's
happened.
gay,
This
he's
what
very
happened when you go
excited.
long.
You know?
This what happened when you go over a certain amount of hours. The conversation get loopy. It get loopy. That's what happens.
I
This
am
is what
pretty sure
happens.
if the guy is gay, right? He say, "Oh, I agree with the mandate." Where is he?
See, this is when the conversation gets. This happens when you think too long and hard about a certain subject. Yeah, and then what's worse is that other people begin to agree with you. Like subclaw just that's the worst part about it. You get a consensus.
And you know what the worst part about it is? This mandate is all about penetration.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I tried, everybody. I tried, ladies and gentlemen. I did. I care about your ears. I do. I do. Ooh. Ooh, I never even thought about that.
So where are you from, SoundCloud?
Well, I'm over here on the East Coast. My family is from the Caribbean.
Oh, East Coast. So we got. Oh, okay, very good. You
Yeah,
are from
lived a
the
couple
West
of years
Coast. You are from the
overseas.
East Coast, and I am sitting right in the middle.
We got it all covered. We
I'm
do.
in
We really do.
Texas, so
Yeah, with Irv. But
All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
Perf,
300.
let's
I
close
don't
this
know.
down. I don't have a finishing statement.
All right.
I think my
And
finishing statement is going to be: the mandate is all about penetration. Whether you like it or not, you're gonna get penetrated. That's what the mandate is about.
Mm.
But can I at least have some dinner first?
Well, all
all
right
right,
then.
y'all.
I see you then tomorrow.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Either you see me on my channel or I see you on yours.
Oh, we're gonna keep this going for sure.
Sure.
Salute.
Yeah, you can come on my channel and then you can drop your link and then hopefully more people. Well, most likely there are only white people there on my channel. I come on your channel.
It's all good. I'm okay with white people. My wife is white, so it's all good.
Oh, okay. All right. I see you on the other side.
Salute, brother. Have a good one.
You too.
I have to
Son
make a
Claude back in the
correction.
building.
Sabrina is North African. She is North African, not white. North African.
North African, my bad. North African. I don't want to get in trouble. North African. Salute 300. Salute. Thank you, Son Claude, my good brother. Hey, it was a little bit left of the video, so we're going to end today's show. We're going to finish the video, and then we're going to close it out so you have context for tomorrow. I don't know if y'all think we might get a verdict tomorrow. So if we get a verdict tomorrow, I'll be back early. If not, yeah, she always remind me, 300, she's Sicilian. But if you meet her, people joke about who's the person that's black in a relationship. Is it me or her? But that's my better half, though. That's my better half. She's from Sicily. Her family's Sicilian. So, yeah, I'm blessed, man. But what y'all think? We get a verdict tomorrow? I think it's quite possible we get a verdict tomorrow. I don't know if the jury was adjourned to go deliberate or not. So let's see what the end of the today, and then we're gonna shut it down.
You should not be considering lesser included.
Look like it might be over.
And that group all runs alongside the 59th Street car source, away from the street, away from any protesters. At no point in that video do you hear any threat that Joseph Rosenbaum makes. It's not there. Trust me. If the defense had it, they'd play it for you. Now, they want you to believe that that threat is made, and they also want you to believe that it was something that the defendant took into account when he decided to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. It's hard to tell what his exact words are. I hear the word not pretty clearly in there, as in I did not.
Let's continue, Mr. Vinger.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to continue on. I hope your full stomachs won't distract you too much from the presentation here. So I had been talking about the murder of Joseph Rosenbaum. And as you can tell, I'm trying to go in chronological order. I'm trying to go through these events in a way that makes the most sense. So count one of the information is with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum. The second count of the information pertains to Richie McGinnis, who you heard testify. He testified that he was in the line of fire behind Joseph Rosenbaum as the defendant fires 4 rounds with his AR-15, which is loaded with full metal jacket ammunition. I'll talk a little bit more about that type of ammunition in a little bit, but you've heard testimony that it's the type of ammunition that's capable of going through body armor. It is capable of going through a squad car. It is designed to go through the target and continue flying on for up to 550 yards. Richard McGinnis testified that when those shots went off, he thought he had been hit. He thought his life was in danger. One of the rules that I think most people who are familiar with firearms knows is always check your background. meaning know what's around your target and know what's behind your target. This is true when you're hunting, it's true when you're target shooting, and obviously it's true when you've got an AR-15 in downtown Kenosha in the middle of protests with houses and people nearby. But there's no indication the defendant cared one bit about his background, cared one bit about where those bullets were going to go. And as I said, he put Richie McGinnis in danger. Richie McGinnis, after this incident you've seen on the videos, goes to try and help Joseph Rosenbaum and has his own video shows when he first gets there, he finds Mr. Rosenbaum's body face down on the ground. And I'm going to play this exhibit 15 for you.
Pressure on this, dude. Get away on it. Get away. Give me a fucking look. Where? Yeah, dude. Where? Where's the hole?
You want to talk about medics. You want to talk about people who care. You want to talk about people who were there trying to help. You just heard them and you just saw them. People who didn't know Joseph Rosenbaum. They just knew somebody needed help. And while that's going on, the defendant flees, callously disregarding the body of the man that he just shot and killed. And as he's running off, he's lying to the crowd about what happened. This is exhibit number 12.
So there were just like 6 shots.
The defendant says he pulled a gun. That statement, he pulled a gun, was a lie. It's not true. The defendant knew it wasn't true. He's lying to the crowd as he's running away. Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun. The defendant knew he didn't have a gun. The defendant is lying to save his own skin instead of going and trying to help the person that he has just shot and killed. In exhibit number 3, Gage Grosskreuz's Facebook Live video, he tells a similar lie. As they're running, Mr. Grosskreutz asks the defendant, "Did you just shoot someone?" And the defendant says something about the police and then says, I did not shoot anyone. And this is similar to the lie that he told Jason Lukowski at exactly that same time. As he passes Mr. Lukowski, he says, I did not shoot anyone. And that was established through Mr. Lukowski's testimony. And again, I think it's worth emphasizing at this point that Jason Lukowski had just met the defendant maybe an hour. This is about 11:50 at night. Mr. Lukowski got there about 10:45. This is Gage Grosskreutz running towards danger, running to try and help. This is exhibit number 3.
You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Listen to the second thing he says.
You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
It's hard to tell what his exact words are. I hear the word not pretty clearly in there. As in, I did not shoot anyone. I did not do anything. Jason Lukowski, he lies to. The crowd, he lies to. Gage Grosskreutz, he lies to. So at this point, the crowd is dealing with what they perceive to be an active shooter. Someone who has just shot someone, who is still in possession of the gun, who is fleeing the scene. And how are we supposed to know where he's going next? You know, all night that night, the crowd has been hearing the sound of gunshots. They've been hearing fireworks, firecrackers, but now someone actually has been shot. The crowd sees the defendant running with a gun. He's lying to them. He still has the gun. He's shot someone. This is provocation to them. This is someone who has committed a criminal act and is putting people in danger. It is entirely reasonable for that crowd to believe at that moment that he is a threat to kill again. The defendant could have made it unequivocally clear what he was doing. He could have stayed at Mr. Rosenbaum's body, helped protect him, helped preserve his life, call 911. As he's running, he could have announced to the crowd exactly what he was doing, told them. He could have fired warning shots to try and keep him away. He could have dropped the gun. He could have raised his hands and surrendered. He could have signaled to this crowd that he did not pose a threat anymore. But everything he does is indicative of someone who is still a threat. Now, the defendant is going to tell you he wasn't. But from the crowd's perspective, how are they supposed to know any different? He does nothing to demonstrate to the crowd that he isn't a threat to kill again. And it turns out he does. It turns out within a few seconds, he does kill again. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in this situation, the crowd has the right to try and stop an active shooter. They have a right to protect themselves. The defendant is not the only one in the world who has the right to self-defense. But what does the crowd do to try and stop the defendant? I submit to you, and this is not a criticism of them, but they use almost the least minimal, least intrusive means possible. They could have used deadly force against him. They could have shot at him. Instead, somebody comes up behind him and knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes up with a skateboard and the defendant blocks it with his arm. And the defendant falls to the ground on his own. No one knocked him down. This man that the defense wants to call jump kick man, he's got no weapons, no gun, no knife, no nothing, comes in and tries to kick the defendant in the face. Anthony Huber comes back and tries to grab the gun, actually does grab the defendant's gun and tries to pull it away because he's trying to disarm an active shooter. And Gage Grosskreutz comes running in, stops with his hands up in the air until he sees and hears the defendant adjusting his weapon as if preparing to fire again. And then what does Gage Grosskreutz do? He reaches for the gun, try and disarm the defendant. Gage Grosskreutz had his own gun in his own hand. He could have aimed it and fired at the defendant, but he did not. And you heard Gage Grosskreutz testify about that, about how that is a decision that he was not prepared at that point in time. He is not the type of person who is just willing to take someone's life in an instant, unlike the who took 2 lives that night very quickly and seemingly very easily. There is a video, Exhibit 5, which is the BG on the scene video, which traces this entire incident, which we call the second event. This is going to show you Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and the other individuals who are trying to stop an active shooter using what I would characterize as the least intrusive means possible. Someone knocks his hat off. Anthony Huber comes in with a skateboard. In just a few seconds, the defendant kills one person, attempts to kill 2 more, and blows off Gage Grosskreitz's arm. It's that fast. This is someone who has no remorse, no regard for life, only cares about himself. And these folks that are coming at him, the jump kick man, Anthony Huber, aren't armed. They're not a credible, imminent threat to his life. They are trying to stop an active shooter. And they have a right to do so. Imagine if the crowd couldn't do that. Imagine if they weren't allowed to try and stop someone in this type of situation. After killing Anthony Huber, after severely wounding Gage Grosskreutz, the defendant walked away like he's some sort of hero in a Western. Without a care in the world for anything he's just done. You know, it's interesting. This occurs about a block away from the police line, right down the road. If the defendant's so concerned about his safety, the police are right there. And in fact, they pull up to this scene almost instantly. The defendant's got his medic bag on. He proclaims himself a medic. He doesn't know at this point if Anthony Huber's dead or alive or capable of being saved. And yet the defendant offers no assistance, makes no attempt to try and help anyone else. All he cares about is himself. We have taken that video and we have broken it down into individual frames. And I want to take you through frame by frame the incident with Gage Grosskreutz, because a lot has been made about Mr. Grosskreitz's motions and what he does and where he goes and things like that. So I think it's helpful for us to take a look at this. So this is Exhibit 80, beginning with frame 356. At this point, you can see that Anthony Huber is staggering off after being shot in the chest. The wound has entered his lower left rib cage and has wound up almost exiting near his right shoulder. It has ripped through his ribs, his heart, his aorta, and he may not technically be dead, but he's going to be dead within a few seconds. He is stumbling away. The defendant has the weapon pointed towards Gage Grosskreutz here, who is cowering, hovering, hiding, covering his head, trying to stay out of the way. And I'm going to go frame by frame here slowly as we see the movement. Now we see the gun is moving down towards Gage Grosskreutz. It is pointed directly at him from a distance of just a couple of feet. Gage Grosskreutz has his right leg planted as if he's pushing backwards, trying to get away. The gun is still pointed at him. The defendant here is going to adjust the gun, turn it over as if he's making sort of adjustment on it. Gage Grosskreutz testified that this was a movement that he interpreted as the defendant preparing that gun as if it was going to fire again, as if clearing a jammed round so that he could shoot it at Mr. Grosskreutz. At this point, Mr. Grosskreutz is, I think, probably thinking to himself, well, I will, until he realizes that the defendant is getting ready to fire again. In none of these frames is Mr. Gross's right hand with his Glock pistol pointing. You can see Mr. Grosskreutz is actually backing up with his right leg. Let me go back a couple of frames here. This is frame 444. You can see his right foot is on the ground, but it's starting to move back. Now, as I move forward in the frames, 447, his right leg is moved back. This is someone who is about to retreat. His hands are in the air. He's backing away from the defendant until, as he's testified, he sees the defendant start to manipulate that gun in such a way that it makes Mr. Grosskreutz feel like he's about to be shot. And only then does he take action. What action does Mr. Grosskreutz take? Does he hold that gun with both hands, lock that it's got, and point it at the defendant? No, never. Does he even take the gun with one hand and point it? No, never. Instead, you can see him start to lunge in with his left arm forward. The gun is not in this hand. The gun is in his right hand. He's lunging forward, reaching for the defendant, probably reaching for the gun, probably trying to block the gun. You can see now he's going to take a step with his right leg across the defendant's body, not directly towards the defendant, but across the defendant's body. As he's reaching in, almost swiping away at that gun with his left arm. He has bladed his body in such a way as to try and present as minimal of a target as possible, which is probably what saves his life. His right leg is about to hit the ground here. The gun, the AR-15, is pointed directly at him from just 2, maybe 3 feet away. He's trying to shield himself with his left arm. And as we approach for frame 500 here, the gun goes off. At no point in this process is Mr. Grosskreutz pointing his gun at the defendant. Frame 499, the gun is just fired. Frame 500, you see the puff of smoke. 501, the bullet has hit Mr. Grosskreitz's right bicep, severing it. I'm going to continue forward after this because you can see that his right arm, this is an interesting frame right here, 504. You can see that gun. I'll go back even more. You can see that Mr. Grosskreitz's arm with the right hand with the gun, his right hand is pointed off to the side. What pulls that gun down closer to the defendant is the fact that Mr. Grosskreutz just had his right bicep severed. It's not a voluntary action. It's an involuntary, the muscle is severed. Now watch, Frame 502, watch his right hand. 503, 504, 505, 506, 507, 508. At this point, yeah, absolutely. That right arm is probably dangling down towards the defendant. It's not going to be able to pull that trigger without a working bicep muscle, and it's not a voluntary thing. It's done because the defendant just blew his arm off. But yeah, this is the time after the shooting when, yes, the gun happens to be pointed at the defendant. And I got to stop here for a moment and highlight the hypocrisy of the defense. Because according to the defense, if someone has a gun, they're a threat. If someone points a gun, they're a threat. There's only one exception to that. The defendant, by their logic, he gets to run around with a gun all night. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. He gets to point a gun at everyone. But, oh, we're not supposed to take him as a threat. No, it doesn't work that way. The same set of rules apply to the defendant as everybody else. There's no exception in the law for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception that says, if anyone else has a gun, you're a danger, except for Kyle Rittenhouse. There's no exception in the law that says, if you point your gun at people, oh, that makes you a threat and I can kill you, except for Kyle Rittenhouse. I can do it all night long. The same rules apply to him as everyone else. And everyone else has a right to defend themselves also, not just the defendant. We have shown you photos and videos of Gage Grosskreuz's injuries. Exhibit 60 is a video taken right after Mr. Grosskreutz was wounded by the defendant. It's hard to look at, but this is what we're dealing with. When you fire an AR-15 at someone from close range, this is what it looks like. I guarantee you, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant had no clue what his gun was capable of. He didn't even bother to pay any attention to it, didn't concern himself with what he would be doing to other people. But this is what happened. Let's not flinch away from this. It's important that we understand what that gun was capable of that night. It killed 2 people, and it did this to Mr. Grosskreuz's arm. When those shootings occurred that I just played for you, what would a reasonable person in the defendant's position at that time think? The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to tell us. As part of your decision in this case, you will represent the reasonable person of ordinary and prudent person, and you will put yourself in the defendant's shoes that night. I submit to you that at the time, the reasonable person in the defendant's shoes would have known that he had provoked Joseph Rosenbaum by pointing his gun at someone else, that the defendant had put someone else at risk of dying doing that. The defendant should have known that the crowd was aware of the fact that he had just shot someone and that they felt their lives were in danger. That is reasonable. It is also reasonable to understand Gage Grosskreutz had just witnessed all of this. He had heard the defendant had shot someone. He'd heard the defendant lie about it. He saw the defendant shoot at jump kick man at close range, miraculously missing, had seen the defendant kill Anthony Huber. Gage Grosskreutz reasonably believed his life was in danger at that moment. And he was proven correct because the defendant shot him too. So when you consider what's reasonable in this case, consider whether or not it's reasonable for a criminal to be able to shoot himself out of a crime scene. When a bank robber robs a bank and runs away and the crowd comes after him, can he just shoot anybody and claim self-defense? If someone comes up to that person and tries to stop them, tries to disarm them, like Anthony Huber did, do they forfeit their life? Did Anthony Huber forfeit his life by trying to be a hero and stop an active shooter and protect others? Is that justified? Can the defendant just kill him? In this case, the crowd was right. The crowd knew the defendant had just shot someone. When they're coming after him, they know he's just shot and killed Joseph Rosenbaum. But you know, not every active shooter situation is the crowd have perfect knowledge. When they're told that person running up the street just shot someone, we don't have time in the moment to go back and take a look at the body and replay the video and make a decision before going after the person with the gun. You know, we've had several police officers testify that in an active shooter situation, their first instinct, their first training is to go in and stop the threat. They don't sit there and wonder, well, maybe it was self-defense. I don't know. I'm going to, wait and see. And every day we read about heroes that stop active shooters. That's what was going on here. And that crowd was right. And that crowd was full of heroes. That crowd did something that, honestly, I'm not sure I would have had the courage to do. If I see a guy running up the street with an AR-15 and I hear he just shot somebody, my first instinct is not to approach. Anthony Huber was different. Jump kick man was different. Gage Grosskreutz was different. That doesn't make them a threat to the defendant's life. It doesn't make their lives worthless. They don't give up their right to defend themselves. They have just as much right as the defendant. I told you I wanted to begin by talking about the murders committed by the defendant. Now I want to go back and put it all in context for you. And that context starts with, bruh, I'm just trying to be famous. The defendant's TikTok profile. 4 doors, more whores. Picture of him up in Ladysmith, probably in early May, proudly holding his new AR-15. Up until August 25th, 2020, this is the only time he'd ever fired that gun. Maybe put 100 rounds through it or so at that property up there with Dominic Black. They purchased that gun on that same trip. The defendant admitted he knew as a matter of law he could not buy that gun because he was only 17. Yet he wants to tell you that he thought legally he could possess it, which didn't make a lot of sense to me. We don't have a lot of defendants come in and say, well, I possess cocaine. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I thought I could possess it. No, it's not the way it works. Dominic Black conducted what we call a straw purchase for the defendant. He purchased that gun for someone who was not legally allowed to purchase it for themselves. I'm prosecuting Dominic Black for that, as you know, just like I'm prosecuting Joshua Zeminski. Because what Dominic Black did was wrong. And we don't tolerate that. The agreement was Dominic Black was going to keep that gun until the defendant turned 18. It was Dominic Black's gun. It was legally his. And the defendant knew that it was going to be held onto until he turned 18, that he was not going to have it until that birthday. I want to focus a little bit on this AR-15 because I think it's important when you consider the recklessness of the defendant's conduct, how much he knew, cared, or didn't know about this deadly weapon. He'd only fired it that one time, maybe 100 rounds through it. He loaded the gun with full metal jacket ammunition, which I'll talk about a little bit more. He wanted it because he said it looked cool. Didn't seem to know or care much about the type of ammunition or the type of gun. You had a couple of witnesses tell us in this trial, and I could not believe it. A gun is a gun is a gun. Don't even start with that. And a bullet is a bullet. No, it is not. It is not. And anybody who says that is ignorant and reckless, because there are some important distinctions here. Full metal jacket ammunition is capable of piercing body armor and squad cars. And you heard Officer Krieger testify that when they heard someone was running around with a rifle, he went and got his plate armor out of the back because their regular body armor wasn't going to stop those rounds. Ryan Balch talked about how full metal jacket ammunition is designed, and this is a former Army infantryman, is designed to go through a target like a deer or a person and continue on. He says it can hit a target 550 yards away. That's 5.5 football fields. And he explained that he had a handgun that night. He put hollow point ammunition on. And that's what he was planning on using for self-defense. Because hollow point ammunition acts differently. It's going to hit its target, but it's not designed to continue on and go through and hit other targets. So you will hit what you hit, but you're not going to put the rest of the community at risk, especially on a night when there are hundreds of people out on the streets in a heavy residential area. We can see on that map the car source, there are houses, there are churches, there are daycares, there are schools nearby, and you're firing full metal jacket ammunition around. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that that AR-15 had no lawful or legitimate purpose that night. Now, the Second Amendment allows people to carry guns. That is true. There are people who can't carry guns, convicted felons, for example. But generally speaking, I'm not saying people don't have the right to carry a gun. What I'm saying is that AR-15 did not accomplish any of the goals that these folks said it was going to. So, for example, Ryan Balch says the handgun is what he was going to use for self-defense. Several witnesses agreed you can't point this gun or shoot this gun at people to protect property. So if you're going to protect the car source building, how is this gun going to help with that? The defendant has admitted the gun was useless when he was going to treat people as a medic because it got in the way. He had to take it off and hand it to someone. So you can't use it as a medic. You can't use it to protect the building. So what's it there for? Well, it looks pretty imposing and it has some deterrence value, but Jason Lukowski, Dominic Black, and Ryan Balch all said they never actually intended to use their guns. So why is it there? The defendant was wearing a sling that night. He purchased that sling at Jelinski's that afternoon. The purpose of the sling was so the gun couldn't be taken away, wouldn't fall off, he wouldn't lose possession of it. It was designed to help him retain possession of that gun. And he loaded it with 30 rounds, the full magazine, capable of killing 30 people or more. Why do you need 30 rounds of full metal jacket armor to protect a building? This AR-15 is completely incompatible with the role of a medic. Richie McGinnis testified he's been to demonstrations in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York, Minneapolis. He's never seen anyone walking around claiming to be a medic with an AR-15. And certainly when you see someone like that, it doesn't exactly send a warm, fuzzy message. Oh, come to me, I'm here to help. And the defendant acknowledged he had to take off his AR-15 to treat people. No serious, credible medic wears an AR-15 slung around their body. That's because the defendant was a fraud. He was not an AMT. He lied. He lied to the press. He's being interviewed by Richie McGinnis, who he hears is a member of the media, and he says, I'm a certified EMT. You're lying. You're absolutely lying. Jason Lukowski and Dominic Black said the defendant had to borrow his medical supplies from us. This is an emergency situation. Everybody's anticipating violence. Everybody's prepared for people to be hurt, harmed, injured. And yet the defendant's going to go there and walk around claiming to be a medic? He's like a quack doctor practicing without a license. That puts lives at risk. And one of the things I had Gage Grosskreutz testify about is that tattoo on his right arm, which said, "First, do no harm," which is one of the precepts, one of the fundamental tenets of the practice of medicine. First, do no harm. So how do we evaluate the defendant's performance as a medic that night? Well, on one hand, he wrapped up an ankle and I think maybe helped somebody who got a cut on their hand. Yay. On the other hand, he killed 2 people, blew off Gage Grosskreitz's arm, and put 2 more lives in jeopardy. So, you know, when we balance your role as a medic that night, I don't give you any credit. He showed no remorse for his victims, never tried to help anybody that he hurt. And even on the witness stand, when he testified on Wednesday, he broke down crying about himself, not about anybody that he hurt that night. No remorse, no concern for anyone else. For him to call himself a medic is an insult to anyone like Gage Grosskreutz, who spent hundreds of hours training and working hard to become an EMT. It's an insult. The defendant made a series of reckless decisions that night. Going armed with an AR-15 at 17 years old when he knew he shouldn't have done so, because that gun is normally locked in a safe that he doesn't have access to, and it's not even legally his. He's out after a citywide curfew. He's intentionally and knowingly entering into a dangerous situation, and he expects it because he brings along his AR-15 and some body armor. So don't tell me you didn't know. He brings along no non-lethal means of defense, which means his only option is to kill. I don't know about a lot of you, but I remember that night. I didn't come down here. I don't think most reasonable people did, in part because we all knew it was going to be violent and dangerous. Most reasonable people, to the extent they came out, they were gone by then, because you don't willingly put yourself in this situation unless you want it, unless you're looking for it, unless you want trouble. Now, to put this in perspective, at this time here in our community, there were people who were scared. There were people who were worried about themselves, their homes, their families, their business. That's understandable. This is different. There were also people out there who were exercising their First Amendment right to assemble and have free speech because of whatever they believed in, and they have that right. But that's not what we're talking about. The curfew, the riots, the arson, the looting that we'd seen in those prior nights, roadblocks set up around downtown, closed exits on the interstates, all of this was sending the message to reasonable people: go away. Don't come down here. Who was left at 11:45 at night? Most reasonable people had gone home before the curfew or never even came at all. But the defendant's down there, he says, because he wants you to believe he's protecting CarSource, even though he had no actual ties or genuine concern for this building. You have this caravan of people from West Bend, Ryan Balch, Jason Lukowski, Joanne Fee, coming down from some other community, having no idea what's going on here, Kenosha, having no idea what businesses are, having never dealt with CarSource before, just injecting themselves into this situation. CarSource that night was empty. The owners testified. They moved all the cars off the lot. They took the tools out from inside, and they didn't even feel the need to protect that building. So who's there? These guys with their AR-15s are just wannabe soldiers, acting tough, trying to manufacture some personal connection to this event, furthering their own personal agenda. Just a small part of the deluge of chaos tourists we saw here in Kenosha, trying to feed off of what we were going through, despite everything we did to try and tell them, go away, stay out. Did those owners, Sam and Sal, ask anyone to protect their business? You know, I called them to the stand because I wanted you to hear from them. I had their statement, but I wanted you to hear from them. And I'm sure you formed your own impressions about them. I'm not here to tell you that I believe what they said on the witness stand. I don't think it really matters much, except I wanted you to have a flavor of who these people were and what was going on at that building. What was interesting to me, a text message from the defendant to Sam asking for the address of Car Source, even though the defendant says he's already been there. It didn't make any sense to me. It's not hard to find if you've driven past there every day. You know, Kenosha is one of the easiest cities in Wisconsin to navigate. It's all east, west, north, south. How hard is it to find this place? But the agreement was the defendant was supposed to stay at the 59th Street location. There's another group at 63rd. It was their responsibility. And the defendant testified that when the shootings occurred at 11:45 or 11:50 at night, he didn't even know if that other group was still there or if they'd left. But crucially, you heard testimony of Kriston Harris, who was out there reporting for his Rundown Live, and he's making some video. And he tells the defendant, stay on your property. Don't go out in the streets and engage with these protesters because you're just making it worse and you're escalating the situation. He tells the defendant specifically that just 20 minutes before the shootings. Kriston Harris probably said that because he knows this is a crowd that is feeling threatened by the defendant and his group. Richie McGinnis testified when he left the Stella Hotel and immediately ran over to 59th Street, he saw guys up on the roof and he felt threatened. These guns, he said, were the thing that changed the dynamic for him. Drew Hernandez, we showed video of Drew Hernandez having laser sights pointed at him. And he said he felt threatened. He thought someone was pointing a gun from the roof and putting his life in jeopardy. These are two people who are veterans. They've been to protests in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., New York. They've been through this before. And yet here in little old Kenosha, the defendant's group made them fear for their lives. That's the kind of impact these AR-15s had. The crowd is yelling at the defendant's group, stop pointing your guns at us. Stop pointing these laser pointers at us. And the defendant sees this. He's well aware of the fact that the crowd out on the street is hostile. They don't react well to him. And he knows that by 11:35 at night, this crowd is all the way down there south of 60th. That's where they're at. So if I go down there, I need to be prepared and I need to expect that these folks are not on my side. Joseph Rosenbaum. He's dead. So we don't know what he was thinking. We don't know what was going on in his mind. That makes him an easy target for the defense today because they can stand up here and pile on him and destroy his reputation, and he can't speak for himself. That happens a lot in homicide trials. Blame the victim who can't speak for themselves. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Joseph Rosenbaum, and you've heard some testimony about him. He had been in the hospital, left it that day, had a clear plastic bag with his possessions, toiletries, a water bottle. We've all seen this. You get it in the hospital. It's pretty common. He's walking around like it's pretty much his only possession in the world. He visits Carrie Ann Swart, his girlfriend, and happens to wander downtown in the middle of civil unrest. No indication he planned to be there. No indication he's part of any sort of movement. He just happens to stumble into it. So what does he do that night? Oh, let me tell you all the awful things Joseph Rosenbaum did. He tipped over a porta potty that had no one in it. He swung a chain. He lit a metal garbage dumpster on fire. Oh, and there's this empty wooden flatbed trailer that they pulled out in the middle of the road, and they tipped it over to stop some bearcats, and they lit it on fire. Oh, and he said some bad words. He said the N-word. If he were alive today, like Joshua Zeminski, I'd probably try and prosecute him for arson, but I can't because the defendant killed him. But that's the way we deal with people that do these things. When you commit arson, we prosecute you. We don't execute you in the street. And I'm not here to say that the things that Joseph Rosenbaum did were good or that I condone that kind of behavior. Not at all. But he didn't deserve to die for it. You can't kill someone for these things. He's 5'4", 150 pounds. Jason Lukowski characterized him as a babbling idiot. Lukowski says, I turned my back and walked away. This guy wasn't even a threat. I think we all know somebody like Joseph Rosenbaum, the Napoleon complex, the little guy who just wants to chatter. But when it comes down to it, it's all bark. It's no bite. It's like a little dog. Bark, 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 bark. Really gonna do anything. There is no dispute in this record that at no point that night did Joseph Rosenbaum hurt anyone. Never had a gun, never had a knife, never had a bat, never had a club. And in the Drew Hernandez video, that fight at Ultimate Gas that we showed you, he's being shoved around by the crowd like a rag doll. And yeah, he's mouthing off, he's talking a lot, but he doesn't actually threaten anybody, doesn't actually hurt anybody. They're pushing him around like he's a tiny little person, which, frankly, he was. And in the background of this video, you will hear somebody say, point your gun at me or something like that. That's Joseph Rosenbaum. He's upset because somebody pointed a gun and that triggers him, which is understandable. I think most of us would be triggered by that sort of thing. And that's what's upsetting to him. He gets right in the face of people who have AR-15s, never reaches for their guns, never rears back to punch anyone, never even lays hands on anybody. You're going to watch this confrontation here at Ultimate Gas, and I want you to keep in mind that there's a group of people on one side with AR-15s and a group of people on the other side. And none of the people with the AR-15s feel their life is in danger. None of them shoot their guns. They can handle themselves. The defendant can't. That sound you heard was somebody throwing some sort of plastic thing at one of the stanchions underneath the gas station, and it makes a sound that almost sounds like a gunshot. So add that into the mix. You've got people with guns, loud voices, clear hostility, and the sound of something that, frankly, to me sounds like a gunshot, and yet everybody keeps their cool. Nobody hurts anybody. Nobody fires a gun. And watch how they push Joseph Rosenbaum around like a rag doll. Watch this guy in yellow. He's going to shove Joseph Rosenbaum about 8 feet away. Wow. I guess it was a different guy that did that. But they're shoving him around like a rag doll. Nobody feels threatened by Joseph Rosenbaum. He's not reaching for anybody's gun. He's a mouthy little guy. He's a little dog that barks. And you know what he's going to do now? He's going to tell him, hey, I need to go grab my bag. I don't have my bag. So they let him on through. There he is about to reach down and grab his bag off the ground. That's Joseph Rosenbaum. You've heard testimony that he tells people, shoot me, asking them to shoot him. Curious how that's a threat to anyone else. He's triggered, as we saw in that video, by people pointing guns at other people, which is reasonable. Most people would feel that same way. And then we get to the crux of the defense, this threat that he supposedly made to the defendant. The defense would love to be able to play you a video of this threat. They would love for you to see it and hear it yourself. This is a night in which there are dozens of people out there, reporters, regular folks who are recording with their cell phones and with other cameras all night long. We have video of almost every minute of the defendant's night from multiple different angles. And yet, you don't single video with this threat. Nowhere. It's not out there. Ryan Balch testified, and we have his transcript. We have his testimony, and what he says is there was an incident in which Dustin Collette had put out a dumpster fire and said something to the effect of, fuck around and find out. And Balch steps in, and he has an exchange with the protesters, and he turns around, and Rosenbaum is right there in front of my face yelling and screaming. And I tell him to back up. He goes, you know what? If I catch any of you guys, blah, blah, blah. So that's the timing, according to Ryan Balch, right after that dumpster fire. Kriston Harris from the Rundown Live was there, physically, standing right next to Ryan Balch. Not only was he there during the dumpster fire, but he stays with Ryan Balch and or the defendant for the next 6 or 7 minutes, recording everything. And I've played this video for you. It is Exhibit 18. And I played for you a period of time from 1 hour and 22 minutes to 1 hour and 28 minutes. And I asked Kriston Harris, I call him to the stand, and I said, I ask you 2 questions. Number 1, do you independently remember seeing Joseph Rosenbaum, hearing this threat? And he said, no. And then I said, okay, well, maybe you missed it because, you know, there's a lot going on. So will you rewatch your video for me and tell me, is it in there? And he said, no. This video captures that entire period of time with Ryan Balch and the defendant right there, and there's no threat. There's no Rosenbaum. It didn't happen. The defense desperately wants this because they've got to give you a reason why it's okay to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. And this threat is critical to their case. But it's not there. In exhibit number 3, and I'll play it for you here as I'm talking. Joseph Rosenbaum isn't even visible. Now, I submit to you that even if, I'm sorry, this is exhibit 18, even if there was a threat made, it's still not enough because Joseph Rosenbaum's unarmed. You can't kill him. But the defense has pinned a lot of their case on a threat that didn't happen and they can't prove. It's not a video. It's not there. So I'm going to pull up exhibit 18, the Rundown Live video, and I'm going to go to that mark.
Kriston T. Harris here to Rundown Live, and I'm here with a bunch of Kriston T. Harris here to Rundown Live. If you are live, share this in our groups, your forums, set watch, protect the fans, just like the year, man.
So here's the dumpster fire.
I can use a newbie right now.
Joseph Rosenbaum is not in this video. Here's Dustin Collette about to put the fire out.
I'm gone. Hey. Reel in. Don't cause problems. I'm here. Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Yeah. I don't give about which one you want. I have to agree with her.
There's Ryan Balch standing right next to Gage Grosskreutz. Joseph Rosenbaum isn't here. And the defendant and his group are being told an important message. As long as you stay on your property, don't go out there and cause trouble.
I agree with her. They shouldn't be on the street. They're just protecting their property. When the guy's an asshole. No. When the guy is losing his patience, he should go inside. Yeah, switch them out.
He's talking to Ryan Balch right now.
He's got a lot of rage. He sits around this whole crowd for this guy's life. Check your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there.
This is where Ryan Balch goes and talks to a protester.
He's just trying to protect the property. He doesn't want anything. He has no problem with you guys. He just wants to burn down his shit. I can't blame him. I understand. Hey, you're not listening to be in the street. You gotta stay on your property. That's how you got problems already with people. No one bothering your property. Don't look for trouble or anything. A medic? I know you are, but like, you got your own medics, and you know, I take care of them. I know you're just trying to keep. I get that, but they don't look at it that way. They look at you guys as it's a different. It's as much as you guys are afraid of us, pretty much down here. I know, but the conversations are having. Thanks, guys.
The rest of the video is the crowd being warded off by gas launched by the police. They launch tear gas, which affects the defendant, which affects Ryan Balch, it affects Kriston Harris. And that group all runs alongside the 59th Street car source, away from the street, away from any protesters. At no point in that video do you hear any threat that Joseph Rosenbaum makes. It's not there. Trust me. If the defense had it, they'd play it for you. Now, they want you to believe that that threat is made, and they also want you to believe that it was something that the defendant took into account when he decided to kill Joseph Rosenbaum. One of the questions that occurs to me is, how would the defendant even know who that guy is? Because earlier in the night, Joseph Rosenbaum is wearing a red shirt and a blue bandana. But by the time he's killed, he's got no shirt on. He's got no blue bandana. This is someone the defendant has never even met before. He's one of hundreds of people in the crowd. And yet we're expected to believe that in a split second, the defendant remembers this guy. I don't believe so. So then that video that I just showed you leaves off at about 11:35 p.m. The police have moved the protesters south of 60th Street. They've tear gassed the crowd, and there's no protesters left. 59th Street is no longer in any danger. Wasn't much danger to begin with. Wasn't anything left there to protect. But by this point, There's no more danger. As law enforcement comes through, you've heard this video where they tell the defendant and his group, we appreciate you, and hand them out bottles of water. As long as you stay on that private property, yeah. No one is saying you don't have the right to stay on private property and protect private property. What people are saying, what the crowd is saying is stay there. Don't go out looking for trouble. The defendant hears this message from the police and takes it the wrong way. He thinks, oh, well, now I'm junior policeman. I can go run around some crime. But I asked him and I asked some other witnesses, if the police are there on the scene and the protesters are gone, go home. Why are you still here? Shouldn't have been here in the first place. But why are you still sticking around? And interestingly enough, one of the questions that I always had in the back of my mind is, what's the end game here? When is this crew going to be done and decide that it's time to leave? Well, right after the defendant kills Joseph Rosenbaum, kills Anthony Huber, and comes back, they all flee like rats off a sinking ship. But it's boring at 59th Street. There's no protesters. There's no action. So the defendant decides at 1:35 p.m. to cross the police line and go looking for trouble. He knows at this point he's entering a hostile crowd. He's seen this crowd. He knows what they're like. That's why he has to yell friendly to them, because he knows they're not going to see him and think he's friendly. And he knows he's got to have Ryan Balch with him, some sort of buddy to protect him. And he's immediately confronted by that man with the yellow pants who says, you just pointed your gun at me. And the defendant says, yeah, I did. He admits that. Now, what's interesting to me is they want you to believe this never happened. They want you to believe this guy in the yellow pants made it up or is lying. But he's just standing there by the side of the road, minding his own business, when the defendant happens to walk up to him. Do you think he just sat there and thought, oh, I'm going to make up a lie about this guy on a spur of the moment? Or did it really happen? And is it consistent with everything else you've seen about the defendant? Does he sound like the sort of guy who would point a gun at someone for standing on a car? Does he strike you as the kind of guy that would threaten deadly force to protect property? Because that's what happened. The man in the yellow pants says it happened. The defendant agrees. And then he comes into the trial and says, oh, I was being sarcastic, like he's a little 17-year-old and he wants to get out of it. Shortly after that, the defendant loses track of his protector, Ryan Balch. So now he's in a position where he knows that he's surrounded by people that consider him a threat. He knows that he's not supposed to go anywhere without Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back to 59th Street. And he does. He tries. He walks up to the police line. He says, I work there. That's my business, which isn't true, but whatever. And they won't let him through. Now, Ryan Balch makes it on through shortly thereafter, but the defendant gives up. He could go one block in either direction and make it back easily if he wants to, but he stops and decides, you know what, I'm going to stay here and maybe see what's going to happen. So then he talks to these people with fire extinguishers, and he's going to go down to 63rd Street, and he asks one of them to come along, and they say no. Now, at this point, doesn't have Ryan Balch. He knows he's supposed to go back. He knows he's supposed to have a buddy, and yet he decides to go it alone. He decides to run down to 63rd Street or walk down to 63rd Street. Doesn't even know if that other group is still there. Doesn't even know he's really needed, but he can't wait to take this opportunity to go down and confront people, because he thinks he's some sort of cop, some sort of law enforcement agent, some sort of junior cadet who's out there with the responsibility to fight crime. Nobody asked him to do that. Nobody gave him the right. Nobody deputized him. Ryan Balch says, the police told me, the crowd, we're going to push him down by you. You're going to deal with him. The Bearcats hand out water and tell him he's appreciated. As he's crossing the police line, they warn him about people throwing rocks. What is the message the defendant takes from all of this? The wrong message. Oh, well, now I've got the power. I've got the gun. I'm going to go confront these bad guys. I'm going to stick my nose in things. So what does he do when he gets down to 63rd Street? The first thing he does, we showed it to you at the very beginning, that drone video, grabs that gun and points it at someone to protect property. Points it at the Zeminskis. Because why? Because they're what? about to mess with some fire, they're not threatening anyone's lives. He doesn't need to protect anyone. He doesn't need to protect himself. He's pointing a gun because he thinks he needs to protect property. He says he wants to put out a fire, but the first thing he does is drop the fire extinguisher on the ground. His AR-15 isn't going to put out a fire. So why is he really there? And we all agree you can't use or threaten deadly force to protect someone else's property. You are here to decide whether or not his actions are legally justified, not to buy pathetic excuses that might be given to you. As a teacher, when a student says to you, the dog ate my homework, that's an excuse. It doesn't get you out of the homework assignment. If you panic in a situation that is not reasonable, that is an excuse. It is not a legal justification. If you're 17, if you don't have training or experience, if you put yourself in a situation where you're in over your head, if you're scared, those are excuses. Those are not legal justifications to kill. They do not erase your personal responsibility for your own actions. The court has read to you the instructions in this case. They lay out the law that you should apply. That reading took a long time, and I understand there was a lot to digest. And one of the things that you will have the opportunity to do when you go back and deliberate is read through those instructions yourselves. Because I get that listening to them doesn't always make it clear. But I encourage you to focus on some things when you consider the defendant's behavior in this case. You are told that criminally reckless conduct is conduct that threatens others' lives and poses an insubstantial risk to other people. There is no dispute the defendant's activities here threatened other people's lives. He took 2 lives. You know, this is not like a normal murder case. A lot of murder cases we're in here trying to convince a jury that the defendant killed somebody. That's not in dispute here. That's the easy part. The question is, does he get a pass? Do we think that's okay? Do we think what he did was right? That's the question you have to answer. And when you consider whether his conduct was criminally reckless, consider, did it pose an unreasonable and substantial threat? Safety. Count 4 charges him with first-degree intentional homicide of Anthony Huber. There is no doubt that the defendant intended to kill Anthony Huber or committed conduct that he knew was practically certain to kill Anthony Huber. That gun was pointed at Anthony Huber's lower left rib cage, and the defendant deliberately pulled the trigger. That was no accident. And when you do that with an AR-15 against someone's body, it is practically certain to kill. We all know this case comes down to self-defense, but there's a high bar for using deadly force in a self-defense situation. The law says that the defendant may intentionally use force which is intended or likely to cause death or great bodily harm only if the defendant reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. So did Joseph Rosenbaum pose an imminent of death or great bodily harm to the defendant? No way. Did Anthony Huber pose an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to the defendant? Absolutely not. Did Jump Kick Man or Gage Grosskreutz? No. None of these people posed an imminent threat to the defendant's life or to cause great bodily harm. The standard when you make this decision is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in the defendant's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of the defendant's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of the defendant at the time of the defendant's acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. So put yourself in the defendant's position. Would you have done the same thing? Would a reasonable person have done the same thing? Would you have engaged in the reckless conduct that led to this course of events? Would you have gone out after curfew with an AR-15 looking for trouble? Would you have aimed at other people? Would you have tried to use the gun to protect an empty car lot? No reasonable person would have done these things. The court has also instructed you on provocation. You cannot hide behind self-defense if you provoked the incident. If you created the danger, you forfeit the right to self-defense. By bringing that gun, aiming it at people, threatening people's lives, the defendant provoked everything. And if he does that, he has to exhaust all reasonable means to avoid a confrontation. All reasonable means. So if Joseph Rosenbaum's running at him, Joseph Rosenbaum is no threat to his life. And not only is the defendant expected to run, he's expected to yell, push, shove that rag doll around, run back for help, call 911, call for help, do all sorts of other things besides just turn and fire 4 shots as Joseph Rosenbaum falls helpless to the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt in this case that the defendant committed these crimes. He committed a first-degree reckless homicide against Joseph Rosenbaum. He put Richie McGinnis's life in jeopardy. He put Jump Kick Man's life in jeopardy. He intended to kill Anthony Huber, and he attempted to kill Gage Grosskreutz. All of those elements are true. The question is whether or not you believe that his actions were legally justified. And I submit to you that no reasonable person would have done what the defendant did. And that makes your decision easy. He is guilty of all counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's take a break and about 2:25 hopefully. And please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any kind of the trial. You got it.
Orange. Ladies and gentlemen, we had this video almost as long as they've had this video. But Mr. Binger will use this video to lie to your faces and tell you that Kyle Rittenhouse was taking advantage of the situation.
I object, Your Honor.
It's in the picture.
It's argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not a game. It is my client's life. We don't play fast and loose with the facts, pretending that Mr. Rosenbaum was Citizen A #1 guy. He was a bad man. He was there. He was causing trouble. He was a rioter. And my client had to deal with him that night alone. When I say that the truth matters and this is not a game, what do I mean by that? Mr. Binger is the one who put on the Canary brothers. The reason he put them on, in spite of what he might say today, is because he wanted you, now 18, soon to be 12 people, to say, gosh, that kid just went to that place and just protected it. He wasn't asked. He was asked. Mr. Canary's asked Nick. Nick got a group of people to go down there. The people from West Bend came. Provocation another thing. Think back on November 2nd when this case started. Did you hear one word out of Mr. Binger's mouth about provocation? You didn't, because it was never said. But when his case explodes in his face, now he comes out with provocation. That was opening. And most importantly, in opening, quoting from Mr. Binger's first paragraph of his opening statement on November 2nd, 2021. This occurred after the defendant chased down Mr. Rosenbaum and confronted him while yielding an AR-14. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the videos. Mr. Rosenbaum sees, and I'll show you the video in my closing argument. You'll see Mr. Rosenbaum take off when he sees my client coming along with the Zeminskis to set up the ambush of my client. Provocation? I don't think so. The things that I just pointed out to you, why is that a problem? Because one, he's lying. Two, he's misrepresenting. Or he wasn't prepared when he started this trial, and his closing argument has been a change to try and fit what has come out. Remember how when he was talking, there's no proof that the Rosenbaum and Zeminski knew each other. Maybe they didn't know each other that night, but they were together throughout the night. You see them together in pictures wreaking havoc in this city. And now we have the magic pixel camera that brings forth his provocation. I'm going to go through the charges and we'll talk about each one of them. Then I'll go through the witnesses and hopefully I'll bring it home in an honest and forthright fashion. Count one, reckless homicide. My client shot Joseph Rosenbaum. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, there was nothing reckless about my client's conduct that day in regards to Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Rosenbaum was coming at him. My client ran from him, retreated, which is not needed, continues to run. The plastic bag is thrown, the metallic plastic bag. Kyle doesn't know what it is at that time. It causes him to turn and look over his shoulder, pointing the gun in that direction. Mr. Rosenbaum, is he dissuaded by that? No, he is not. He continues running and advancing on my client. That whole time, the state doesn't say anything about Mr. Zeminski firing the shot, Mr. Zeminski having his gun up. Think of the circumstances as they existed at 11:50 on August 25th of 2020. He runs through that parking lot. He continues running on. He turns as he comes into that box canyon with the cars, the van, and I believe it's a Pepsi machine. And he turns because he has no place else to go. I'll show you the Zanin video later on. What's important about the Zanin video, you see that mob of people destroying the cars at Car Source 3, which Mr. Binger doesn't want my client to go and try to protect, even though he was asked by those individuals to protect that property. Nick Smith called him, hey, they're bashing up the cars and starting fires. Go down there. He goes down there. He has as much right to go there as anybody else in the city of Kenosha and be unmolested by the likes of Joseph Rosenbaum, Kelly, and Joshua Zeminski. And Mr. Binger says, oh, we'll get the Zeminskis later. Well, ladies and gentlemen, last time I checked, this is still the United States of America, and he has the burden of proof. If he wants you guys to believe that my client pointed a gun at him, call the Zeminskis, put him on the witness stand, ask him questions, and let me or Mr. Sharafis cross-examine. That's how we do things in a court of law, but not in Mr. Binger's court. He says, I'm blaming the victim. As a defense lawyer, I might get accused of that more than some other people. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rosenbaum was shot because he was chasing my client and going to kill him, take his gun, and carry out the threats he made. And Mr. Binger wants to make a big hullabaloo about the shot in the back. Remember his opening statement? He shot him in the back. And that's why I'm sitting here in front of the jury like this. Did he shoot him here? Did he shoot him there? Because of the way the bullet went in and where the bullet ended up in the hip, you know full well that the individual, and I asked doctor, is on a horizontal plane. What is that horizontal plane of? Somebody leaping, lunging at my client. And we know how close Mr. Rosenbaum was to my client. The furthest he could have been when it started, the first shot, for we know that his hand was on. Mr. Binger wants you to believe that that was just happenstance, an accident. Come on, people. Physical evidence does not lie. Use your common sense and good judgment. He talks about Mr. Rosenbaum just somehow ending up down at the riots. Remember that? Mr. Rosenbaum, according to the testimony, walked from the bus center 4 miles out to Ms. Swartz's house, and then he couldn't stay there for some reason, and 4 miles all the way back. That's not just ending up. That's going someplace with a purpose, and throughout the night, you saw his purpose. And there was more than one piece of testimony about Mr. Rosenbaum, whether it was a hospital or whether or not it was a jail. Remember that? And there was testimony regarding his medication. Ms. Swartz said we couldn't get medication because the Walgreens were all boarded up. She said, the hospital said, they gave him his medication. So whatever facility gave him his medication. Mr. Binger, the man with the burden of proof, why didn't he bring in a hospital or a jail to prove that Mr. Rosenbaum was properly medicated? He'd been off his medications, according to Ms. Swart, for 7 to 10 days. We know that he was acting like somebody who wasn't on the proper medication. He was not acting normal. Next. Richard McGinnis, reckless. And here, Mr. McGinnis, I'd like to talk about, because the self-defense does not go to Mr. McGinnis, but if Kyle was privileged in exercising self-defense against Mr. Rosenbaum, it carries over to the endangering count of Mr. McGinnis. And Mr. McGinnis, specifically, if the defendant, and I'm reading directly from an instruction, page 9, second full paragraph, which you will given, if the defendant was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. That is Mr. McGinnis. Ladies and gentlemen, when my client shot Joseph Rosenbaum, he feared for his life. He feared because of the prior threats, the prior statements, and the violent acts that had been witnessed by my client. Mr. McGinnis, as a witness, I think he helped us more than he hurt us. He talked about, and this was on cross for Mr. Binger, how do you know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking? Because I don't, but I know he yelled, fuck you, and then lunged at Kyle Rittenhouse. Why is he yelling the FU? One of two things. One, to intimidate, or two, he got into a situation over his head, thinking, as he said before chasing him, you won't do shit, MFer, to my client. Well, he was wrong. He states Kyle did not know Richard, that he was there, meaning Richard McGinnis. He's a citizen journalist who was running along with his hand in his phone in his hand up in the air in to get a story. My client is not responsible for endangering him when he runs into danger. Plus, the instruction says that if he was privileged as to Rosenbaum, he's privileged as to count 2, Mr. McGinnis. Count 3, jump kick man. The uncomplaining, unidentified witness in count 3. There will be some video later on when I'm going through some of that. You'll see, and I ask you to pay attention. The state has said he's not kicking him. He doesn't hit him. When you watch the video, and it'll be in slow motion, watch where his foot goes, watch what happens to Kyle's head. The force of him kicking him in the face spins his body 180 degrees around. And then it's on. Huber coming in from behind, hitting him in the neck with the skateboard. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see throughout event number 2, and this is the beginning of it, is individuals working in a mob. They don't know what happened at Car Source 3, event number 1. But somebody said, hey, he shot somebody. Doesn't know that he was being chased by a crazy person. But they're going to get their licks in on Kyle Rittenhouse, or, as they perceive him, somebody from the other side who has been putting out their fires, causing problems for them, stopping them from wreaking havoc in Kenosha like they did the night before. And ladies and gentlemen, the standard is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm is defined as likely to cause serious bodily injury. A kick to the head is likely to cause a serious injury. Did my client suffer a debilitating injury as a result of that? No, but that's not the standard. Mr. Huber, he's a rioter, pushing a dumpster lit on fire, going to the barricades to pick up pepper balls, throw them back, pointing his middle finger at the police. He's assisting Rosenbaum at the gas station, hits Rittenhouse 2 times with the skateboard, and attempts to disarm him. You'll see it all in the slow motion video later on. And Kyle Rittenhouse is running away from Anthony Huber. The state wants to call my client an active shooter. And the reason they want to do that is because of the loaded connotations of that word. Everyone has heard of the theater killings, the school shootings, and things like that. Ask yourself, the definition of an active shooter is somebody with a plan to inflict multiple casualties, usually out of anger or animus towards a group. This case, what caused Kyle Rittenhouse to shoot somebody? Joseph Rosenbaum. He runs after shooting Joseph Rosenbaum for almost 2 blocks before scene number 2. Mr. Binger makes a big thing about Kyle Rittenhouse not staying around Car Source after the shooting. Ladies and gentlemen, if Kyle Rittenhouse had stayed at Car Source 3, all that would have happened is it would have made the police have an easier job, because scene 1 and scene 2 would have been put in the same location. My client ran 2 blocks without shooting at anyone, pointing at anyone, doing anything to try and get away. He tells the individuals he's going to the police, and he's running in that direction when he stopped. He's hitting the head with a hand with a rock in it, knocking his hat off. Mr. Binger says, oh, he just knocked his hat off. I don't think that individual was trying to steal Mr. Rittenhouse's hat. He was trying to take his head off. Who comes in next? Anthony Huber for the first time. Hits him. Opening statement, Mr. Binger, was he takes a swing at him. Now it's he blocked because we took the videotape and lightened it up. Huber strikes him in the head and arm the first time. Jump kick man comes in, kicks him in the face, spins his body 180 degrees, and Anthony Huber comes in for the second lick to the shoulder neck area, trying to take his head off. And when he does that, his other hand goes grabbing for the gun, his bare hand onto the gun and pulling it away from Kyle Rittenhouse. Mr. Binger wants Kyle to sit there and hope and pray to God his strap works, and Anthony Huber can't get the gun. We don't know that. We'll never know that. He's running away from him. A shot, the gun is being separated from his body, and you'll see the butt way far away when the shot is finally fired. Even Gage Grosquitz said he was concerned about the blows that Jump Kick Man and Anthony Huber were inflicting on Kyle's head. That's probably the only thing I agree with Mr. Grosquitz. Gage Grosquitz. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that what Kyle did under those facts and circumstances was unreasonable, that he was not entitled to self-defense. Consider all the events that had occurred that evening. Him being attacked, kicked in the head, hit in the head with a skateboard, other individuals running up on him, and now Mr. Grosquitz runs up on him. And the first action of Mr. Grosquitz, and I'll go through the video later, is really he's running in, the hand is coming up, and the gunshot with Huber goes off. And the natural reaction is the flinch. He covers up. And then he pulls his hands up. And as he's standing with his hands up, look, he's not gripping the gun anymore in a pistol grip. Hands apart, hands up. And as he comes in to finish the job, the hand is on the gun going for Mr. Rittenhouse. And he says it's an involuntary movement. The shot comes before it gets directly to his head. But that motion is coming. The shot continues on with that momentum. Enough momentum to go through the bullet and point directly at Kyle's head. Does Kyle fire again? No, he doesn't. Actions likely to cause death or great bodily harm. And he is coming in with a loaded Glock. And we asked Mr. Gage Grosquitz about it. He wouldn't even admit that there was one in the chamber. That's why we had to put on the officer to talk about the unfired shell casing. Lukowski talked about clearing the weapon and a live round coming out. Because Grosquitz won't say anything that puts him in a bad light. Grosquitz, the person who has 10 million reasons to lie. And we all know he did lie because he never gave a new interview after giving his statement saying he dropped his gun going down the street. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the charges. Those are a synopsis of the charges. As I stated, the burden is on the state, and they must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client did not have the right to self-defense. Kyle, as he sits here, is presumed innocent of all charges. If there is any reasonable hypothesis to reconcile with Kyle's innocence, that is what you are to choose. remember when looking at the burden of proof, they have it. Think about some of the things, the shoddy investigation, the rush to judgment from the Kenosha District Attorney's Office, the Zeminskis not being called as witnesses. They have the burden of proof. We don't. They want it to be that Kyle was out there doing something improper. Kyle was a 17-year-old kid out there trying to help this community. He was asked to provide help in protecting property at the car sources. It started and he did it. He did provide aid and he was asking if anybody needed aid. Whether somebody chooses to accept that aid, that's on them. But Mr. Binger wants to poo-poo his sincere belief that he's helping people because he borrowed bandages from Dominic Black, and I think he might have borrowed something from Lukowski also. But in the picture, when the Kandiri poses with all the people who are going to protect his property, there's Kyle's big orange gator box. He's got his pack on filled with things, and he's willing to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle was not an active shooter. That is a buzzword that the state wants to lash onto because it excuses the actions of that mob on the 25th of 2020. Whenever Kyle was there, he reacted to people attacking him. There's numerous times, and you'll see him on the video, he does not shoot. He runs 2 blocks from 63rd to 61st Scene 2 without firing his weapon. Individual hits him in the back of the head. He does not turn around to address that threat. Huber takes a swing at him with the skateboard like that. Kyle blocks, and the skateboard's knocked out of his hand. He doesn't turn around and shoot him. He keeps running and falls from the 2 hits. He's run that far, and yet somehow he just fell over on his own. As soon as he's on the ground, they're there attacking him. And you see the people. The law of self-defense, you've seen it, you've heard it. Now I'm going to go through the witnesses. Oh. Dominic Black, first witness, charged by Mr. Binger for providing the gun to my client. 2 counts, looking at up to 6 years in prison. This case has been adjourned so that he can help the state. I don't think he helped the state that much. I think he was a pretty truthful witness, all in all. He told them about Kyle there to help people, that they had permission from the Kandiris, that he saw Kyle help the woman with the foot, help the person with the hand. Mr. Binger wants to just say, oh, that doesn't matter. If it wasn't Kyle, it would have been somebody else. The point is, he was there and he did it. There was no pointing by Kyle of any laser sight. There was no ability for Kyle or him to point laser sights at anyone because their guns didn't have the type of optics that did that. He said Kyle was there to help. The only person helping Kyle. And he can say what he wants about whether or not he let Kyle take the gun or not take the gun. He never told him not to. He went to the location with him. They bought straps at Jelensky's together. He's trying to cover his butt a little bit. The guns were there, and they took them. They took the guns, as he said, to deter people attacking them. He saw Kyle at the end, sweating. He was in shock and said that he shot someone. He had to do it. That is Dominic Black. Corey Washington saw the rioters breaking up concrete at the church parking lot, described Rosenbaum as erratic, stated the crowd was suspicious. I don't know what that means. One of the things that I thought was strange was the night before they were burning garbage trucks, but they only burnt the old ones. I think that tells you something about his point of view, that there's a certain amount of property damage that is justified and okay. Kenosha was using those garbage trucks that the rioters lit on fire. And nothing regarding property destruction was going to do anything to help Jacob Blake. We also learned that Kyle Rittenhouse smokes cigarettes and that he has an affinity for the Dinosaur Museum. Detective Howard, ladies and gentlemen, Detective Howard's testimony and Detective Antaramian's testimony is the stuff of what reasonable doubt is made of. Two detectives, both lead officers on this case. They've sat through every minute of this trial, and their opinions of the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum from testimony, videos, couldn't be more diametrically opposed. Detective Howard, on cross-examination, knew that I was hiding in the car and jumped out from behind the car and began chasing Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh boy, that's not good for the state's case. So there's the old chit-chat between Mr. Howard and Mr. Antaramian and the prosecutors after, and all of a sudden we've come up with the new theory. And you heard the new theory that he raised the gun, and that's what's on the video. Firearm, please. Told me he checked it.
You checked it?
He told me he checked it.
Okay. When? After lunch? Before lunch. Check it again.
Think about when Kyle Rittenhouse is firing the gun, when he's seen holding the gun throughout the events of the 25th. Shouldering the gun, I'm not going to bring it all the way up to my shoulder, to the right shoulder, which would be a stance like this. The reason I objected in his closing argument is because that's not the way he was standing. If he's standing like this is right-handed, pointing the gun this way, up at the ready, his back would be to the drone footage. In the drone footage, you see the arm. It would be somebody having to hold the gun left-handed. This is a right-handed firearm. If this gun is brought up to his face and it is pulled back, the shell casing, hot, and the fire that ejects it is going to be going right into Kyle's face. The photograph I'll talk about later, you don't see the straps on his shirt. It didn't happen the way he said. It doesn't happen the way in the photograph. I'm going to need this guy to go in a second. Burden of proof, once again. The telephones, the searching of telephones with search warrants, the subpoenaing of records. I have no problem with that. It's good police work. But when you pick and choose and you make favorites, it's not. My client testified, and I'll say it this way, the detective testified that my client's phone was sent to the FBI. It was unsearchable because of the operating system. The FBI and the federal government had not cracked it yet. We found out about that. We had nothing to hide. here's the numbers, search the phone, as long as we're given a simultaneous copy. So we have what you have. We can have our experts look at it. They can have their experts look at it. So we know that there isn't anything added or deleted. We did that. We gave that to the state. If we had something to hide, they never would have gotten in that phone. They took the phone, they made a copy, they searched it. Lo and behold, nothing of an incriminating nature in it, nothing militia, white supremacist, any of that. Gage Groskowitz, different story. They had a valid search warrant for it. The only search warrant that these guys have never not executed when it's sitting right in front of them. Not just that, but Mr. Groskowitz could have consented to them going in the phone. If he has nothing to hide, why not? Why not let them look in the phone? And let's take common sense and judgment one step further. Police officers get search warrants. They execute the search warrant. Sometimes somebody feels as though their rights have been violated, and it gets litigated in a court of law. If it was illegal, the information in that search warrant never comes out in court. If it's legal after a judge has said there were no rights violated, it comes in evidence. What was Mr. Groskowitz afraid of? Why wouldn't the state execute the search warrant, let Mr. Groskowitz and his attorney object, file a motion and say, you can't go in my phone? Let the judge decide, not the person who's prosecuting and protecting Mr. Groskowitz. Come on, people. Mr. Groskowitz has 10 million reasons for not wanting somebody to go in his phone. The timing with the detectives and some of their actions, I think, are very important. They get down to Antioch at about 3:30 in the morning of the 26th, less than 4 hours after this happens. By 6 o'clock, 6:30, given the benefit of the doubt, Kyle Rittenhouse is under arrest for first-degree murder. There's not been any autopsy done. There haven't been any witness statements taken. They've got 2 or 3 videos. The bullets, I should say it this way, all of the bullets not even been picked up from car source at this point. But they're willing to make a decision. And we're under pressure. I'm sure they're afraid that there's going to be another night of looting, destruction in Kenosha because of this happening and the way the word got out. He traveled across state lines. He was here. He brought his AR with him. The AR was here. He was a white supremacist looking for trouble. Nothing. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, when we picked you guys as jurors, we asked you if you could decide based upon the evidence that happens in the courtroom. Not what you'd heard before, not all of the lies and untruths that have been put out in the media. I heard one guy say, my client discharged the gun 60 times. Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening in court is what you decide the truth on. He was charged on the 27th. Still, they didn't have the information, the autopsy's final, anything like that. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a rush to judgment. Richie McGinnis talked about earlier, citizen journalists. Mr. Bringer talked about him seeing guns. But remember the cross of Mr. McGinnis. Guns are not legal in Portland, Washington, or D.C. or New York. They're not allowed on the streets. You can be arrested. There are state laws. And ladies and gentlemen, the gun in this case is no longer an issue. Whether or not it was a dangerous weapon as it applies to the charges is, but my client is no longer charged with minor in possession of a firearm. But he needs his AR-15 and the assault weapon and the fear that goes with that to try and bring home an unjust guilty verdict. Ryan Balch had never met Kyle Rittenhouse before the evening hours of the 25th, has never spoken to him or known him after. And yet the state wants you to believe he made up something about a threat to kill. Why? What's in it for him? The threat. If I get either of you alone, I will kill you. That is a threat with a statement and a promise. And lo and behold, the chance presented itself to Mr. Rosenbaum, and he attempted to execute it. And I don't for a minute believe that he would have done it if it was Mr. Balch, who's much bigger than my client, muscular, well-built, and much more assertive and forceful. Rosenbaum, like any, as he referred to him, I don't even know what he called him, a ragdoll, whatever, but the little guy who gets beat up likes to go after the next little guy. He saw Kyle alone, and that's what he chose to. Or he could have been mistaken and thinking it was the other person at the ultimate that he went after and had to be held back. They were dressed very similarly, baseball caps, mask, and the only difference was the difference between shorts and a long pants. I can't answer that. Mr. Rosenbaum at this point, I guess, can't either. But you see Mr. Rosenbaum right around the time in question at that location, menacing with his chain. I skipped. That's Mr. Balch. I talked about him going on. Ms. Amber Rasmussen, she was the DNA expert. What I say to you is DNA is an incredibly useful tool, but DNA is only as useful as what you put into it. And if DNA shows anything, it shows that it's not proof positive in this case. We know in hearing from Dr. Kelly that he most probably touched the gun. It was a contact wound is the way he described it. And we know through the videos, Huber touched the gun with his bare hand, and yet no DNA was found on that gun. So don't let your eyes deceive you. Don't let the physical evidence be discounted because of what she said. The end of that barrel was not swabbed. And we know he had to be at the end of the barrel, or it would have had the soot on all of the fingers. Jason Lukowski, thought was an interesting witness. He was the Marine who put the phrase, shout, shove, show, shoot. And I asked him about that, and I don't for a minute disbelieve that that's the Marines' rule. Is there any retreat in there? He said, no. He looked at me like I was stupid. The reason he looked like that was because they don't retreat. Yet Kyle Rittenhouse did retreat. He tried getting away from Mr. Rosenbaum. He described Joseph Rosenbaum as belligerent, with malintent, used the N-word, did the false step thing, did not see Kyle as aggressive. He was there for a shorter period of time than anyone else at Car Source. He also cleared Gage Grosquist's gun after the shooting and made it safe, took the shell out of it. I ask you to think back to the direct examination of Mr. Lukowski by the state. When they asked him, what did Kyle say to you? His first statement was, I just shot somebody, I need help. That's what he testified to. And then Mr. Binger shows him the statement, gets him to say, well, I told the FBI that. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what he told the FBI. The FBI
Philo. The
to you. Brian Balch said he smelled ammonia and bleach. They didn't find the fire extinguisher. We know that the fire extinguisher was there. It's in the videos. But that doesn't fit in the state's narrative of Kyle actually going there to put out a fire, which had been started earlier in the Duramax. Officer Van Wee recovered the last 2 shell casings. Strike that. I love technology. Officer Van Wee. Officer Moretti. He was the driver of the squad car that Kyle tried to surrender himself to. He said it was a war zone. It was a war zone those 3 nights. He described it as the city on fire. The police felt as though they were completely surrounded, described the constant gunfire that evening. Mr. Bear wants to slough it off as fireworks this. It really wasn't that bad that night. Ladies and gentlemen, it was hell in the area downtown. There were violent people causing trouble. And the state wants us to believe it was okay. The police pushed them back. Now they could leave. Car source was safe. And I can't remember specifically what witness it was, but it stuck out in my mind. The witness said the police pushed him back, let him back, let him back. And a lot of the burning happened late at night, that witness said. Gage Grosskowitz. Reasons to change his statement. His attorney is sitting in the courtroom, has been sitting in the courtroom when he testified. If he's just your average complaining witness, why get a lawyer? What do you got to hide? He didn't have a valid concealed carry permit. He wasn't charged. He lies to the police about being armed that night. He said he dropped his gun going down the street. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what's called obstructing. Most people lie to the cops, especially a murder investigation. You get in a little bit of trouble. Represented some of those people, not Mr. Grosskowitz, because he's bought, paid for, and protected. You don't want us to search your phone? Oh, we're going to invoke the never heard before mark exception to the search warrant, even though they had a signed search warrant by a judge of Kenosha County. He was also an armed medic. He wants you to believe that he didn't have one in the chamber and he would never shoot somebody. But before he said that, he said key, wallet, phone, gun. never leaves the home without them. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't carry a concealed weapon, and I don't think I could shoot somebody. But when people carry guns, that's what they're for in the city. This isn't the Wild Wild West. He had his gun. Kyle Rittenhouse had run by him. You'll see the picture. Was by him, gone. Did he go to give medical help? He didn't know that Mr. Rosenbaum was being tended to. No, he decided to run in and advance on the fray. He, affiliated with the American People's Revolution here in Wisconsin. And I might have that one word wrong, but he did it. And who ultimately put the tourniquet and fixed it on his arm? But Mr. Lukowski, a member of somebody he refers to as the militia and the Stooges. Two different encounters between Gage Grosskreutz and my client. The first one, he does not show or give any indication of a weapon. My client does not point a weapon at him, does not shoot at him, does not swipe the weapon towards him. He states he's going to the police. That is uncontradicted. Why doesn't Mr. Grosskreutz let him be and go give aid and comfort to his fellow robber? But instead, he joins the mob, chasing Kyle, arms himself, and runs in the fifth or sixth person into the melee in scene 2. And when his friend was called, his friend said in his Facebook post, his only regret was not emptying the clip into the kid. So we know what his intent was. We know what he wanted to do. Kyle shot first as he was coming in. Mr. Binger talks about, oh, he was going to grab the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, left hand, phone. How's he going to grab a gun with a hand filled with a phone? Right hand, gun. He goes back, loads up, and is advancing. That's when Kyle shoots him. He didn't when he put his hands up, and if that was it, no intent to harm him, all he does, like everybody else, is back up, and nobody else gets shot. But Mr. Grosskreutz decides he's shoot my client. Unfortunately, my client shot him first. If he retreated, it's over. And when he's got his hand up like this, as I said earlier, the hands are up. It's not gripping the gun, it's loose. But when he goes in like this, pistol grip is tight. Heather Williams, Crime Lab, she testified that the gun works. I have no dispute regarding that. Detective Krieger, he was in the passenger seat of Moretti's car, pepper sprayed, did not get his ID, didn't ask him about the gun, just told him to go home. Kristen Harris, Rundown Live, stated the video. We showed the video to start this, clearly depicting Mr. Rosenbaum there at Car Source 2 shortly after the dumpster, standing there with his chain, the shirt tied up over his head. But Mr. Binger says it's impossible for him to have threatened my client. That's garbage, just like his case. And Mr. Binger makes so much out of him one time saying, stay on your property. My client has as much right to go anywhere in downtown Kenosha as anyone else, just as the rioters did. And as he walks out to see if anybody wants medical help, he's not doing wrong. He's not doing anything to provoke anybody. Detective Antaramian, the juxtaposition of him and Howard, as I said, he is the one who talks about what he sees in the video, totally different. As you see why did Mr. Rosenbaum go behind that car, 2 cars over from the Zeminskis? What was he doing over there? Why was he doing over there? And why does he come out as soon as Kyle comes down the road? Because they were going to ambush him. They had set it up, and I'll show you the video. James Armstrong. The only thing I can say about James Armstrong is, okay, that's interesting. But what I say about his photographs, his knowledge of what he did, and some of the statements that the state has made regarding it is, what he did for those 20 hours is hocus pocus, and he makes an exhibit that is out of focus. And that's what the state is relying. The picture does not make sense. As I showed earlier, it has Kyle shouldering the gun in the left shoulder. If he has it in the left shoulder, his back would be to the drone. The drone is moving around, and that changes the focal point. He's right-handed. That's where it goes. You'd see the crosses across his chest. But no, they need him to have somehow pointed a gun at the Zeminskis. I don't for a minute concede he did. We know that Mr. Zeminski has been armed all evening. How would pointing a gun at Mr. Zeminski provoke Joseph Rosenbaum, who, according to the state, earlier in the case, they didn't even know each other? But I think they had to run away from that because there's so many pictures of them together. Mr. Armstrong's photograph, testimony. It took 3 days and 20 hours worth of work to come up with that picture. It went from color to black and white, and he admitted he never compared it to the original photograph. Still didn't take into consideration the fact that the drone was moving. The word peer-reviewed, state has said. Peer-reviewed is an independent verification of the events, the exhibit. So there was no testimony to this because it didn't happen, that Mr. Armstrong's coworker did 20 hours on the same photograph and came up with the same result. It didn't happen. You see, and I'll show it to you later, when you see in the video the mirror and the shininess of the mirror, that's what that is. And going around, spending 20 hours and bringing things up, it doesn't account for Kyle's arm. It doesn't account for the heat signature of the gun, none of it. Dr. Kelly. Personally, my favorite witness, because physical evidence doesn't lie. The soot, extremely close, if not touching. The location of the soot, I had him circle it on the exhibit. On redirect, after I had him do the demonstration and draw on the photograph, the state tried to get him to back up his opinion, back it off. He wouldn't, because the physical evidence doesn't lie. It's, as they say in the business, an inconvenient truth. They can't change it. It is what it is. That's the demonstration that happened in front of you, the gun and the hand. And if the individual's coming straight at it, the barrel of the gun, it would go through the hand like this. But we know that it coming from right here, going down, and came out with a very clean exit wound. No soot here at all. So we know that the gun can't be here. We know there's just a little bit of soot on what's commonly referred to as the ring finger right here, and the bulk of it goes this way because it was over the gun, touching the gun. And Mr. Bigger says he was swiping at the gun. Ladies and gentlemen, he didn't need to chase him, didn't need to keep chasing him, didn't need to lunge at him, didn't need to swipe at the gun, i.e. grab the gun. And the shot to the back, as I said, 4 shots in 3/4 of a second. He's backing up, trying to stay away from him, shooting, and shoots until the threat is immobilized. Ladies and gentlemen, other people in this community have shot somebody 7 times, and it's been found to be okay. And my client did it 4 times in 3/4 of a second to protect his life from Mr. Rosenbaum. I'm sorry, but that's what happened. And this, the prosecutor who said he shot him in the back. He shot him in the back on a horizontal plane, consistent with lunging. The shot goes in here and ended up in his lower hip across the back. If he's on the ground or down and shot, the bullet goes into the back and ends up in the stomach or on the other side. It cleared back here, ended up in the lower hip. That's because he was on a horizontal plane when Kyle shot him. He had stippling to the stomach from the first. The pants stopped it from lower, but it was still on the upper. The furthest he was away when the first shot was fired was 4 feet and closing. 4 feet. I think it was Mr. Krause and I who had a fight about how far 4 feet is. It's not that far. It's not that far at all. Brought a tape measure so I could measure a gun barrel for you today, but that's no longer an issue. So I'll show you what 4 feet is. No doubt. From the edge of the jury box to my foot right here, 4 feet. Lunge, grabbing the gun. Think how close that is. Think how fast that distance is closed. What was Joseph Rosenbaum doing? Was he running after my client to give him a key to the city of Kenosha? Was he running after my client to say, hey, thanks for providing security? Use your common sense and your judgment. Look at Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior throughout the night. As I showed you, these are the pictures. One last. Exhibit 105, Dr. Kelly. Sub, right here. Here's entry. The exit's right over here. Goes across, clean, came out right here. This right here, nothing. Nothing on the back part of the hand, no soot. We know what was over the barrel. Remember Mr. Krause asking the doctor, well, what about that big puff of smoke? It have an effect. Soot only goes so far. That was Dr. Kelly's testimony. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. He looks at the bodies, says what they are, makes a determination, and looks at the evidence. We had an expert, didn't call him because Dr. Kelly told the truth. Couldn't agree more. Ladies and gentlemen, facts and truth matter. In most trials, the case would have ended with Dr. Kelly. But we wanted to bring you our side of the story. We had nothing to hide. We were going to put on a defense. I heard Mr. Bigger say red herring. The red herrings in this case are by the state, talking about super bullets, this metal jacket. I've been involved in homicide cases. One time it's a metal jacket. The next time the problem is the person had hollow points. Hollow points are designed to kill. Full metal jackets are to go through people. Ladies and gentlemen, bullets are bullets. Hate to tell you, at close range and close contact, they wreak havoc on a body and they kill people. No dispute. Wants to keep pointing at the militia, the militia, the militia. He knows Kyle's not a member of the militia. He has no evidence that he is. They went to the websites. They went to TikTok. They went all of that. All they can do is put up a little thing of a 17-year-old kid from his TikTok trying to be famous. Kyle shot Joseph Rosenbaum to stop a threat to his person. And I'm glad he shot him, because if Joseph Rosenbaum had got that gun, I don't for a minute believe he wouldn't have used it against somebody else. He was irrational and crazy. Talked about active shooter, the power of those words. My client didn't shoot at anyone until he was chased and cornered. Nick Smith. Got a phone call from Sam. Asked on the second night of riding to go down there. They used the power washer and buckets to try and put out cars. He did that out of the goodness of his heart. Sam asked him to come and protect the next night and be paid. And he agreed to do it. He asked some of his friends to come with the help. Kyle, Donick Black, talked about another father and a son, and then the people from West Bend showed up. He said that when they first saw Sam on the 25th, Sam gave him a hug and thanked him for protecting his property. He was on the roof when it was chemical bomb. He knew that Sam was grateful for their presence, but he also knew that people on the ground needed weapons. He heard back saying, I had to shoot. Body armor. I don't know why the Great Lake Cadet Program gives people body armor. Don't know. My client had it. And if he wanted to be an active shooter, as Mr. Binger wants to portray him, why would he give up his body armor? Nick Smith wanted body armor. He goes, here, Nick, use mine. I'm going to be doing medical. Helping other people. You see him do it throughout. He gave Nick his body armor. Why would somebody give up their body armor? They're going to go out looking for trouble, seeking confrontation. Doesn't make sense. Joanne Fielder, she described Joseph Rosenbaum wearing a red shirt with a green ear. She described yellow pants, who I'll get to later. She stated Joseph Rosenbaum yelled he was going to kill us MFers. JR's arm goes up, and within seconds, they're tearing up from a gas bomb. She couldn't say for sure that she saw him throw it, but obviously that's the substantial evidence in her belief. She never saw Kyle act inappropriately with anybody, point a weapon at anybody. The size of the weapon might change, but it doesn't change what it can do. Presence speaks volume. It's a deterrent, and they've been pelted all night long with rocks. She was aware that they had consent to be where they are. Nathan DeBrune. Interesting witness. He was out there taking photographs on the nights in question, more importantly, the 25th. He filmed the destruction of this community, uptown, downtown. And the ATF and the FBI found out about his videos, his still photography, which I think was incredible. They wanted it. And what did he do? Didn't ask for money. He gave it to him. He sat down with the detective and gave a full interview, showed him the photographs, talked about Mr. Rosenbaum and all the problems he was causing that night, the things he was doing. And that's within less than a month after this. He'd never met Kyle Rittenhouse, didn't know Kyle Rittenhouse, but he had a feeling about what happened that night. He said if there was trouble, Mr. Rosenbaum was there. I don't think any true words have ever been repeated. Did he have a lawyer when he met with Detective Howard? No, he didn't. When did he get a lawyer? Remember? After he met with Mr. Krause and Mr. Binger. Mr. Binger, the person who's made it his personal goal of putting my client's head on his wall. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it did. And it means he's been cutting corners. And Nathan DeBruin said, after meeting with Mr. Binger, I was he tried to put words in my mouth. And he had to go and hire a lawyer to protect him. First, it was show him the videos and then ask him the questions, trying to put words in his mouth. He didn't want that. He wanted to be able to tell his story of what he knew, what he did. He talked about Zeminski, the photographs of all the that Zeminski had done that night. And I'll show you some of them. The photos have a timestamp on them. He raided Detective Howard in September of 2020 about Joseph Rosenbaum yelling, I just got out of jail and I'm not afraid to go back. Those are his words. He heard Mr. Rosenbaum. It was not objected to by the state, and there's been no proof that he wasn't in a jail. They want you to believe he was in a hospital. There's no medical records. He was in a hospital. There's no medical records. He was properly medicated. And I submit to you that in this case, the way he was behaving, I don't think he was properly medicated. There's pictures of him with the trailer fires, the chains, starting numerous dumpster fires. I submit that he was with the Zeminskis on many of the occasions, and he was emboldened by Mr. Zeminski because Mr. Zeminski was always brandishing his firearm. We saw Joseph Rosenbaum taking the chains. He chose to come to riot, and that's what he did. Nathan DeBruin chronicled that. Why did he chronicle it? Because it's not very interesting if you take a picture of a protester who's just standing there, but Mr. Rosenbaum was involved in all these different things, and I'll show you those pictures. Lucas Zanin, Kenosha County resident. Every now and again, he goes down to Texas in the winter. Testified, born and raised. He stated he had empathy for the small businesses of Kenosha, did not want them looted, did not want them burned. Is that somehow to be called into question? Does any of us want those fires started and to come and burn? I don't think so. He authenticated the video that was taken from his car as accurate, showing the south side of Car Source 3. And you watch that video and you see people destroying someone else's property. During the video, you look at the one wall, there's nothing there. You see somebody spray painting on it, and they've written the word loot on it. You see another individual going in the hood of the car, trying to do something. It's not his car. He's not some roadside mechanic. They're destroying property. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Binger and I will go round and round about it until the cows come home. They were rioters. They weren't demonstrators. Were the demonstrators down by the courthouse earlier in the night? There were people doing a legitimate demonstration. These people were rioting. And you see in his tape, they're hitting the cars with pipes. You hear the glass breaking. You see the people jumping on it. And the important part of it, and I'll show it to you, is you hear the first bang, which is Mr. Zeminski's shot. 2 seconds later, you see you hear the net shot, and then you see the exodus of all the people taking off from that. That's why Kyle couldn't run and continue to run from Mr. Rosenbaum, which he was under no legal duty to do whatsoever. Jacob Marshall referred to himself as Gage Grosswitz's best friend. We brought Mr. Grosswitz's best friend in as a witness because he had posted something on Facebook immediately after this. He testified he couldn't find Gage Groskwitz because he was under an anonymous name at the hospital. Nobody knew who Gage Groskwitz was, who Jacob Marshall was. But he takes it upon himself to post a Facebook message talking about how, could I have the next slide, please? I just talked to Gage. To his only regret was not killing the kid and hesitating to pull the gun before emptying the entire mag on him. Coward. Here's the picture of them hugging each other at the hospital when this is posted. Ladies and gentlemen, why does somebody post something like that? Because that's what his friend told him. And he wanted to get Gage Groskwitz's word out. He didn't repost and say, I lied. He took it down to try and hide it. But unfortunately, the internet has a memory. Next witness was Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm done with the Kandari brothers. We did recall them, but I talked about that. Kyle Rittenhouse did not have to take the witness stand to tell his story. It was told through video. He wanted you as the jurors for his personal experience of the night of the 25th. He knew Mr. Binger would cross-examine him for hours, and he was willing to get up on that witness stand, take the oath, and tell his story the best way he could. And he did. Could Mr. Binger pick on him and find little things about it? A little bit. Did he damage his credibility? I don't think so. Getting Mr. Yellow Pants, which he's been talked about. Mr. Binger talks about, he says with sarcasm. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen the video. But remember that when Yellow Pants said to Kyle, he goes, you held your gun like this. That's low ready. That's not like this. It's down. He never pointed his gun at him. Did he have a gun? Yes. Did he tell him to get off a car? Yeah. But when he said it to Kyle, Kyle said, I did, and walked away, not wanting confrontation. And remember Richie McGinnis's testimony about that. There was the individual with the slingshot, the individual with 2 rocks in his hand, and the other individual with the gun. And when Mr. McGinnis walked up to him, he immediately had to put his hand down because they were the one advanced on him, and he bought him off with a white claw. My client, when this happened, was 17 years old. His actions are to be judged as a 17-year-old, not by Mr. Binger's standards, but by that of a 17-year-old. And Mr. Guinness said he didn't appreciate the way people looked at him. And maybe he didn't. And I think the best evidence of that is when Mr. Rosenbaum begins chasing him, you hear on the tape, he yells, friendly, 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 3 times. He thinks that if he just says the words, they'll stop. They don't. They could have, Mr. Rosenbaum could have looked at it and said, hey, you're not trying to harm anybody. I'll leave you alone. Is that what happened? No. He said, you ain't going to do shit, mother effer, and began to continue to chase him. Mr. Rosenbaum made a fatal mistake. That day, chasing Kyle Rittenhouse into the corner, He ran as far as he could, and he shot 4 times in 3/4 of a second. Mr. Binger makes so much of Kyle's residence. Illinois, I think most people here know where it is. It's not a foreign country. Antioch, Illinois, right across the border. He worked in Kenosha. His dad lived in Kenosha. His grandmother lived in Kenosha. He worked in Pleasant Prairie. His best friend, Dominic Black, lived in downtown Kenosha. They want you to believe that there's some sinister thing about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a very mobile world. I'm from the foreign country of Racine, Wisconsin, 13 miles away, a little bit further. I'm on the north side. Ladies and gentlemen, when Kenosha burned, people, they hurt. I remember 34 years ago walking into this courtroom, first time I ever appeared as a lawyer, back in that conference room. And when I saw what had bothered me those 3 days, people can protest, but people can't indiscriminately property for no reason of innocent people. How does that further anyone's cause? Kyle feels for this community. He worked as a lifeguard. When he came down here, are we to believe that he's working to clean up graffiti, not getting paid because he's here to look for trouble? Is this all some master plan? That's ridiculous. He came down here trying to help, to see the damage, and that's what he did. Next. Dr. John Black, his testimony of the slides, making times. I'll go over some of those. But specifically, as I argued earlier, 0 shot from, I should say it this way, friendly 3 times to the first shot, 10 point some seconds. There's an elevation video as he's lunging forward. The shot rings out after that. The 0 shot, shot 1, and 20 unders. The next one, 24, 23, for a total of 9. He gets up, comes on the car, because all the individuals had left. After hearing the shots, goes to check. And to believe that he could stay there is preposterous. All I said would have happened. Scene 2 would have been moved to scene 1. You heard the individual yell, "Get the F out of here." The Zeminskis are screaming, "He just shot him. He just shot him. Get him, cranium." That's all happened. Gone over it, pointing. I'll show that a little bit. In Dr. Black showed the jury, no color was added, no color was subtracted. The videos didn't go from color to black and white. No structural problem. He demonstrated his technique regarding changing brightness and contrast right in front of you. And the one video went from a dark mess of nothing, moved the line. I don't know how to do it, but he did right in front of you, hit it, and all of a sudden it's light, and you could see it. The whole event that evening took 2 minutes and 50 seconds from the 3 times friendly to the surrender or the gender enforcement. Officer Brittany Bray. Let me go through the back up to the first one. Total it's according to Dr. Black. Next, friendly, 4 shots and 8 seconds. Those are the shot times. That was the audio graph, the green thing he showed you. You can see when the shot is fired behind the frames per second, you come with those numbers. And that's because when you show something in slow motion, it looks like it really the time to think, process, do all that. You have to remember how fast all this was happening in event number one. He's running, the bag is thrown, he turns, addresses, running, and makes a life and death decision that he has to turn around and interact with Mr. Rosenbaum. At that point, Kyle was along like those other people in event two. Could have put up his hands, just backed up, made that decision. Shouldn't have done it. No. He goes diving, yells F you, it's going for the guns. Next. Event two, I have an inning when he's hitting the head with the rock and ending with the fourth shot. Take 14.9 seconds. Police officer Brittany Gray measured the gun, pullback, slide 4 inches, brought the ruler, because you never see in event number two, I'll pull back 4 inches. No motion otherwise. No unfired bullets found at the scene for the AR. Was entered by the clip in the Glock that had been Jason. Hernandez, for some reason, didn't like Joe Hernandez. You could get in his questioning. Ladies and gentlemen, Drew Hernandez had a point of view. There's no doubt about it. What was that point of view? He's an assistant journalist, and he's covering the riots. And he didn't think that the media covering the riots correctly is calling demonstrators and not covering the devastation and the destruction that would be done. That's his point of view. It's kind of my point of view too. Does it mean that his video's fine? Does that mean when he says I saw him lunge that he's fine? He doesn't have a dog in this fight. He tried all of his video for the state. The Dropbox wasn't big enough. He sees that the case is going to trial. He reaches out, gets a lawyer, simultaneously to both of us, and we end up playing it. He describes the skis, Joseph started firing in the dumpster, the yelling, he sees Kyle, the yelling of the word, the N-word. He sees Kyle walking around yelling medical, right up until number one starts. He was standing right at the corner, had a clear view.
We back. Looks like we back.
Here, Mr. Trainer explained Joseph Rosenbaum had the right to chase. To me, I didn't know better. I would think he's a whiny defense lawyer. Everybody's out to get me. Everybody's lying. I'm the one who's bringing forth the truth. Gentlemen, the videos show the truth. The videos show the actions of Joseph Rosenbaum. Balch is lying. Fiedler's lying. Lukowski's lying. Richie is lying. Dale DeBrune, he really lied because he's imputing my character. Nathan DeBrune. Hernandez, he's lying because he's a right-wing journalist. All six of them are lying. And then I forgot. Detective Hart, he's lying because he could see through the videos. He could see that Rosenbaum came out from hiding behind the car after my client passed the Duramax. Rush to judgment. As I said earlier, you bet. Highly charged atmosphere here in Kenosha. Make no mistake, you live here, you know. They had to do something. They had to charge the white supremacist who isn't a white supremacist. They never reassessed their case. They've looked at it. They've never said, oh, Dr. Kelly, let's talk about this wound on the hand. What? That means he's touching the barrel? Or hand was over the barrel when it was fired? Well, that means he was pretty close. No, we're not going to reassess. We're going to march forward. We're going to throw into the hands 12 people from the city and let them do our work. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a political case. We can take policies in Democrat and Republican, but the district attorney's office is marching forward with this case because they need to be responsible. They need somebody to put and say, we did it. He's the person who brought terror to Kenosha. Rittenhouse is not an individual. The rioters, the demonstrators who turned into rioters, photograph that he spent 20. That's how they're going to prove prior. You never heard in the opening statement. It was based on this is the day before car source, car source 1 in the ground. Trailer to be the subject. Pictures. There's Kyle early in the day on the 20th, setting up his I'm a good person story. He thinks he's going to go out and kill 3 people. And gentlemen, that is garbage. How would he know he's going to be photographed? And what does that do? It just shows in this community trying to do good. Picture, Mr. King, 3. The state doesn't want Kyle to go to car source 3. According to the state, it's their source 2, 59th and Sheridan. Yeah, Smith called and asked him to go there. Whoever was going to projection on the record not the next made that.
It's argument the folks you heard the evidence and you collective recollections to determine what the truth in this comment.
Only was running cars, car source 3, and he went on first. Kyle asked for the individual down the road, didn't give an answer, and Kyle took off going down there to try and help protect that property. This is that night, tear gas, fire. Here, Mr. Rosenbaum pushing one of the dumpsters. Fires. Right there. That's one. Another one. Bats, guns. Mr. Rosenbaum pushing it into the gas station, threw it in. The police vehicle right down here. They're trying to push it. I apologize. They're trying to put the dumpster down the line of police from the gas station. Put out and the reaction. Dumpster. Your voice his chain during the rundown live video. Mr. Rosenbaum with the chain. So I said earlier, look at how Kyle's dressed. Look at the pack on his left side. Yep. Crosses across the front. And nowhere in that picture is that. 11:40, he's crossed over that line, asking people if they want medical, runs into yellow pants, walks away from confrontation. And yellow pants said, "When you go to me," he goes like this, low. Individuals who were there with him, slingshot, rocks in the hand. After thing with yellow pants, he goes away from them, goes over, looks for Mr. Balch. They might have been close to one another, but they didn't find one another. He tries to go back. Wants to get back to car source 2.
StreamYard, not mess this. I tried to go audio.
The phone call, either from Nick or Dominic. And what does he do? Gets a fire extinguisher. He hasn't had a fire extinguisher all night, but he gets a fire extinguisher.
Sucks.
The
Look at that quality.
circumstantial evidence shows the call came through. He testified the call came through.
StreamYard need to get slapped the shit out of it. I pay money for StreamYard.
Would have brought it up, but now they're playing games once again. This is Drew Hernandez's video. It starts in color and goes, starts in black and white and goes to color. You have Jump Kick Man and Zeminski, so you'll hear Kelly Zeminski talking. And during the first part of the trial, we saw this trailer go by, and it cut out the view from this location. And I'll stop it a few times. And during the first part of the trial, we saw this trailer go by, and it cut out the view from this location. Did you hear that? Talking about a pepper ball exploding in her ass. That was speaking. Three. Keep your eye here and here. I will come to you. That's Kyle right there to the right of the garbage can by that splurge of light. Mr. Rosenbaum, as soon as Kyle is coming, gets up and starts walking away. With Kelly Zeminski, this individual. That's Kyle with the fire extinguisher walking. Doesn't say anything to any of them. They see him coming, they head down to do their ambush. He's not chasing them. He's not running after them. He's walking down to put out the fire. Let's start it over again.
Right here, got his phone snapped and blindsided.
You hear Kyle yell, friendly, friendly, friendly. That is the start of Mr. Rosenbaum chasing Kyle. Now they come in. He's thrown. It goes to the small. He's thrown the bag.
Duramax just got. That Duramax got fucking beat.
Stop. Duramax. The shine on Duramax. Kyle comes right into this area before he's chased. That's shown on the video. It's shown on the FBI video. Skinsky's are standing right here, and that's when the chase is on.
Yo.
You can hear the destruction of the vehicles as he approaches. Gun, gun, gun. And he's off and running. We've seen the videos. Here is the Zanine video, parts of it. As I said, watch for the first shot. Look at all those standing there. A wall of people destroying cars. The state wants Kyle to run into that wall of people. Listen for the first shot and watch the lackadaisical attitude, and then hear the 4 shots in quick succession and watch what happens.
Oh shit. They shooting. Oh shit. Oh my God.
Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. The first shot happens, they barely begin to move. Between the first shot and Kyle's first shot, which is the second shot you hear, Kyle has turned around. Why is he turned around? Because a wall of people is there and he has nowhere else to run. The van, all of the people destroying property, the soda machine, he turns around and Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming. Mr. Rosenbaum keeps coming. He lunges, gunshots. There's Mr. Zeminski with his gun down there at his side as his wife yells, "Effing get him, effing get him, he just shot somebody."
Everybody asking themselves probably the same question. Like,
He fucking shot him! Get him back!
what's gonna be next? Or
Pointing the gun.
what's gonna
Once
happen?
again,
What
his
is
right
the next
hand.
thing that's gonna happen?
He fucking shot him!
We don't know. We just can hope that it's not gonna become worse than we all actually imagine.
Gage Grossquitz's
do know
cell phone video.
Hey, what's up? Perfect timing.
Does Kyle
welcome back.
point the firearm at Gage Grossquitz?
Let me do something here. Think you look better if you got some clothes on. You look so naked. You as well.
You shot somebody?
I'm going to get the police.
Of course.
He's going towards the police. He's continuing on. He's past Gage Grossquitz. He hasn't shot Gage Grossquitz. He hasn't pointed the fire at Gage Grossquitz. The medic, if he thinks someone shot, why isn't he there? He doesn't know
What's
Richie
your
McGinnis is
shit
tending to
show?
him. None of the people who chase him
Yeah, that is.
are at Car Source
That's
3.
what I'm talking
There
about.
is no evidence. Zeminski doesn't chase him. Zeminski doesn't
I
want
don't
anything to
know.
do
I
with
mean,
it. His wife doesn't
by the
want
way,
anything to do with
Topspin is
it. But the
actually
mob has now formed
one of
and is
the
chasing him
first people
down
who started
Sheridan
following me.
Road in a
He's
northerly
a
direction.
long member of the 300. Hey, what's up, Scatback?
He turns all the way around, looking towards Car
I mean,
Source
we're all
3.
asking ourselves
Could
the
go
same
there.
questions, you know,
At
and
this point, he hasn't armed himself.
you know, we have
Kyle
to stay
is
strong in
zero
our minds.
threat
You know,
to anyone. This active shooter
don't
BS
let the
is
bullshit
something that
get
Mr.
you.
Binger is trying to sell you.
Damn right.
Has he shot
You
anybody
my
since
OG.
Car Source 3? No, he hasn't. He's running
You
to
know,
try and
you
get to the
cannot
police.
let that
Mr.
bullshit
Binger
get you.
must live in fairy tale
We all
land
have to
to
stay
think
strong.
that Kyle could stop, put his gun
What's up,
down,
Shane?
and say, "Hey,
welcome back,
everything's
Shane.
good. Leave me alone. I'm going to the
Why
police."
are you naked, Shane?
Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. This was real world. People
You
yelling
know,
to
if you
stop
don't
him.
stay
Next
strong,
picture. You saw it in opening statement.
then
Mr. Rose,
you know what's going to happen.
excuse me, Mr. Grosswitz.
That's right.
Chasing
Life
down
number 2.
Kyle Rittenhouse. Kept his gun in the small of his back. He's arming himself right
You
here.
know, I hear this
Look
all the
how far
time, like
Kyle
in
Rittenhouse
the news, you know,
ahead of him.
people do
No threat.
suicide or
He's run 2
they
blocks.
kill their husband
Almost
or
3 because
wife
it's at the
or
far
they kill
end of
themselves
63rd.
after,
He
or
hasn't
they do
shot
stuff like
his
that
gun
to their children.
since.
You know, a lot of
If
shit
he's an
like that
active shooter
happens
looking to take as
every
many
day.
people as possible, he's laying waste to everybody
And
as
that
he's
is the
running.
reason why I say,
Remember,
you
he's
know,
got 30 bullets. He shot 8 times, 4 in scene 1 and 4 coming up. He's not indiscriminately shooting, pointing, doing anything. Here's full speed. Pointing the gun at anyone? No. And law enforcement. He's not running off to the side to hide in the shadows. Blow to the head first, knocking his hat off. What has Kyle Rittenhouse done? Nothing to get away from the mob. First strike from the mob. He's not an active shooter. His 2 blocks have shot anybody. Coming in behind with a skateboard at the ready, Anthony Huber. That will be strike number. In scene 1, as I read earlier, page 9 of the jury instructions. If his conduct was privileged as to Rosenbaum, it's privileged as to Mr. McGinnis. On to the next ones. Scene 2. Gentlemen, there is no evidence whatsoever that he was an active shooter other than Mr. Binger calling him that. And there's no evidence that any of those other individuals who attacked him in the mob that night were attacking an active shooter. He wasn't shooting. And if they want to be the heroes and they want to beat somebody and do what they're going to do, they better be right. And they weren't. Kyle Rittenhouse shot Mr. Rosenbaum as he was attacking Kyle. Every person who was shot was attacking Kyle. One with a skateboard, one with his hands, one with his feet, one with a gun. Hands and feet can cause great bodily harm. The state's going to get up and say, well, he didn't have great bodily harm, so it doesn't matter. That's not the standard. Standard is could cause great bodily harm. My client does not have to take a beating from the hands of this mob or the hands of Mr. Rosenbaum. And Mr. Rosenbaum, but he was a pretty muscular guy. And some 30-some-year-old guy can take a 17-year-old kid, 9 times till Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a tough choice, but the evidence only leads to one conclusion. That is that Kyle Rittenhouse conduct on August 25th was privileged based upon the actions of Mr. Rosenbaum and others. There are no winners in this case, but Kyle Rittenhouse down for something he was privileged to do will serve no legitimate purpose. I ask you to do this, do justice here under the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Let's take about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case. Free to watch or listen to any account.
Perfect time podcast, man. My baby girl crying. We about to shut it down with a great stream. I had to let everybody hear the closing arguments. It seems like the prosecution won't be able to rebut the defense tomorrow, so we won't. I doubt we get a verdict tomorrow, but we're gonna come back and we're gonna check it out. So defense, I think the defense just closed. The prosecution is gonna get a chance to rebut what the said today, and then I think we go to deliberation. And I think we might verdict this week. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna watch this verdict, and then we're gonna watch the Ahmaud case. And what I want to do is after this verdict comes in, we're gonna go over to the Ahmaud Arbery case, and we might just get the closing arguments and the verdict in that trial, and we'll be able to further show more contrast in this judicial system. So y'all take a ride with us, man. Y'all take a ride with us. It's been a beautiful ride so far. Got a lot of new people joining the channel, a lot of new people joining the debate. It's a blessing and illuminating conversation. And learning a lot about America, learning a lot about civil civics and politics and legalities and courtroom etiquette and lawyers and judges. I've coined a couple phrases of King Kong, Kung Fu, narrow path to conviction. So you guys rock out with us, man. We're going to take this journey. We're going to take this path. We're going to go on a mission to learn, a quest. We're going to go on a quest with some knowledge, right? And we're going to come. It might be a laborious journey, and it might be kind of treacherous along the way, but, you know, anything worth its while, you know, you have to have some sacrifice and some suffering involved. So that's what this is all about. It's not easy doing this work, watching these people lose their lives over and over and debating the case, and individuals coming in and midstream, half-cocked, you know, not being well-versed in the context of the channel, but it's worth it. It's worth it. And I love you guys for hanging out and supporting me. And we'll be back tomorrow to do this again. We're going to get a rebuttal from the prosecution. We're going to check out the Ahmaud Arbery case. And we're going to do more contrast. So tonight, I didn't get to do as much on Travis Scott as I would like to do. We talked, if you watched the entire stream, I know it's 10 hours, but we talked a little bit about Travis Scott and my concern about that 9-year-old. Rest in peace to that 9-year-old. I save a prayer for that 9-year-old. Let's save a prayer for all the individuals who were injured and lost their lives at Astro World. Save a prayer for Travis Scott. Travis Scott is actually expecting a child, his second child with his wife. So, you know, he's a young miserable situation. I bet it's been very heavy weighing upon him and his wife, and she's pregnant. No one is taking that into account. My daughter is a year old, so I know if this woman, man, she's carrying a child, this is affecting her too. So it's affecting that child that she's carrying in her womb. That hasn't been discussed, but, you know, I save a prayer for her. I save a prayer for that child. We save a prayer for Travis and everybody who lost their lives. We pray that Live Nation finally, you know, gets they just due, and these outdoor standing venues are addressed, and these barriers that are put in the front for profit. Everything that Live Nation did for profit finally gets addressed. My issue with what took place lately is that what you've heard is that Benjamin Crump is representing the boy, and I wish she was here, because she was a agreeing with me with Benjamin Crump has been a failure at every case he's represented for black people. But here he is representing a young black boy against a black man. I have a problem with that. So Benjamin Crump now is representing up to 200 people, 200 lawsuits against Travis Scott. So this is what you do. You lose against Trayvon. You've never won anything. And the one time you want to get all excited is against a 30-year-old young man because he's married to a billionaire. No one has talked about the fact that he's married to a non-black woman. No one has talked about the fact that this non-black woman is pregnant. No one has talked about the fact that this non-black woman is worth over $1 billion. As we set up these lawsuits and litigations and we allow him to be crucified, Kyle Rittenhouse, with this jury instructions, has been given a narrow path to conviction. I say from what I just heard, it's very likely that Kyle Rittenhouse don't do no jail time. But the way they're setting up the King Kong Fu for Travis Scott is he most likely may be charged and convicted and incarcerated. And it's extremely sad. It's sad for so many reasons. This is why I'm showing the contrast. Already in the court of public opinion, Travis Scott is being crucified and blacks are leading the way. Black men are leading the way already, calling him a devil worshiper, making it easy for the prosecution to use creative prosecuting styles to get a conviction. That wasn't allowed here. The prosecution, if you listen to the defense, if you listen to the judge throughout the case, they kept reminding the prosecution, the burden is on you. The burden is on you. I need an expert. You must prove. You must prove. And the judge said explicitly to the jurors that if they do not meet their burden, then he is innocent. There is no lesser charge to find him guilty of, and you can't do double jeopardy. It has been very clear and explicit to the jury that the state has a very high level of burden of proof, and if they do not meet it, then this boy goes home. Then there's no second base or third base for the prosecution. They have to score 100%. They have to get an A+. If the prosecution don't get an A+, then the boy goes home. That wasn't the case with any black person that's been on trial in the past 3 years throughout this whole BLM protest. We didn't get the Asian crime bill. We didn't get nothing. And we would have just got some fair in the judicial system, right? No justice, no peace is what we always chant. But there's two levels of justice. There's two levels of justice. I'm praying for Travis Scott because we've been talking about this, and we know from 1979, Live Nation, the biggest concert promoter in the globe, knows about these events, knows about the casualties, and Travis Scott is an employee. And I don't understand how the employees are mad at the employees. We live in a time where the rich people over this pandemic then got to be the richest people ever. We back to oligarchies. We back to carpetbaggers. We didn't put the gap. They didn't in this past 18 months, they didn't put such a far gap in between rich and poor that you can't get to rich. It's Daddy Warbucks again. Everybody's a billionaire. That's what it was with Annie. Well, you can't even, a millionaire ain't nothing because everybody's a billionaire. Uber was allowed in California to circumvent employee law put in by FDR. They're getting it repealed now because that was against the Constitution. So, but people actually voted for Uber. Americans actually voted to give up their rights, to give up EDD. And I actually in debate. That's why I created my platform. Californians actually debated to give Uber money over the employees. This is the nature. This is what we're talking about. Because lack of understanding, they actually voted to give Uber money. When you voted for that bill, you basically gave Uber back money that Uber owed you. Uber, if you would have voted against Uber, they would have had to pay you. They would have had to pay you. Back pay, overtime, unemployment, FMLA. But you were convinced that you benefit and that Uber was going to go away. Uber wasn't going to go away. They just would get less of the cut. You think they're going to Uber can't go away now. They're the new taxi cab. But foolishly, you voted for Uber to get the money. This is why I'm doing these stories, to wake up your critical thinking. All of these things are connected. Travis Scott being blamed as the employee in Live Nation, continually creating these venues. Travis Scott will become old hat. There will be another artist. There will be another Drake. There will be another Travis Scott. And he will be doing another outdoor live standing concert, and people will die. That's the fact. That's the sad part about this, that it will be like Ice Cube had that song, there'll be a new nigga next year. There'll be somebody new. I know Drake, they've been keeping Drake on the charts, but there'll be somebody new next year. They will be like Little Baby. There'll be somebody new next year. Be doing Astro World. And if it's an outdoor standing rock, people will die because it's emblematic of that type of venue. And SunCloud presented that since 1979. They've known that. So we're going to pay close attention to Kyle Rittenhouse, Ahmaud Arbery, Travis Scott, R. Kelly, and further the prepper, the doomsday prepping, planning, your water, your rice, your beans, your flour, your power. Father power, man. Great day, man. I'm out of here, man. I love y'all. See y'all tomorrow.